Oh, Leaf is muted on this side. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Rocket League Spring Series. It wouldn't be any more fitting than having Leaf be muted at the start. Johnny boy,
hey.
How are you doing, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Gibbs. How about you?
You know, I'm doing pretty well. Like, I was going to say for this intro of like, you know, yesterday was crazy. It was May 9th and it snowed here and Europe was playing on Saturday, but all is right in the world today because Europe, it's Sunday. It's Happy Europe Day. Leaf is muted. Everything is right in the world now. So I'm excited for the action.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this is, been a great time for Rocket League, with so many different tournaments going on. Long may it continue, but this is the last day of the Spring Series, and, I'm excited to get into it with more European upsets potentially.
And do we have Leaf back, or... It looks like we don't have Leaf back, so I guess we're going to continue here. So let's start
You did a great
going.
job, Gibbs. I'm loving this.
Oh, hey,
you look close,
like,
to be honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Leaf's job. Just you wait.
All right, I think the problem's been solved.
Leaf is back. Okay.
I think the problem.
How you doing, Leaf?
I was playing Rocket League before, and the game it decided to make my controller my headset. So we've solved the problem. Anyways,
beautiful.
Welcome to the Spring Series. Let's talk about the money these guys are playing for. $350,000 across all the regions here, 4 different regions, of course, as mentioned earlier by these two lovely hosts. $125,000 now going into Europe. And here's the prize split, Johnny.
Yeah, a lot of money. And, for some of the teams playing in this tournament, this is just another day at the office for them. They've been playing for big money in Rocket League for a long time. But for other teams, this is their first chance at this sort of money. And they're really hoping to get up to the top end of that prize pool split.
Yeah, no, a lot of competition, though. So let's talk about that competition. Of course, while I was muted, I was mentioning there was 8 teams that made it in yesterday. Only 6, of course, remain in today, number 2. And, of course, we have to eliminate some more people because only 1 team can win, Gibbs.
Yeah, but that upper final looking very interesting. Endpoint coming out of seemingly nowhere. And it looks like for their opponents as well, with all the demos that they're getting, versus Vitality, that's an expected upper final for them. But on that bottom side, Dignitas, that huge upset, they lost to the Canyons. They're trying to make a huge run through the lower bracket for a chance for glory once again.
Yeah, there was some crazy matches yesterday. Too, that I think I just want to get talking about because we have a shorter pre-show today before we get into these matches because we have a lot of action. So let's just start diving into these. Johnny, I'm going to start with you here. Particularly, I just want to find out what I'm already spoiled by this right now. What game you had your eye on, and I feel like it was that spoiler, that upset alert that ended up happening with Dignitas.
Yeah, Gibbs mentioned it. The huge upset with Dignitas not being in the winner final alongside Vitality. That is, going to be a surprise no matter who takes the win against them. But the fact that it was Canyons as well, not even an RLCS team, it makes it even more surprising. But if you watch this series and if you've followed the Canyon roster recently, you'll know that these guys are definitely up there with RLCS quality teams. I think it's only a matter of time before they make it into RLCS themselves if they can keep this up. And this is just great experience for them as they continue on in the tournament.
Yeah, for fans of the rival series, they know about these boys. They dominated throughout 8-1. They just fell short of first place, then fell short for the promotion tournament. But they've taken out RLCS teams throughout other tournaments as well. These guys are a force. But on the side of Dignitas, I'm going to have to go more on the side of Dignitas really didn't play that well throughout this series, where most of their passes were just slightly off. They would either come in too hot, so they couldn't get the shot, or just barely miss. So Dignitas was definitely off in the series. We saw them bounce back later and play more of that classic Dignitas style of the passing game versus Barca, and absolutely dominated them there.
When it comes to the Canyons, though, I feel like they're definitely starting to make a name for themselves in the series, Johnny. Sure, we had Dignitas that was a little bit slower, not off to the strongest start, and as Gibbs said, down the lower bracket, we saw Dignitas more akin to what we're used to. But for the Canyons, though, we still can't take away from what they did. Endpoint's on fire. They ended up moving on and taking a game off them. Now they're in lower bracket, and a lot of people are looking out for them. I think, who was it yesterday even said that, BDS and Clappers were just playing for the privilege to lose to the Canyons. So I feel like, sure, Dignitas was down, but you can't cut out the Canyons, Johnny.
Absolutely. Dignitas didn't really show up yesterday versus the Canyons, but after game 1 and 2, the Canyons really stepped up. They were playing with a lot more confidence. They were actually nailing their passes and their shots in the final third. And that's the sort of gameplay that I want to see from them today as well, just playing confidently, playing quick, because when they do read the bounces off walls as quickly as they can, they're a very difficult team to read, very difficult team to go up against. I'm looking forward to seeing them play today.
Anyways, let's move it on and talk about the next match. I'm gonna take this one because I just really want to talk about Endpoint. I just briefly mentioned it there. When the Canyons moved on in the bracket, they played against Endpoint. And Endpoint, again, when they were playing Barcelona earlier in the bracket, I thought I had to take a second look at who was on the field because it looked like I was watching a different team than what I had come to expect from Endpoint. Of course, Nachito off the roster now, and in place of him, Metanaris. And some people were questioning whether Metanaris was an upgrade, kind of just someone to fill in that spot, why that move had been made. But I feel like that answer has been found. Just an absolute change in play style, and especially with that demo game, I feel like this is something we've seen, of course, in North America before, kind of take over with the Pittsburgh Knights when they first came on the scene. And now we're seeing Endpoint do something a bit different. They just have one guy that's been dedicated to just getting in there, Gibbs, and just absolutely destroying in Virtuoso. I'm just wondering how long this can last, but it was really impressive to watch these guys play.
Yeah, I'm going to blame Psyonix a little bit on this. As soon as Heatseeker came out, the meta happened where one guy just goes for demos and the other two play Rocket League. That's what it kind of looked like here. Virtuoso, he led in demos throughout the RLCS, but it was not at the level that he's doing here for the Spring Series. He had 10 demos in one game. So it's been a wild ride because when they played Canyons, that first game, 3 goals scored, all 3. He was on the goal line, just trying to disrupt the goalies the entire time. One time he was doing it backwards. He doesn't care when he's out of the play because he's always taking someone else out. You have to credit, though, Metanoris and Wave as well, where they have to sometimes play 2v3 when it doesn't work. But Virtuoso is being so smart about picking and choosing his battles. He's not only going for those and just chasing down the opponent every single time. He's still rotating. He's still playing normal when he needs to. It's very smart choices so far. Now, again, their big test later versus Vitality. We'll see if that'll continue. But for Canyons as well, they began that demo game as well, and this was an action-packed series.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna just say you've nailed that one really on the head there, Gibbs, because I think the fact that Virtuoso can suddenly become an actual Rocket League player besides a demo chaser. He's doing that for 90% of the game, but then suddenly he'll just turn it on and he's available for a pass and he'll slam a shot top corner. This guy's got some, really impressive shooting capabilities, which is necessary if you're going to play his role. And he's just been allowed to play that role so well because they've got the backbone with Mesa and Relating Wave looking so much more confident than ever playing that 2v3 defense.
Well, let's move on because there's another match that Gibbs, you were talking about. We wanted to move to the lower bracket there. Clappers versus BDS, because I feel like for most people, in most people's eyes, this was an upset with the Clappers taking out BDS.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the Clappers come in with no expectations. They have 2 guys on their team that can't even play in the RLCS yet. They have to wait for Season 10 because they were turned 15 in March. With Archie, his play from Archie just entirely was fantastic. I thought he was one of my players of the day, probably along with Speed from Mouse Sports, but him on the defensive side, then on the offensive side, just a full package. The one play where he comes off the wall, he goes to the aerial dribble, but then pauses and ground pitches it around the goalie. Those are the big plays coming out of Clappers. When you're playing a team of BDS, they're an RLCS team now. So that is a huge upset for them. They probably just came into this tournament like, hey, we qualified, we'll take our money and walk away. But no, they're still here on day 2 and they can make a run.
Yeah, these guys are the ultimate underdogs. We're talking about RLRS teams taking out RLCS teams. Well, these guys are, way below even that, at least on paper. But they're showing that that's really, just misguiding perhaps to only look at past accomplishments. So you've got to see what these guys are doing right now and what they're capable of. They really are playing some great Rocket League. I'm excited to see if they can continue their run.
Yeah, for me, it's just crazy not having Monkey Moon in this bracket anymore. I mean, that's an early leave, lose your first 2 games, you're out of this tournament and Spring Series is over for you in day number 1. And I feel like a lot of people probably had Monkey Moon on, at least on paper, making it a little bit farther in this. So my question is, are the Clappers going to continue to be able to carry that magic going forward? Or is this something that's going to end at this point? I mean, looking at the other teams, I feel like they can't make it too much further, Gibbs. But do you think the Clappers have what it takes to make it even past Canyons?
I think it's possible, and I think I'm probably saying this because I'm a little biased now and I'm becoming fans of Archie, because I think Archie has just been playing great, and this is the first time that I get to see him on a big stage. It's very possible that they can take down the Canyons, a team that, sure, they have a lot of rival series experience, but they falter when it gets to, the RLCS level. And Clappers, I think they're over those nerves. They had a couple nerves in their first series, and looks like now they're just playing for fun. It's possible. I think Canyons obviously the favorite, but don't count out the Clappers.
And Johnny, is there any player specifically from Clappers that you saw yesterday in that match that is going to need to be that standout player for today?
It's really, I think, got to be Archie. Like Gibb said, he's the one who's really showing up at both, the defensive end and the offensive end. In their loss before they did go down to the lower bracket, he really didn't take as big of a role, and it was, when he started to pop off more that they were able to get the win. So I think that needs to happen today. But really, they all need to play well, because you've got a very solid and quick team from Canyons. They aren't going to leave too many openings to exploit. So whoever happens to be in position to take that shot, to make that big play, needs to step up and do it for the Clappers.
Well, let's focus on today then. We just recapped a little bit of yesterday. If you want more information, well, the VODs are out there. You can go watch them. We got to move on to today because we have to crown a victor. Let's start talking about that winners finals. This is a winners finals that's looking probably different than most people's bracket predictions at this point. Endpoint, Vitality. Vitality, sure, that sounds familiar. But Endpoint, again, we talked about it when we talked about their match against Canyons. Their Endpoint looked like an entirely different team. The question marks started to come. When we started questioning, okay, is this demo, is Vert up on offense just bothering that defense going to work against a Renault Vitality? Johnny, I just don't know if they're going to be able to overcome the offensive prowess that is Renault.
It's hard to call them, favorites in this matchup because Vitality are so good and because they're so solid, they're unlikely to just not show up in a match against Endpoint like Dignitas did in their upper bracket matchup yesterday. So yeah, I definitely think Vitality are still heavy favorites for this one, but Endpoint, man, they play some exciting Rocket League. Like, everybody is becoming fans of this demo style of play, and yeah, I really want to see, can it work against even a team like Renault Vitality?
And that is the question everyone wants to find out. They played Barca, they played Canyons. You average their goals per game, it was under 1 goal per game throughout the tournament. Now, that is partially due to Endpoint pinning them back in their own half, but they also played other opponents as well. So 2 teams not that great on the offensive side. Now you're playing literally the best offense there is in Europe. This is a tall order. It's going to be a tough test. I really want to see how often Virtuoso goes for these demos, because I feel like Vitality, they could just pin Endpoint in their own half, and then there is no demo game at this point. So it's going to be interesting, but if I had to bet money on it, I would have Vitality easily winning this series.
I can guarantee you when we get to that match, maybe chat's been surprising us, but when the voting comes out, it's probably heavily going to be in the side of Renault Vitality. But on that note, I want to get a couple predictions out here. And we didn't get this from Johnny yesterday. We got it from Shogun. So I kind of actually want to get your top 3 out of this too. It fits perfectly into this category. You have a little bit of a cheat going on here because we've already eliminated some teams that you can take off of that potential top 3. So just, obviously we have 2 of them right now. Who's going to be in as that third?
It's it's really hard because you've got Mouse versus Dignitas in that second round of the lower bracket. I guess you've got to go with one of them, really. And yeah, I would say Mouse right now. Dignitas didn't look too hot in the upper bracket. Yes, they bounced back against Barcelona, but Barcelona didn't look too hot either. So is that really that big of a win? I think Mouse overall have been the better team, and they're more likely to come out in that top 3 for me.
Mousesports, man, speed is on another level. I've never seen him play this well. 1.44 goals per game on 52 shooting percentage. That is absolutely insane. Sure, we talk about Arju a lot, but he's been sitting back a lot, letting speed do whatever he wants, and that is perfectly fine because he is just carrying this team right now. They could have beat Vitality. They got reverse swept. It was a very close series, but to spite Leaf, like my BDS pick for third is out, but I'm going to say Vitality wins it all because I think they easily go through to the grand finals. I think Dig is going to make that run to just spite you, Leaf, because I don't want to see you happy. So I'm going to give it to Dig next.
Oh, okay.
And then Endpoint will finish third.
It does make me worried a little bit because Gibbs, I hate to say it, has been fairly accurate with a lot of his predictions over the past half a year across RLCS and Spring Series. So I don't like the premonition coming out here. The Dig is going to beat Mouse here, but I think I'm still going to have Mouse coming into that top three. I'm not going to lie. I think Johnny said it there, just based off the consistency we've seen out of Mouse lately, and obviously the inconsistency from Dig yesterday. I feel like that brings worries. That brings a little bit of doubt to my mind that now we really have to worry that Dignitas could come into day two with that problem again. Now, just to finish off this top three, then, obviously Endpoint's there too. Where does Endpoint finish for you, Johnny? Is that in third place, or does Mouse Sports take that third if we ever know it first?
I think whoever comes through the lower bracket will beat Endpoint in the lower finals. It's going to be too hard for that team to bounce back from that loss to Vitality. Should it happen, which I think it will. So I've definitely got Endpoint in third, in my opinion.
All right, well, we've talked about our predictions now, so let's just start talking about this first match. We got a few minutes before kickoff happens, so let's just dive into how these two teams are going to face off. Of course, it's going to be Canyons versus the Clappers. Again, I believe it was Wave. Forgive me if I'm calling out wrong, but he had Canyons as the favorites into this series here. The Clappers, he thinks the run's going to end for that team. He even thought, even if BDS made it through to this point, that the Canyons would be pulling through. He was very thoroughly impressed, and I'm wondering, Gibbs, if you're sharing that I guess love for the Canyons at this point based off what you saw yesterday.
Well, when we have a young team like the Clappers, usually young teams, they'll be inconsistent from one day to the next. So I think for that reason, and with the Canyons, their recent success through the Rival Series, I think you have to back Canyons. But this match is really cool for Rival Series in Season 10, where Canyons are the kings right now of the Rival Series. The next team that everyone's going to expect to move up to the RLCS, and the Clappers are this new young team that is looking to qualify for the Rival Series. So it's like the challengers versus the Kings. So it's gonna be really fun to see. But Canyons, I think, because of their history, I have to back them.
Yeah, it is hard to go against the Canyons on this one, but there's just something about the Clappers and their run so far. I think that I just feel like they're going to win this one. I don't know if I can explain it fully, but yeah, I'm going with the Clappers on this one. A slow start from the Canyons against Dignitas, not the kind of thing you want to replicate against the Clappers, who, like Gibb said, they're a young team, they're an inexperienced team, but the thing that is consistent with young teams is when they get rolling, they're very hard to stop, and these guys especially have got some incredible plays in their back pocket, so I could see it happening. I think the Clappers have got this.
It's possible, but the Canyons, the reason why this bracket is all messed up is because they took down Dignitas, right? So we can't forget about that. Sure, they lost later versus Endpoint, but they did battle them pretty close, and they did change their play style throughout and started going for more demos. So it looks like they're trying to adapt in mid-series, which is a great sign for a team that's so experienced. The Clappers, again, I think if they get down early, it might be over for them because, they're young and they're new, and it might be hard for them to make those changes.
At the same time, sometimes that has the adverse effect that because they're young, they don't always understand what's at stake, what's on the line here, and they plow through. I mean, we've seen that with other teams before too, where they don't feel the nerves, they don't feel that attention, so they can just play their game and they can generally be on point. When they're younger, they hit flow state a lot easier than us old folk do, and it's a lot easier to be consistent. So I don't think Johnny's completely off his rocker saying that he has the Clappers in this one, but I do think the favorite for sure, at least for myself as well, is going to go into the Canyons as well on this series. I don't know if their run's going to make it much further than that, but I do think Canyons is favorites. But we're going to find out in just a few minutes. Let us know who you guys think is going to take this as well on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. Day 2 is about to get started, and to bring it to you, it's going to be Canyons and the Clappers.
It is day 2 of the European Spring Series. Turtle and Corelli here to talk about this first matchup. The Clappers taking on their opposition in the Canyons. And the desk talked about both teams and what they bring to the table. I absolutely agree with the notion when we talk about the Clappers, the young players on this squad, what do they do in day 2? Had a great day 1, I feel like, especially against BDS. Can they bring that same type of intensity against the Canyons here today?
Yeah, and they talked about it on the desk. I mean, it's very important that we see a good first game out of them. They had so many nerves come out against Mounds, and then they started to pick it up in their next series. So these guys, including Archie, who we talked about so much, Corelli, are going to have a lot on the line here. But the same goes for Canyons. These guys have really made a fantastic run. Like Gibbs said, they destroyed the lower bracket just because of that win against Dig. So let's see really who can take this one.
So already a huge opportunity for the orange side as things get kicked off here. That ball went off the crossbar. Both sides actually getting some opportunity as here's Samway trying to put a shot on target, doesn't connect. Now Stake, the last man back, passed over to Archie, and quick back and forth between these two teams as we are in the final gear already in game 1 as that was shot goes high. The Clappers having to deal with it. Canyons already putting on the pressure here as Stake has options in the box. It gets cleared away.
I mean, I can already tell it's going to be a fantastic series. You can see that these guys are fired up and ready to go. The speed that we've started this series out is phenomenal already. And look at that incredible save there just on the goal line. This is going to be such an intense match, Corelli. And I'm really excited to see how, in my opinion, Archie stands out and Zamway. I think those are the two players from each respective teams that need to make a difference if they want to take this series.
I think, you know, we talked about it just a second ago, but I think a good game 1 performance benefits the Clappers much more than the Canyons here in this series. The Canyons, I've been in some tough series many times, but for the Clappers, a relatively new team and inexperienced team, at least at the high level, when it comes to competitions like this. A good game 1 goes a long way for that mentality in a best of 5, especially when you're in the loser's bracket already. Here's Archie, dishes off. Joruz has a shot, turned away by Tox.
And that save from Tox, he had to get the pre-jump. That's a player who, even on Dignitas, he's been playing very passive, or against Dignitas, excuse me. He's been very, very passive. So I'm loving his defensive positioning as of late.
Still a 0-0 game here as plenty of shots have gone just wide of the frame so far for both teams. Here's Shock. That one's off the crossbar, but it goes in anyways. And a 1-0 lead for the Canyons.
He makes the goal line save, and then he turns around and hits the upper corner. Tox is on fire at the start of this series, both on the defense and on the offense. This guy can do it all. I wanted to see Zamway pop off, but so far Tox, he's been taking that first step.
And a great way to start things off for Canyons as they strike first. Stake tried to add one on off the kickoff. And now you really get to see what the Clappers are made of here in game 1. Down a goal halfway through, had some chances, but couldn't put it away. Goru's over to Calix. So they are just resorting to using this space and the gaps in the defense. Passed out, Goru's shots blocked by Stake. Archie, who had such a great day yesterday, plays this one over to Calix, who takes it up to the back wall. Joruz tries to play it across. Calix takes his space, tries to get by one. It comes out to Archie off the back wall. Fall up there for Joruz. One demo comes through. The shot's wide, and the opportunity spoiled for the Clappers as they had the setup. The conversion never came.
They had every element you needed to get that goal, Corelli. You're exactly right. They even had the demo there. It just came down to that final shot from Joruz, who I'm surprised didn't make it, but Togs, okay. Off the backboard, he's got a wide open shot. What a great pass out from Stake, excuse me.
And no boost for Calix or Joruz in the net, and they run into each other. Calix went a bit too far, thought that shot was going to go back post. Instead was put over his shoulder. And the Clappers now down by 2.
Things not looking good. I mean, we talked about it so much. These guys really need to have a good start with the Clappers. They want to get rid of those nerves, because I feel like on the side of Canyons, they're a little bit more level-headed. You can tell in their gameplay, especially in their car language, excuse me. They're a little bit more confident. But on the side of the Clappers, you really need to have a stronger performance, or at least get a couple goals here. I don't want to see them scoreless if we want to see them continue on in this series.
Minute and a half left to make the difference here for Clappers. Pass out from Calix. Joruz tries to play up with it. Couldn't catch back up to Tox. Shot on target. Gets a second touch, and a follow-up there is near post. Archie's got to make the save. Tox, who's been having a stellar game one here, and a constant threat on the Clappers side.
And I've been watching Tox's perspective. It's so interesting to watch where he positions himself. He's usually very passive, and he'll make split decisions as to when to push forward. And he's always the last man back. You see him on the wall there, but this time, he was actually the one who missed. He had no boost in the tank. The corner just got stolen from Archie, the player who got that pass off.
And that's such a tough read for Tox, especially with the pace on the ball that Archie got on it. And a great pass down from Archie as well to play it off the ceiling, off the back wall, and down to the front of the net. An easy tap in for his teammate, and the deficit cut by 1. Here's Calix. Still, the pressure is on the Clappers. They've got to make the difference here. Calix on the dribble, tries to go over Sam Way, and the shot's gonna go just wide. Stake has to make the save. Pressure still on for the Clappers. Opts not to go here. Stake has to clear it away. Archie's got options back towards the midfield. Jors is up, and Tox cuts it out. Calix tries to go back post. Stake's there to make the save. Clappers have got the Canyons defense in a little bit of disorganization right now. They get a double commit to come out, and Jors plays it across. Bumps come through. Calix puts it away in a tie game with 9 seconds left.
So much panic on the side of the Canyons. You saw the double commit, and then Zamway's in net, but he actually gets bumped out from Archie. Another heads-up play from this player to make every difference on the pitch he can. He got the bump. He got the pass in the previous goal, getting involved in both of these 2 opportunities for the Clappers, and they tie it up with the final seconds left. Oh, maybe we've got another chance here.
Might be able to do it, but the Clappers, that last attempt on net where they scored, they were like sharks circling in the water. You could feel it coming. You could feel that defense being broken down on the Canyon side. Finally, they were able to. It took them basically the whole game, but they find themselves in overtime in game 1. Canyons, they built a 2-goal lead, and they've let it slip away, but this game not out of reach. Can they get back into it? You know, it's tough on the mentality to go up 2 goals, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in overtime in the final 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you give confidence like this to the other team. I mean, you can tell Clappers, they have pushed up so much with their midfield aggression. Look at Archie right there, getting in the face of that midfield 50. This is how it's done. This is the difference. We wanted to see the improvements out of Clappers to where they get more confidence. This is the first game we're excited to see, but it's going to be still difficult because Tox is playing like a maniac on defense. Let's see who's really going to break first.
Yeah, Tox really having a good game here as he cuts out one in the midfield. The double commit comes out. Stake went as well, so it's just Samway back. He does a good job to slow things down, let his teammates come back in rotation. He's actually broken free into the box. Eventually, the defense catches up with him. Calix from his own corner. Dunked away by Stake. Archie harmlessly takes this one to his own corner, still on the ball. The challenge comes out to the midfield. Samway tries to go over Calix. He does. Still a dangerous ball coming down, and they're striking on every pin right now. Tox has to have the shot. Not enough power. And the Clappers get out. Now Calix, his turn. These teams just trading blows back and forth. Stake, can he get a second touch? George is up. Canyons can't hold on to it. Calix is going to take it himself. The flick to the left side. Stake couldn't catch up to it, but it never came across. Archie was trying to play it into the box.
Oh, good demo.
Archie looking for that back wall. Stake does a good job to cut it out. A lot of dangerous opportunities for both teams. It's not something we see too often. Usually one team gets the better of the other, but both sides really having quality chances here.
Yeah, and it's great to see Calix actually make a step up too. I think he's been a little bit more quiet on the side of the Clappers. That's a great touch from Archie as he gets it around one defender and a bump still. Archie has been such an annoyance on the offensive side. I mean, every time this player gets the ball, he makes a solid touch and then goes for a demo. But here's a really good backboard touch. Both teams, like you said, for exchanging blows, but it's getting so close in terms of who's going to break that defense because only the Clappers are going for demos and bumps. Meanwhile, Canyons, they're looking for these crazy backboard plays. Stake gets one there, a beautiful double touch.
And a great flick here by Samway to get Archie to bite on the play, and it's a setup perfectly for Steak, who can put it down every day of the week. A double tap, 2 minutes and 47 seconds, and Canyons come out on top in game one.
And I just mentioned the idea that it felt like the Clappers were the only team really looking to go the next step, the next rotation to get some kind of break in the defense. They were going for a bump, maybe even stealing boost. The first goal that we actually saw from the Clappers was off of Archie's initiative to take the corner boost and then go up for the aerial. That left Tox on the backboard with no boost. He couldn't get a touch, and that actually led to the goal. So I'm excited to see how the Canyons are starting to improve a lot of this gameplay, because they've been really evolving their shots. Right in that last second, we saw Zanway get a bump, and it wasn't just fantastic shooting. It was a lot more involved and engaged in the offense as the Canyons progressed.
Yeah, I really like the way Tox came out here in game one. Couple of great shots for Canyons, and I think they really needed that, especially when the Clappers were matching their speed initially. You know, I think there was maybe the assumption that they might not come out as hot as we saw at the end of day one, but Clappers definitely came to play here in day two, and I think that this was a pretty solid performance in game one. It didn't go their way, but they fought back quite hard after the 2-goal deficit and got themselves to an overtime, and quite frankly had opportunities to put away the game. They had their chances here in game one, and it just didn't go their way.
Yeah, and this is such a brilliant matchup. I love both these teams. Their play styles are really clashing right now, because you can see on the field that they're relying a lot on these pre-jump saves, which makes the series that much more intense, because both teams are playing at such a high pace that sometimes the rotation, even if it's perfect, might not be fast enough to get to goal and get that challenge early on the shot. So you have to pre-jump, you have to go for the save. Both teams have really had two outstanding players. We've got Tox with incredible pre-jumps, and then also on the side of the Clappers, Calix was doing some great defensive moves. So I love what I'm seeing from both these teams.
And that one's gonna come off the post. Archie's gonna put it away in the first 15 seconds. Go to the Clappers.
And this is something they do all the time, the Clappers. We saw it in their series yesterday, where they just come out of the gate swinging. And this time it's Archie to put one down after a great 50 from Joryus. This is how it's done. These guys, you always have to be on guard. No matter if it's a kickoff or maybe even a 50, you have to be prepared to defend the goal.
So a great quick start here for the Clappers. Canyons have a response. Tox might have it as he played across the box, but Calix does a good job of removing Samway. Drews on the dribble, has some boost to work with. Going for the ceiling and dropping it down to Calix. Here's Archie looking for some more. Gets a touch by one. Is he going to land on Steak? He doesn't. It seems like every time he's on the ball, it's a dangerous opportunity for the Clappers.
Oh, even there, you can see him going for another demo, too. I mean, Archie, it's like every rotation he goes for, he knows where to take boost and knows how to get a demo to really offset that defense.
And really make something out of what he's given as well.
Yeah.
Archie, good flick. Let's keep things going. Jorus tries to get past Steak, and he plays it over to Samway. Samway over to Tox with a free shot, but it was shot directly at Calix. Canyon's doing a good job of locking down Clappers right now. That shot might just squeeze in. It's off the post. Follow from Samway. Gets all of Archie and none of the ball.
Steak, that angle was going in. He had the shot from the corner, but it bounced off the post barely. And you would expect even a save maybe from the Clappers, but that's a frustrating blow to the offensive Canyons.
That's just one of those times where it's another opportunity for the Canyons here. Couldn't convert, but you know they're going to generate plenty of chances throughout the game. There's Clappers on offense trying to get something going. Play really slowing down once they enter this final third. The Canyons doing a great job of intercepting the passes or just eliminating options. And that sometimes that's all you need is just to eliminate the options. And that player on the ball doesn't have a lot, but when you give him all the options, Calix is going to score with a wide open net.
And everything here started actually for the speed from Archie in the midfield to get in front of the ball. And then what a touch from Joryus over the defense. Calix is there for the shot. A big miss from the Canyons too, expecting somebody to be there. A frustrating blow. And now the Clappers, they take this game the opposite of game one, where they're in the lead 2-0. And let's see if they have what it takes to hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think Tox just straight up whiffed that ball and let Calix come through on the shot. Halfway through game two, Clappers in full control here, up 2 goals. Steak throws it downfield to Tox, and a great touch to the back wall. Steak was there to follow up. Samway is trying to keep this attack alive for Canyons. Would love to get one here as that one just off the inside of the post. Archie, low boost, tries to pick out that spot in the net. The defender gave it to him, but he couldn't get enough of it. Calix follow-ups there, and it's going to go in for Calix. A 3-goal lead for the Clappers.
Look at the beginning of this replay. Archie with that initial dribble, and then he goes for the boost. Oh, Calix on the angle from the right side, right in front of Zamway on the Batmobile. If you hit it with that corner, you get so much power. It's one thing I've always really liked about the Batmobile is whenever you can find that perfect sweet spot on the corners, you can really bang that ball. So things really just clicking for the Clappers as their passing has improved. I mean, even the midfield, look at that passing, give and go back and forth. That puts on another shot. The defense is scrambling from the Canyons. They've got to organize themselves, make sure they're clearing to their own teammates instead of just giving away possession.
And the Jets talked about it, or I think Johnny Boy was the one who said it. You know, while we do kind of have concerns about young teams coming into day 2, Johnny was saying, you know, sometimes they can be the most dangerous with the momentum that they can give themselves when they don't have much to play for, when there isn't a reputation to uphold. They just go out, they play solid Rocket League. Right now, they're really falling forward with all this momentum from game 1, and they're looking great in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to the interview with Tox where he said, I mean, they're just so happy to be here, and everything here on forward is just a bonus. And they're just, you know, playing to prove themselves, see what they can do. They don't have too much pressure on their shoulders. And that's really what makes both these teams out here just kind of give it their all, because they're not hesitant with these challenges, with their positioning, because they know that everything is really just a step in the right direction, no matter where they place in the tournament.
With that being said, though, Canyons are getting opportunity downfield. There's chances, there's shots on the Clappers net, but they just can't convert right now. 9 shots for Canyons to the 7 of Clappers. So chances are coming, but the defense from the Clappers holding strong. Less than 30 seconds to go. Steak trying to make the difference here. Samway racing down, tough bounce as it comes straight back out. Tox is already up. This shot's going to go high and away. Samway as well puts it wide. And that might have been the last good look here for Canyons to at least keep this one competitive. Down by 3, 10 seconds left. Tox and Steak trying to get one more for the road. Can't do it. Archie's going to clear it away, and that'll do it for game 2. Clappers are going to take one back in the series, make it 1-1.
And if there's really one thing to work on the side of Canyons, it has to be just the shooting accuracy. That's pretty much it. They've had a lot of chances on the offensive side, like you said, Corelli. And even there, I was watching Zamway's perspective. It felt like for all the rotations he had on the offensive side, he definitely had a couple of shots where, you know, if he found that angle, found the mechanics to get around the ball perfectly, like the Clappers have done in this second game here, I think they would have kept it a lot closer. So I think you just can't let this get to you. Don't let it tilt you. Move on to the next series. It would have been great to get a goal here at the end to start momentum. But either way, if you can just improve your shooting a little bit, maybe organize yourself on the defense, I think Clappers are going to find themselves, or excuse me, Canyons are going to bounce back.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, they generated 10 shots throughout this game. And I think for Canyons, like you said, the chances are there. I also think that on the defensive side of things, you know, it's not just the offense that was struggling, but the defense. I think the Clappers did a great job of spreading out the Canyons defense and then finding those gaps and using those gaps for passing plays as well. The quick 1-2 just immediately across the lateral pass, an immediate shot on target. That was something that we saw the Clappers do 2-3 times that just threw out the Canyons defense. I mean, it was very tough for them to defend because they gave up that space in the first place. So for Canyons, you do have to close down those gaps in the defense. Otherwise, the Clappers are good enough. We know that they're good enough. These are all very capable players. They're going to take advantage of that space.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to talk about the midfield speed as well. I was watching pretty much through the entire game, a lot of that midfield line, and it felt like for most of the time, the Clappers were always faster than the Canyons. So they'd always draw out a player, and that would just leave them in a 3v2 situation if you can beat somebody in the midfield to that 50. So let's see if they have what it takes to keep that speed going here as we move on to game 3. As both teams really have been heating up, but the Clappers as of late have not backed down.
Has been a close series for sure, Turtle, as Canyons playing out from their own end. A good reset here for Canyons after a tough game 2 loss. see if they can get this defense organized a bit more, because it's not the generation of chances that's been tough for them. It's really just been closing down the offense of the Clappers. Archie can't get past one. Samway to throw it downfield. Archie over to Calix, trying to take advantage of that space. Samway couldn't get a piece of him. State comes in and helps them out. Here's Tox. Into the midfield. A bit of a slower start here in game 3.
Oh, what
one team getting the better of the other, but Steak's gonna get it. There's a bit of a defensive gap in the box, and Steak finds it with that ball popping out.
And that was Zamway actually taking out the defender. He broke the rotation down. There would have been a player rotating in to have a challenge on that 50. Instead, it's wide open off the pass from Tox as well. Everybody getting involved. Canyons. What I've also noticed is their 50s, after they get their first clear, has been so much stronger than it was in the previous game. And that's what's helping them keep pressure and really led to that opening where Zamway could get a demo off that rotation coming back. Good heads-up play from him. Canyons take first lead.
And a great response after their last game. They take the initial lead here in game 3, and you can see Jordan's trying to play it over to Calix in the midfield there, get that midfield presence and that passing game going. Jorus with some time, some space here, flips into the ball and tried to get to the back wall. Tox read him all the way. Archie keeping it alive for the Clappers. Calix shot is near post and in, and we're tied up.
I talked about hitting that corner of the Batmobile, and he does it again. Calix, this is a tough angle to read. And whenever I said finding a lot of these angles that are difficult to hit on the side of Canyons, that's what the Clappers have been doing so consistently. And it's thanks to Calix with that Batmobile corner. He's been shooting like a madman lately, always finding his mark when he finds that opening on the offense, and they tie it up.
3 minutes left to go here in game 3. Clappers do a good job of fighting back. Here's Tox still trying to fight for it in the corner as it comes out to the midfield. Samway's there, and Archie was backwards, and he still makes the save in the box. Great recovery from Archie after he knew he was beat with that ball squeaking by. Here's Tox down to Samway. Archie tries to play it out from his own corner, met by Steak. Steak trying to play it across here. Didn't have anyone coming down, and Calix on the clear. Doors trying to get something going there, but no boost. Clappers lingering here in the Canyon side, waiting for that mistake to come through, waiting for that gap, and Steak to clear it away. Here's Archie. Not a lot of options with the boost he had, so he threw it into the corner. Here's Tox now, trying to play out from his own side. A couple of whiffs are traded, and Joru says he has enough of that. Calix wants to keep the ball. Doesn't have a lot of help, but he gets by Steak. Joru actually makes the best of it here as the defense dives into the Clappers offense. Calix, quick shot. It's high. Can Tox get there? He does. And the defense standing better here for the Canyons as opposed to the last game.
But I'm loving what I'm seeing so far from the positioning out of Clappers. It feels like they're trying to bait out a lot of Canyons clears so they can keep possession and just wait for a mistake. You know, they've got this tie game right now, and they're waiting to see who's going to be aggressive, who's going to make that double commit from Canyons. We saw it in game 1 where a double commit did come out, so it's definitely possible and an issue that Canyons have been dealing with. So if you can just stay a little bit more passive, push that midfield back, be patient like Joryu's right there, and then let your clear come out from Archie. Plays like that and what the Clappers are doing, and the patience too from Calix. I mean, it's constantly coming out from these guys where they're waiting on the ball, making sure they make the right decision right when the time comes.
I think this has been a much more patient game than the previous ones as well from both teams. No one really diving too much. Here's Tox coming off the crossbar, but a very measured approach from Canyons. They really just send one, and then if it doesn't work out, they try and eat the clears from Clappers. As this one's gonna break free, and it's an open net. Archie's gonna score it with 32 seconds left. The Clappers take the lead.
Archie put on the X-ray goggles to find this passing lane. He literally just sniped that out of the midfield, got in front of the ball, and completely took out any passing lane that Canyons had whatsoever. That's how it's done. That's how you position yourself forward. Archie Such a beautiful play, but no, an opening again from Zamway. He snipes the net and they're back in.
And what a tough challenge here for Joryus against Stake, because it goes straight into the midfield right at Samway. You can't miss that shot. And unfortunately, that's the goal that ties it back up after you get back into it. Canyons are gifted a goal off that challenge.
And that's so frustrating. I saw Archie actually get a demo in the midfield, and still Samway had the confidence to go out of his way to get that shot on net. He saw the opening even after the demo came. I'm surprised he even had the will to go for that, but we've got our final seconds here. Good pressure so far from Clappers.
Joryus trying to make the difference here in the final seconds. Tox gonna keep it up. Calix can't get the pass across, and another overtime here between the Clappers and Canyons. Tox, and he supply another goal. Scoreless here in this game with 3 shots to his name. 9 in total for Canyons. Archie tried to receive his own pass. Calix, great cut here to pop it up over Tox. It's just Stake back. If Calix can get the challenge, it comes down. And Joryus thought the defender was going to get a touch on it. It didn't. Still keeping it alive for the Clappers, trying to salvage this play. Archie over into the ceiling. Calix tried to play it into the backboard, and now Samway going to try and carry this one all the way across. The dunk down. The shot's going to go just off the inside of the corner, and Joryus there to clear it out.
The second time the ball has rolled off the corner and down for Canyon. So frustrating in their heads right now, but the demo from Stake and Archie evens the playing field. These teams neck and neck right now with skill, but I feel like the speed from Clappers still a little bit more impressive as they break out of their own end.
There have been chances so far in this overtime. As Samway shot, and Archie didn't look too comfortable on that save, but does make it. Only 5 shots to Clappers here throughout this game to the 11 of Canyons. So Canyons, again, generating a lot of these shots, but not capitalized, not converting on a lot of them. Here's Tox, second touch, and it's going to go into the net for Samway, and a 3-2 win in 1 minute and 34 seconds for Canyons.
Samway is so happy that Tox did all the work there. What a double touch out into the midfield to get that pass out to Samway. This time it doesn't go off the corner and down. The Canyons finally hit their mark and get that shot in as they take this game here and the momentum, or at least tie up this series. I mean, this is really a fantastic close matchup between both these teams. I mean, their styles are very similar, and the way that they move down the field, I love how it's not so much mistake orientated, but we're really waiting for an initiative play where somebody can get a double touch like that from Tox to open up some kind of passing lane.
Yeah, the defense from Clappers was tested throughout this game. 5 saves, and just Archie alone. 1-1 for Calix and Joryus as well, but feels like the Clappers invited a lot of pressure in, and boy, did they get it from Canyons. A lot of shots coming out from the Canyons side, and finally able to break that defense in overtime. Feels like Canyons, though, they're really not playing up to par, at least not to what we saw yesterday. It feels like while they get a win here, they're a bit uncomfortable throughout this game, and maybe that's just due to the way the Clappers play, but they certainly don't look comfortable throughout the majority of the regular time, and it felt like that back half of overtime was really when Canyons came alive.
And I mean, the Canyons, they stole this win here. I mean, I think back to that goal where Archie got the demo in the midfield. They had that opening on defense. They saw the gap. Last seconds, just managed to get that one single shot in. But it really feels like, I agree with you, Corelli, where the Clappers have the control of the midfield, and that's why the Canyons are so uncomfortable. They don't like being in positions where they have to wait a lot, go for that speed, and try and outpace, the Clappers, because really they're not going to do it. And we haven't been seeing them really have the mechanics so far to outpace and outmatch a lot of the Clappers. They have to wait for those small openings, so it's risky plays and tight windows of time where they have to make their mark and hit a solid shot. And if they can't find it here, I mean, it's got to go in the way of the Clappers.
The Canyons now putting Clappers on match point here, and Tox gonna add insult to injury after that last win, and he starts off with a goal in the first 20 seconds.
He continues up that momentum here with another solid play where somebody on the backboard needs to get a touch there. Kind of faked out the defense where the player on Canyons missed that shot who was waiting for the pass from Tox. Tox took the initiative, said, hey, you know, you missed this easy shot. I'll just clean this up for you. And now they take the lead. That's the best way to start out this game here against Clappers.
Not the best start here for the Clappers as they go down in the first 30 seconds. Archie has the pass across, but Samway saw it all the way through. And for Canyons now, you know, they've had a couple leads in this series. How do you hang on to it? The Clappers always seem to make it close. They always seem to fight their way back into it. They've been a scrappy team in this series. And they have certainly made Canyons earn their 2 wins. Here's Tox. Trying to play it through the midfield. Calix gets dunked by Stake. Archie's got to stretch out for this one. Samway can smell it if he can get over there. There was opportunity for Canyons, and now Jorio's tried to get up into the flick, but cut out. Archie just booms it away for the Clappers. Archie does get a demo, and Tox still there to make the save. Jorio's tries to play it out, but Samway, big clear. Stake, can he get a touch? He couldn't. Archie there to make the save.
But again, we're seeing more midfield presence and speed out of the Clappers, where it feels like they're dominant when they can get into the midfield and be aggressive, because their defense, for the most part, seems to hold up. But then they get on the offense, and they're not creating a lot of real opportunities out of passing. While they're keeping that midfield presence, it comes down to that final shot. How are you going to move the ball in front of the net? They can't seem to find the answer, as it's just been a shooting spree, really, for Canyons. When they do get on offense, it is so much more stable and calculated.
And they really got the Clappers defense in disarray right now, struggling to clear it with any sort of intention. That's the best one they've gotten as Archie and Calix combine. And Calix might just go all the way as the shot comes off the inside of the post and out. But the Clappers almost had a beautiful counterattack there after all that pressure from Canyons.
Calix, he had the flip into the ball, almost got the pinch too, but look at the fakes here. Another one as he has full boost here to go for the ball. Good speed from Stake, wonderful defense, and now they can push out with a great counterattack.
Stake didn't have enough boost, but Tox did, and in the end, he goes straight to Calix. And I've noticed Calix really likes bringing this ball down and taking his space. He wants that defense to come into him, and then he wants to beat them. And just beating that first defender opens up so many more opportunities for your offense, even if it's not you, even if you can just pass it off to your teammate. There's a lot of options that are opened up by just beating that first defender, but a big miss here from Archie, and Calix has to save the day on the save, as Tox was right there to tap it in. And now Calix on the dribble. Archie trying to muscle players out of the way. Couldn't do it. Jorio's tries to play it across into the midfield, and Archie couldn't catch up. Calix shot left side, and it's open, a tie game.
There we go, the routine plays here. Jorio's tried to get the pass out, but Tox was there for the save. And then Calix responded after that poor clear. This came from a lot of midfield pressure, and a lot of opportunities opened up. And like you said, Corelli, multiple plays where Calix would just bring the ball down, go for a flick, and let his teammates have time to go for a demo, maybe even take the corner boost, give them time to get back as well. So Calix, he's been the man of the hour. And then he got the save on defense as well. This man, yesterday, it was Archie, but now Calix, the man of the hour. He is proving himself in this series.
Yeah, what a great pass from Jorio's as well, just to play it into the box. It's so tough for the defense to react. You can see Tox, the ball went right over his head, but he couldn't even jump at it, and he was facing the wrong way. So everything working for the Clappers right now, and Calix has been playing extremely well in the last couple games.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it earlier, Corelli. The Clappers always find a way to get themselves back in the series whenever they're down, no matter what. You cannot drop your guard against these players, because they're really not even going to back down, no matter how often they're getting scored on, no matter the pressure. And Archie, another one where it gets tossed in the midfield, and they've got a shooter waiting.
The Clappers will not go quietly, and this ball comes down from Archie, and he was ready to let it rip on target. Tough save to make for Canyons, and with 58 seconds left, they got a lot of work to do if they want to close out this series. Here's Tox trying to play it out from his end. Clappers just picking up where they left off. It feels like once they get their offense going, there's no stopping them. Canyons really haven't had an answer for the last couple minutes of play from the Clappers. Here's Tox. Can Canyons put anything together in the final 30? Samway, weak shot on target. Jorus tries to play it up, just wasting time. They do get a demo on Calyx. Stake tried to play it into the corner, but Calyx spawns there. Tox forcing the shot onto target, but I think that might be it. Canyons are struggling to put anything together, and the Clappers have done a great job of preventing every shot coming through. This could be it, though. Everyone cleared out, and Samway gets some hope for Canyons.
I thought we were going to see another glimpse of a missed opportunity as Tox hit the top corner, but then the bump, and then Samway, a clean finish. There's 6 seconds left, Corelli. Maybe a chance if the kickoff can go their way.
We'll find out. Samway pops it up. Tox. Opportunity here for Stake. He's got boost to work with. Over to Samway.
No way.
On target.
No way.
It goes in. Tie game with 0 seconds, and they get to overtime.
The buzzer beater. I didn't even think it was possible. They needed a perfect kickoff, and they executed. Samway using the back of his car. What an accurate shot, too. We got around the defender. They tie it up. We're sent into overtime.
Wow, what a way to close out, or at least force overtime here for Canyons. The offense really coming alive, and what a kickoff. Calyx trying to end it quickly here for Clappers. You feel the speed pick up. Jorus has some space here. Left side shot. Tox clears it away. You start to wonder about the mentality for Clappers. It's very tough to give up a goal like that, but Stake has to make the save. Clappers trying to clamp down on this offense. Calyx tries to push it through, no boost, and it looks like everyone's out of boost on Canyons as well. Tox used the last of it, and he does pop it up and out of the way.
Oh, I'm just getting scared, too, for these counterattacks. After all this pressure, all this possession from the Clappers, it seems like the Canyons know exactly how to fight back and exactly where to clear this ball to get a good counterattack. Maybe even go for some demos. Surprise the defense of the Clappers, who even with possession can't find something on net.
Jorus tries to play it into the box. Archie trying to keep the Clappers' hopes alive, and Stake does a great job of controlling this ball into the midfield on the dribble. Over one, down to Samway, and Calyx backflip there to give some space. But the shot never comes through for Canyons. Stake over to Tox, and he had the net to shoot on there. The defense was beat, but not enough power and off target. And that was the chance for Canyons. Here's Samway, shot down, couldn't get the touch. Now Tox. Stake couldn't get it. Samway, weak shot down into the box. Calyx gonna clear it out. Clappers, what they have in store? Can they put this one away? Finding themselves on offense. Jorus tries to play it into the midfield. Calyx there, weak shot for Samway's clear. Calyx still not going away on this offensive try. It's eventually cleared and out. And right now, both teams definitely trading blows, definitely having some chances here. Samway couldn't catch up to the defender. Tox, his shot's going to be just high. Canyons certainly knocking on the door here as Clappers finally get a hold of it and fight for it in the midfield.
I mean, consecutive misses back and forth on both sides. That they've traded blows really here. But for the most part, it seems like Canyons, they've had a lot of shots on net as they find a way to bury themselves out of defense. And these clears from them have been massive. Cross pitch clears. There's a pass out to Stake from Tox, who's been assisting him all game long. That is the final blow. That's what it takes to beat out the Clappers.
And that one extra touch on the dribble from Tox goes up and over Calyx, and that's what the Canyons needed to break into the box, have a shot on target, and finish this series out. 3-1 fashion and a 4-3 win in Game 4. And Canyons, it's another game, 14 shots. They put so many shots away. They couldn't finish them in a few of the games, but they finally come out on top, and I feel like Clappers were a fantastic test for this Canyons team.
It's another game that got stolen for Canyons. I mean, they just robbed it right out of Clapper's hands. They took it from them. And this is the second one. I mean, we think back earlier where I think it was Zanwei who got the goal where it was just a slight break in defensive rotations where he's able to get the cross pitch clear. This felt like Canyon series, or not Canyon, excuse me, Clappers. This felt like Clappers series 100%. It felt like they had the midfield possession, a lot of offense, but when it came down to the final seconds, their defense just cascaded and collapsed on each other in times of pressure.
Yeah, and unfortunately was the downfall for Clappers, and they looked fantastic throughout the series, I thought, but the Canyons get the better of them here in this series. We've got more Rocket League action coming up. Stay with us after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the European Rocket League Spring Series. We're on day number 2. I'm your host, Lee Fex, and alongside me, Gibbs and Wavepunk. And we just watched the Canyons in a very close series take it 3-1 over the Clappers as they progress and keep their Spring Series dreams alive. And Wave, correct me if I was wrong. Was it you yesterday that called this? That you said, it was Wave. Whoever makes it through BDS Clappers is losing to the Canyons.
The Canyons were very, very strong. Though I will say I was worried we were going to a game 5. About 6 seconds left in game 4. I was pretty certain we were going to a game 5. And then 2 goals happened in 6 seconds, and then 7 minutes of overtime in this series. Like, this was a wild one.
Yeah, this series, one thing that I want to credit for the Clappers, Calix really stepped up throughout the series. It was great to see him. We talked a lot about Archie yesterday, Calix today. But Clappers had some leads that they kind of threw away, and it began on kickoffs. Game 3 was one of those redemption moments for me for Canyons, where Tox, he hits the crossbar, then he makes a bad defensive touch, and then they lose that lead. But right away, off kickoff, a great 50-50 Samway. He was a closer the entire way. They tie it back up. They win that game. Then again, down 3-1, they get a good kickoff right after a goal. And look at that. They go back into overtime, and Tox, he provides a great touch as well there. So just redemption stories for Canyons, but this was no easy feat. The Clappers really took it to them.
And wait for you, now that we've seen this team again perform on day number 2, it's always hard to keep that consistency through. Are you still a believer they can make it further? Because the road's not getting any easier as they move on in this bracket.
I mean, with shots like that one, infield passes, keeping it off the ground with 0 seconds on the clock. Like, Samway in particular has shown like a light in this series to me. Loved watching that guy play. Can't wait to see more of it.
Well, we had him on yesterday, so why not bring him again in to talk about their win there. Tox from the Canyons, welcome back to the show here. That seemed that was nerve-wracking just watching so many overtimes. Wave said it there, like 7 minutes of overtime total. Does it ever get like your hands start shaking and sweating when you go to that many overtimes?
Obviously at this point we're used to it, so okay. I mean, it gets really nerve-wracking, but we somehow managed to finish it off and pull through. So yeah, good for us.
Good for you.
Definitely.
So the promotion tournament didn't go your way, but did you guys take anything away from that or learn anything from that promotion tournament that you used here for the Spring Series?
As a team, we definitely try to work on starting off stronger, because we're known now to manage to get a lot of reverse sweeps, but we also have a habit of starting off really slow and bad. So we try to work on starting off strong and just keeping an even level throughout the whole series. And yeah, also just trying to fix our mentality, because we weren't really focusing on our mentality, mainly on improving as a whole team. But then obviously we went through with our coach and just try to focus and improve on our mentality.
Tox, I'm interested because this is, for many of the people watching in chat right now, this is the first time they're really getting to meet Canyons and see you guys for the first time. Where did this team come from? How did you guys form?
It was basically just a not last minute team, but I think it was a week before play-in started. I was trying with some other people because I just came back into the competitive scene after taking a break, and I saw Steak and Samuel as a really strong duo. They were top of the bubble scene, so I just asked them for a tryout. They gave me a tryout, and it worked out pretty well.
I'd say it's working out pretty well. Absolutely. You guys are on to day 2 of this European Spring Series. That's definitely an accomplishment given the amount of talent that's in this bracket right now. And you guys are still in it moving forward. So speaking of moving forward, it gets harder and harder as that happens. And of course, you guys are going to have to play either Mouse or Dignitas. Those 2 teams you kind of want to avoid as much as possible. What are you guys going to do to prepare for that? Do you sit down and study as a team? Do you maybe just go into free play and keep warmed up? What's the regimen when you have to face a team that you know is going to be difficult?
I think we're just going to take a small break after that intense series, and we'll probably watch the stream and try to analyze some stuff and keep an eye on specific things. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, there you go. Good luck on the analyzing. I hope it goes better than the analyzing these analysts here do. But good luck in the matches going forward, Tox. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you very much.
There it is. Talks from Canyons. Gibbs, it seems like they have a bit of confidence in them. I mean, like, he doesn't sound like he's super worried. He's really happy with the roster and how it's working right now.
I mean, that happens when you play, what, like 13 best of fives that go all the way to game 5 this year alone. So they're kind of used to this at this point. They kind of play to their competition, but when that competition is a Dignitas or a Mouse, maybe they can play up to it. And it's going to be really fun to see if they can, because everyone is going to be expecting whoever wins between Dig and Mouse to go forward through this bracket. But Canyons, watch out.
Well, let's talk about that series then, because it's the next one up. Dig and Mouse Sports. This two teams you generally don't see this in the bottom bracket this early on here, especially not Dignitas in day number 1, losing to the Canyons 3-1. So even if they win this series, they've got that rematch to face off again. So Dignitas, though, they dropped in, they beat Barcelona 3-0, full sweep. They were looking a lot better yesterday. Mouse Sports looking like one of the favorites. Even the pre-show, we talked about it. They're looking in full swing. Gibbs, you're saying yourself, the speed is looking phenomenal. Wave, I want to get your opinion right now, though, on Mouse Sports. How do you think this roster is going to go up against a Dignitas that is back into full form?
I really like Arju on this team. I think he is exactly the sort of energy that this team needs. You know, like you want to talk about like a contrast, a new rookie, a brand new player who's wide-eyed and ready and is valuing every opportunity he gets, coming out of Scrub Killa, a player who's like, I deserve to be on the top team. I like, trust me, like, you guys build a team around me, not the other way around. Like, that is such a mentality shift. And like, I mean, these two teams going up against each other has given us some absolutely amazing series in the past. I mean, just this past season 9, we had like 10 minutes of overtime, including a 4-minute 37-second overtime in game 5 when Dignitas and Mouse played. Obviously that was with Scrub Killa, but still, like, these two organizations, these two rosters going up against each other have been exciting in the past. And I think Arju's actually just makes this better, which is something I cannot believe I'm saying when he replaced Scrub Killa.
And that is one of those things with speed. He's looking the best he's ever looked. And we'll talk about this a lot for Rocket League, where it's like probably like 2/3 skill, 1/3 morale for like a lot of these players. And sometimes it comes down to that morale or momentum. But for speed, sometimes you just got to flip that on its head. When we saw him last year at DreamHacks with a lot, just the energy he brings, how much fun he was having. When he has fun, he does well. And he talked about it with Arju. He wanted him for his vibes. He doesn't care how good he is. Like, Cooks here is like, he's good. And Speed trusts that, obviously. But he's like, I just want someone that I can get along with. And they're looking great. Speed's looking great. But this is Dignitas. And Dignitas is coming in. Sure, they had one shaky series. But when they played Barca, they destroyed them. 14 goals to 1. And their defense is looking on fire right now. So I'm a little bit worried. Sure, Dignitas, again, one bad series, but their last series was great. I think we're finding the old form Dignitas once again. And I think Dignitas takes it.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Again, I'm on the side, you guys all know it, of Mouse Sports. I think, as Wave said, Arju seems to be an upgrade. And by looking at the voting, chat also thinks the super sub Arju, now on that main roster, will continue to be on the main roster because he's going to perform here. Also, let us know your thoughts on the Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But now we find if Dignitas can power through or if Mouse Sports will dominate.
Mouse Sports and Dignitas completely spaced up. Mouse Sports and Dignitas. We're going to watch them play here, Turtle. And I absolutely agree with what the desk said. I think that for Mouse Sports, they're coming off a very tough series against Vitality yesterday when they were reverse swept. They got things going later on or earlier against Clappers, but they had Vitality right where they wanted them and they let it slip away. But I absolutely agree that Speed has been playing out of his mind on Mouse.
Oh, 100%. And Cooks here. I mean, I feel like we give a lot of real props to Speed, but then Cooks is in the backfield doing so much of the dirty work and popping off himself. I mean, Cooks and Speed alone, we saw the passive play they got earlier, then the mind game to start things out. Both these players, you know, have been really stepping it up, and that's because, you know, sometimes when the responsibility that gets placed on certain players in moments of doubt, it can elevate their skill. It can elevate their mechanics, everything. And Speed and Cooks, whenever they were faced with a tough decision, they brought on Arju. They've had a lot more responsibility individually as players, and they have stepped up to the challenge.
And on the other side of things, for Dignitas, it feels like, I said this yesterday, it feels like when they are playing their game, they're the best team in the world. And they did that against Barcelona. I mean, they destroyed Barcelona yesterday. Can they get that game plan going today where it's these passing plays, the infield passing plays, finding each other, getting everyone involved, and keeping the ball away from the defense? That's really where Dignitas shines, and they're one of the few teams that can execute it so perfectly. Here's Arju on a shot, and Astral there to clear it away. Both these teams have a game plan. It's about who executes it better here in this series. There's no surprises with these two teams. They've been in the scene for a while. Most of these players have been in the RLCS for a while, so
Yeah.
nothing will come out of surprise here.
I mean, yesterday, Dignitas against Barca, like we talked about, they obliterated them. And that was a lot due to the versatility and the several different approaches that they had against the ball. And that was, you know, Astral going for insane double touches, Yukio being the most aggressive player so far with bumps and demos, and then Panda, he was in form yesterday. He's shooting, passing, everything. But what is this scramble in front of the net? What is happening here?
So there's a lot happening, really, because the defense gets tied up by pushing the ball too far. Astral's trying to force the play, but Violent Panda gets in way in the defense that's trying to rotate around to the backside of the ball to make the save, and he stops anyone inside the goal from getting around on the ball, and that's how Astral can push it through, and Violent Panda will get credit on the goal. But wow, what a play for Dignitas to start things off. Not how you draw it up, but beautifully executed in the end in what they were going for.
I mean, we talk about Dignitas and we think about, you know, incredible possession, beautiful passes. And then we see a play like that and we're a little bit confused, but then it's almost like you got to respect them more because they can just do it all. So these guys, you don't want to let them get on a tear.
You really don't. And Achieves always says it best. Rocket League is an improviser's game. And that was some improvising right there from Dignitas, but they saw what was going on there, and once Violent Panda got in the way, things went better for him.
Astro almost got a flip reset there too. What a pass out there. Would have expected somebody to get a shot on net. So far, opportunities left and right. Things lurking even more on the offensive side for Dignitas. Things just really going their way.
Yeah, and this ball dangerously skirting across the field or inside the box of Mouse. A great pass over to Violent Panda from Astral, but Speed cuts it out. So far, Mouse really hasn't shown us much on the offensive side of things. It's really been all Dignitas. They've been playing a much faster game at the moment. Here's Violent Panda, no boost to work with, as the attack may fizzle out here for Dignitas. Here's Speed, who's trying to get involved. He's been the man for this team as of late. Haven't seen too much of him here in the first half of game one. Cooks here. Now Speed. Again, looking for that high ball above the net. Arju just waiting to see what Dignitas does with it. Yukio finds the back wall. Cooks here there to clear it away, and Dignitas happy to play this boom ball game. Mouse really isn't threatening with anything here, but now it might come as Cooks here pops it up. And Mouse trying to keep the attack on. Big miss there from Violent Panda. Speed gets bumped into it, but Speed might go all the way himself, and he will to tie it up.
Speed, the solo play. He doesn't even need any of his teammates. Panda needed to get a touch there. He should have got a hit, but then as Panda's rotating out, he actually bumps Speed into the ball with a little bit of a pull hit, and it wasn't powerful enough to knock Speed off of his wheels. He carried the momentum forward, and a lucky break for him, and that's how you tie it up. That's a frustrating play for Panda, but a very fortunate one for Speed, and he capitalized on it.
Able to take advantage, even with being bumped and harassed as he got onto that ball. Violent Panda pushes one across the net here. And that's really the best look that Mouse has had since the beginning of the game, when a couple of shots went wide for him. But it's been all Dignitas here so far, as Mouse slowly starting to get back into this game with that goal. Cooks here trying to keep things alive for their attack. It will crumble away as Astral throws it downfield.
Huge clears out from Mouse Sports. A lot of real midfield space has been given to them by Dignitas. They're kind of just letting them do what they want with these huge clears, expecting them to give away possession. So far, it's been somewhat going their way, but it comes down to whether or not Mouse are going to realize that and push up with maybe a little bit more dribbles. But what a fake from Astral breaking axles.
Huge fake here from Astral. Watch what he does. He doesn't have a lot of boost, so he fakes like he's going to go for the shot and plays for the block. And Cooks here got absolutely mind game through it. His teammates there to back him up on the shot, and a 2-1 go-ahead goal for Dignitas.
And even there for Cooks, I mean, I would have expected Astral not even to go for the shot on net, but maybe for a flick pass off the backboard. But instead, he just mind game everything Cooks here was thinking about. And Yukio, a big miss there, could have really sealed the deal here, as maybe you just got to keep it up for Mouse to have somewhat of a chance. A good dribble from Cooks, a nice flick as well. Arju, maybe a chance they keep it up. Yukio off the backboard. Cooks is there for the drop, and he finally.
He give it to him.
Wait, what? I thought he was on Dignitas for a second.
Cookster wanted to give it to Speed, but Speed was rotating out. He was going to lay it off because he knew he didn't have enough momentum to hit that ball on target. And he was going to dish it off to Speed, but the play wasn't read. And Mouse just let it die in the corner. Dignitas squeak out a game 1 win.
That, I 100%, when I saw Cooks get that hit, I thought it was a Dignitas player, like without a doubt. I even saw the Batmobile. I didn't care. I didn't even care because that touch just seems so intent to just kill the ball. But what a game for Dignitas. I mean, this first goal, to start things off with a goal like this, like what even is that? That is crazy. Panda just literally blockading everybody in net. And then I thought that Mouse were going to have a great comeback after Speed was able to get some kind of real power on that hit from Panda with a bump. I mean, these goals were crazy, Corelli.
I just watched that replay back of Violent Panda. He hit Speed in the mouth twice as Speed's trying to get back into the net to make that save. And then Violent Panda finally sees the ball almost cross the goal line and just side flips into it and calls it a goal. So for Dignitas there, again, Rocket League really is an improviser's game, and sometimes it's messy. Sometimes it's that type of gameplay that gives you a goal, but you have to do it. And for Dignitas there, able to scrap out a good game 1 victory here. And I feel like they, for the most part, up until the end where I felt like Mouse was really getting back into it, Dignitas was playing the game that they want. They got the passing game going. They had most of the possession. Even in that final third, Dignitas is so good at keeping possession in the final third. And you can see what it does to a defense in Mouse.
Yeah, and I think it's a very, very good look for Dig because, you know, a lot of their goals and games yesterday almost getting in. Cooks here, finish it off. I didn't think he had the time and the boost to get to this ball before it bounced out, but the first goal goes in the favor of Mouse.
What a reaction from Cooks here, too. That backflip to just keep the play alive, and then he realized he could score it afterwards. Those are some quick reactions from Cooks here, and he's able to put it away off that challenge that pinches out right at him. So immediately a great start here for Mouse Sports as they get the first goal in game 2. Do what they couldn't at the end of game 1. Here's Arju. Haven't had to call his name too much as of late. Violent Panda trying to just throw it into the Mouse side. Here's Astral to play it across and trying to find someone inside the box. You can see Mouse diving at the ball a little bit, trying to get it out. Yukio pops it up, tries to get by 1. Violent Panda here into the corner, and that defense getting spread out, but no follow-up from Astral as Cooks are there to clear it away.
Passing starting to come out a little bit more from Dignitas. I like what I'm seeing here. You know, they're realizing that they can't take the same approach to every single shot where they're going for a blockade in net, so they're going to pass a little bit more throughout the midfield. Panda as well, taking it slow here. Like the decision making I'm seeing, going for 50-50s as well. Yukio as well, he's had a couple of chances here and there on the net. I think his shooting is warming up a little bit on the day. There's been maybe 3 to 4 shots where I really think he could have hammered one into the back of the net, or at least given Dignitas a better chance. If you can start getting those mechanics a little bit more warm, I think Dig's going to look even scarier.
They certainly, again, are back to controlling the pace of the game. It's really Mouse on the reaction of what Dignitas is doing right now. And they're resorting to a lot of big clears as well. You pointed it out, Turtle. Mouse just happy to boom the ball away when they experience so much pressure from Dignitas, but that really doesn't result in in pressure of their own for Mouse. As again, this ball just thrown back to Yukio, who puts a shot on target, and everyone racing back from Mouse as that one almost just climbed into the net itself. Astral, can he get a second touch? Has boost to work with, and Cooks are there to clear it out.
Oh, it's a difficult thing as well. I mean, Mouse, you know they're trying to get this ball out of their own end, but their boost is just getting consumed so much by the players of Dignitas that they can't push somebody forward. And if they're going to do that, it's going to be a risky play. So much safer to keep somebody rotating back constantly instead of hoping your teammates are going to have this clear. But at what point are you just going to allow so much starvation, so much pressure? A bump like that is going to seal the deal to get this ball as Mousesports can finally move out of their own end.
And here's Speed with the shot. It's a bit high. Cooks here again, a high shot, and Arju smartly stays back in the midfield after 2 goes, and a couple of good looks for Mouse. Still can't convert here on the attack, even experiencing so much pressure. Is Cooks here again, a shot back post turned away by Violent Panda. And even with all this, Dignitas still down by 1 with all the possession, the pressure, the ball control that we've seen. Dignitas still haven't been able to crack the defense of Mouse, and now Mouse knocking on the door themselves. Cooks here goes for the bump. Speed trying to make the save, but what a save from Astral to get out of that bump and get back to the play.
Oh, but you can see still the pressure getting stacked on top of Dig, but then these clears have been so much more impressive as well. On top of that fantastic save from Astral, these guys are getting closer and closer to the shot. Thought that was going to be it. Yukio on the backboard, saw the pass, got the reaction, couldn't find the angle. These guys so close to the net, but they can't find the finishing shot.
And those were 2 good looks there from Dignitas as well. They had this defense spread out. There was a gap inside the net. Just couldn't hit the target. Yukio put it wide. Astral, what a touch from him coming down, and a huge save follow-up from Yukio. Violent Panda's going to go as well. Dignitas sends the house, and finally Astral's going to barrel through and muscle it into the net to tie it up.
I mean, Astral is just frustrated at this point. He had that amazing double tap opportunity where it was going in, and he says, really, you're going to make me score a much more simpler goal with just a 50? I mean, he's going to take it. But what a play from Astral to rotate back in, get the tying up goal. This is what I'm talking about. Dignitas getting a little bit more warm with the shots, and finally that pressure will make the defense of Mousesports break.
And I think Dignitas were confident knowing with the amount of pressure, the chances that they were generating, the type of chances that they were generating, they were confident that they were going to finally find the back of the net. Only enough to tie up the game. Mouse have had a couple good looks on offense, but they've come far and few between. Arju plays it off the back wall. No harm here for Dignitas. Dangerous ball comes down to Astral. He decides to fake the challenge and rotate back. Speed off the back wall. Arju's there, and Cooks here. He's got to make the save coming back. Great pinch there. Astral's going to be in front of the net. Nobody home for Mouse, and a 2-1 go-ahead goal for Dignitas.
And who better than the team captain himself to get that pinch all the way across the net. Back-to-back goals here for Dignitas. They stay in the lead, or they keep the lead, excuse me, start this momentum for themselves. I mean, this has been really back and forth, and it feels like it's just been, we've been waiting for a counterattack out of Mousesports, and that's it. Dignitas have had all the pressure. There's the counterattack, almost an opportunity for Cooks. He misses by just an inch, and the final 10 seconds are counting down.
It might be the last chance here for Mouse. Violent Panda, great dunk. 3 seconds left. Cooks has got to make the play to keep it alive, and it's up to Speed now. No boost to work with, and no teammates to help him. Astral's going to put it away for a 3-1 scoreline, and that's Dignitas 2-0 up in the series.
Oh, that's rough. And I was worried. I was really worried for Dig when I started seeing that shooting accuracy at the beginning of this game, that maybe I was going to get, Season 8 league play flashbacks with a lot of their shooting percentages being super low, but they picked it up here. The shooting has been on par, really, if not better than Mouse, especially when they get those opportunities. And thanks to Astral, I mean, 3 goals, the hat trick. This man was unstoppable. Then that pinch pass from Panda. This was a really solid performance from them, and they definitely picked it up with it took them about 4 minutes to get warm, and then things really started to go on their way.
Well, to be honest, I mean, you look at the scoreline, you see Astral with 3 goals, 6 shots. I mean, it could have been any of the other players, Violent Panda or Yukio, with 3 goals themselves. Everyone had opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
And when one missed, the other would also have a chance. So there was 1, 2, 3 opportunities in the same play. It was just kind of roulette on who was going to score it. Astral did a great job of finally being the one to clean things up for Dignitas. But that gameplay that you saw, that control in that final third is really what makes Dignitas such a scary team. And they did such a good job, even when they were down. You know, they let one in from Mouse, but you could see the pace of play that they were playing at. They were able to keep that ball in the final third, keep the pressure on the defense. And Mouse could never really break out and generate any sort of offense.
Yeah. And I mean, I love the way you phrase that, Corelli. You know, constantly putting on shots, waiting for that final opportunity. It doesn't matter. And even in that play with Astral, you saw where he got the double touch and then continued to rotate in and get another challenge on the ball. It's that type of relentless pressure that Maus are lacking right now. And that's because they're pushed so far back and they're just going for these booming clears that we have seen a lot. Where is the passing between Cooksier and Speed that we have seen yesterday all throughout the first day? Their passing was outstanding. Speed was being aggressive and receiving a lot of those booming clears.
Yeah, we really haven't seen that from Mouse. There's been a lot of long clears that have been to no one, and Dignitas have been able to really keep up with it, keep the ball after Mouse gives it back up. So for Mouse, I think the biggest thing is it really is keeping that ball and then finishing the chances. You know you're not going to get as many as Dignitas right now. It's just how it's been throughout this series. But you've got to convert when you see it, when that opportunity arises. So we go on to game 3. Dignitas trying to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion. I don't think a lot of people would expect that. I think Mouse would give them a tougher time here. They've been a couple close games, but Speed and Co haven't really been able to find the back of the net. But how about Arju getting involved here in the first minute, and Mouse on the board first?
Speed took it himself. We saw that big clear and then him with the follow-up, where he could put one on net. And they're doing a little bit of that tactic from Dignitas where they can put several shots, blast it at the target, make a save come out, and then clean it up easily after that. Mouse Sports, this is so much better so far within the first minute. I mean, we've already seen an improvement. And look at this pressure from Speed to getting up in that midfield. This is what I want to talk about whenever I say pushing that defensive line forward.
Yeah, and maybe put, you know, Dignitas on the back foot here, that they've really commanded a lot of space during this series. You have to push them back, like you said, Turtle. Can't let them play their game in these passing lanes that they're finding through the midfield. Right now, Mouse really hasn't had much of an answer as this one comes out to Yukio. Dangerous position here if you're Mouse. As this one comes across, Yukio tried to dribble it in the net himself. Astral to pick it up. Dignitas still keeping possession. You can see even after a botched opportunity, they're still able to keep possession and keep the attack going. Now Speed on the dribble, immediately deleted.
And it's just a frustrating thing to watch, but here's a great chance for Cooks here. Okay, after the 50-50, I thought whenever this demo on Speed came out, maybe we'd see a good counterattack, but that 50, he just stuffed Yukio in the face.
I guess everyone else went for a boost on Dignitas. I thought surely a Dignitas player would be back for that challenge, but Cooks here able to get the demo and the goal here on the challenge. And Mouse will be happy to sit on a 2-goal lead here, as things have gotten going for them in the scoring department. Here's one off the back wall. Dignitas trying to right their wrongs here with another goal. Astral, that one's high, but now the counterattack's on for Speed if he can get a hold of it. Can he put it past Yukio? And he can't get back in time. A 3-goal lead for Mouse.
And at the end of the day, Astral's just got to put that one on target. That pass out from Panda was flawless. I mean, there is nothing more you could have asked for your teammate from Panda. Astral just hit it way too high. The aggression from Dignitas actually is what really bites them in the leg there. And I mean, you can't blame it. It just comes down to shooting accuracy. Season 8 flashbacks again, Corelli. Mouse Sports, I mean, they've gotten 3 quality goals here, but it really has come off the mistakes and the issues that Dignitas are facing in terms of having really poor touches.
Dignitas still able, though, to keep a lot of pressure on the offensive end, but you can see Mouse finding more and more space in the midfield. Starting to find some chances. Here's Speed with a bit of space and got past one, but gave the ball up. Yukio tried to make something happen in the quarter. Speed immediately met by Violent Panda, and Speed actually cuts it out himself. Cooks here is up, gonna put this one on target. Yukio got back. Mouse, can they keep Dignitas locked in? We haven't really seen them be able to keep possession in their final third here, as Speed's trying to dish it off. Gets Violent Panda to go, but Yukio there to clean it up. And that's really, that attack right there for Mouse is just kind of the epitome of their offense so far. It really hasn't been much. It's really just been speed.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
But they've been able to punish when necessary. I mean, the first goal they got was a missed touch from a save on Astral where he should have gotten a bigger clear. And I mean, even thinking back to that earlier hit, or the 50, excuse me, from Yukio where he got stuffed by Cooks. Both teammates even expecting him to get a solid touch. Just some mistakes on the side of Dignitas that are very uncharacteristic of them. I mean, the possession, the aggression from Mouse is not overwhelming by any means. They just haven't got solid mechanics.
Here's Violent Panda. So he gets under 1. Time running out here for Dignitas with a 3-goal deficit. Cooks here happy to throw it downfield for Mouse. Here's Arju. Has speed in the midfield. Speed shot goes high. Astral now quickly downfield. Violent Panda's up. Arju in net. Can he make the save? And he does off his own post. What a touch for Violent Panda. Here's Astral on the pass. Left side shot goes in. And there's life for Dignitas.
Another chance for Astro, and he sinks it. This was off that playstyle we talked about where you can keep the shots hammering on the net. You don't let back. You're resilient with your pressure. Shot after shot. It finally opens up for Astral. They put their first goal in here in this game. They've got a huge obstacle in front of them, though. 2 goals to get in 50 seconds. If they can maintain that mid-boost possession, I think they've got a chance here, though.
Well, they are on the right side of the field. Archie does a great job of shutting it down high into space away from Dignitas. The less they're on the ball, the better. 30 seconds left now.
Here we go.
Violent Panda pass over to Astral. Brief flip, goal for Astral, and they're within 1.
Panda, are you kidding me? Jumping upside down, using his jump to boost himself back down to the ground. A beautiful pass out to Astral. That play was insane. That was hard as nails. You cannot get any better of a play between your teammates than that.
And there's still work to be done here. 20 seconds left for Dignitas off the kickoff. In the final third, have to break the defense one more time. Astral, this could be their last look. Gets the dunk, looking for Violent Panda. He's got to get up. Arju doesn't connect. They were both playing each other's touches. Now Speed going to carry this one away. And time might hit 0 seconds. If Speed can kill it. It still popped up here. Violent Panda fighting for it. Dignitas still could do it here if they can keep it up. Astral picks up full boost. Cooks here finally kills it down. And the last second heroics are just not enough against Mouse here in game 3.
Yeah, they managed to hold on with that booming clear, and thanks to Arju, a lot of the time, he had some great defensive stops. I loved what I saw from him. While he's been a little bit more quiet so far for everybody on the side of Mouse Sports, he's a player that, you know, he has been filling in the gaps very well, and you got to give credit to him when it comes to, you know, being on defense and getting solid clears to stall out a lot of time. That's what really led to this win here. But aside Dignitas, I can't mention it enough where those 3 goals that we saw from Mouse at the beginning of this game, it was solid punishment from Mouse. I mean, don't get me wrong, but then you compare it to the quality of shots. I mean, even like a shot like that, Astral, he banged it above the crossbar, a situation that's very unlikely where we expect him to put it on net. If they can fix up a little bit of these mistakes, I mean, it has got to be so much closer as they even towards the end of this game started getting momentum.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of mistakes from Dignitas that Mouse were able to capitalize. I think that goal from Cuts here, I think doesn't go in probably 8 times out of 10, knowing what happened in that one. But I feel like for Mouse, though, they were able to put on some chances. This was their best look as far as the games we've seen so far against Dignitas specifically today. I feel like Mouse, though, definitely still need to step up against this Dignitas team. Cut out those passing lanes. You got to get a hold of Astral. The guy is running all over you right now, and he's doing such a good job for Dignitas to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, you don't want to let them get those double taps that we saw yesterday. Those were really outstanding, and they opened up a lot of space here. And Dignitas, they always have control of the mid boost. I've been trying to pay attention to this. A lot of this series has a great pass out from Yukio to Violet Panda off the kickoff. Their momentum from last game has been carried onto this.
And Cooks here too slow on the challenge, and a great little touch from Yukio just to keep the play on, and Violent Panda saw it all the way. Dignitas in the lead first.
And I was talking about mid boost before that goal came out. Dignitas, every time they get on the aggressive foot, it feels like the mid boost is always theirs. You know, I've been watching Speed's perspective, and he struggles to get a lot of boost sometimes, mainly because Dignitas, they're all over those mid boosts. You can't rotate anywhere else besides either your own end, which is getting starved out itself, or you go all the way out of your way to steal the other opponent's boost in the other half, and at that point, you're so far out of position. So for Mouse, this is why we're seeing such a defensive playstyle from them, because they can't get those mid boosts.
And I mean, that's what keeps their attack on. But here's Arju with a shot of his own, and Mao's trying to put on some pressure. Great pinch here from Cooksier as Speed meets it inside the box in the air, and this is some good pressure here from Maus, making that defense think about it. Dignitas really getting stretched out right now in boost guard. You see Astral going into a challenge with no boost here. Speed trying to fight for it. Opportunity and chances are here for Maus if they can get a hold of it one more time, but it's Violent Panda to slow things down.
Yeah, and he stuffed out 2 players there with a 50. That was incredible defense from him in the corner here. But Cooks here, look at this space. I like what I'm seeing, actually. This time, instead of just booming it down, he finds a teammate. And this leads to a great shot on net. Plays like that are what we expect to see, where Cooks here can take his time, go up the wall, find a teammate, put a shot on net, and then somebody cleans it up. This is so much better Rocket League in a close game here.
Man, I thought Speed was going to get that second touch there coming down from the ceiling or the wall there, and he almost did, at least in the net. And Mao's still scoreless here, but definitely looking better, trending upward here in the series, and just when you need it, when backs against the wall here, they got 1 win to their name. Dignitas still knocking on the door. Astral drops it down to Yukio, and Speed doing a better job of reading these passes from Dignitas. It's getting harder for them to break down this Mouse defense. Cooks here, cuts out the pass to Violent Panda. Speed backflips. And this ball actually comes off Violent Panda,
no.
and it comes out to Speed, who's gonna put it away for Mouse.
This is so fortunate for Arju. As he tries to get the pass out to Speed, it bounced off Panda's car, and it's almost a bit of an own goal where Panda kind of just cleared it to his own side. He had no control of that as he was just simply rotating out in the midfield. Another tough break for Dignitas, but on the side of Mouse, I mean, you are so happy right now that you were at least able to carry away a solid goal. And another chance here. Astral, what a save, the pre-jump. These guys are not letting up as long as they can control it.
Yeah, what a read from Astral there. He figured Speed was gonna go on the inside there, and he read it perfectly. Astral, again, drops it off to Violent Panda, rips a shot on target. Cooksier there and ready. Violent Panda still keeping to possession, and this one's out to Yukio. Cooksier again on the back wall, keeping it clean, not letting anything come off it. Nobody from Dignitas able to follow anything up at the moment. And that's exactly what you want from Mouse. It's all you can do. Now Cooksier has a bit of space, trying to give it over to Speed, but not far enough. A 1-1 game and a very tense game here. Mouse definitely heating up, but Dignitas still playing at full potential here. Violent Panda trying to fight for it in the box. Yukio's pushing people around. Astral went, and they couldn't convert, and now Mouse are able to break out.
That's exactly what I want to see from Yukio, was that physical play. I think that's one of the best things he has to offer right now to Dignitas and this roster, because Astral's going for those crazy mechanical plays. And then Panda with solid passing out, but that slips past the defense. A lob towards the net. I didn't expect this to even float in, but Arju on the backboard had a big miss.
And it's 77 boost there for Arju, and he just missed the touch with the top of his car, or the front of his car. And that mistake might cost Mouse Sports here. Minute and 20 seconds left. Still plenty of time to get one back. But a mistake like that could be devastating, at least at the morale of the team.
I mean, that is tough, especially when Dignitas, they were starting to get even more and more aggressive. Their possession game starting to pick it up as well, as we see Astral go for more mechanical plays. Yukio's getting more demos. A goal like that, you cannot give up right now. Probably one of the worst times that's got to be in your head.
Arju trying to right for his wrongs here as he gets one off the post. Close chance for Mouse. 45 seconds left. Dignitas now trying to get that insurance goal, and they're keeping Mouse locked in here. Great block, though, from Cooks here to get them out. This one's over Yukio. Comes off the back wall. Follow-ups there, and Arju, another good chance, but a good save from Astral. And Dignitas get out.
And that's what maybe his third or fourth this game, where Astral's had a beautiful stop where he manages to just pre-jump that shot. His read on where the opponent's really going to hit that ball has been spot on. Astral, a defensive legend this game.
10 seconds left. Mouse got to go the length of the field. That one almost pitched into their net. Cooks here. It's up to him. He's got to do it. One. He does over Violent Panda, has speed to his left, and Astral shuts it down. Great touch by Arju. Speed still keeping it up. Can Mouse keep this alive? No. Shut down by Violent Panda, and Dignitas will take him down 3-1 in the series.
And normally I expect to see Dignitas take a win off of their passing, their possession on the offensive side, but in this game, at least today, it really felt like it was their defense that outshined the rest. While they had some good looks on offense, it wasn't nearly anything that we saw against Barca, but instead it was the defense from Astral, those pre-jump plays. Yukio getting involved as well whenever he started going for those bumps was very impressive. Panda was on with the passing game, but overall it felt like the defense was much more stretched out for Dignitas and tested, and they definitely passed it.
Yeah, I think definitely at the end of the series, Mouse really started to pick it up. They cut out a lot of passing lanes and they put on a lot more pressure. In the end, it was too little too late here for Mouse. They got things going late, but not enough. Dignitas looked good throughout. The consistency of this team looked good, and they were able to close it out 3-1 in the series. But we're just getting started today for the European Spring Series. We got more Rocket League action coming up. Stay with us.
Rated E for everyone.
True.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Spring Series, where we just witnessed Dignitas absolutely decimate Mouse Sports, and I believe LeafX quit.
Yes.
You know, he's a big Mouse supporter, him and Johnny Boy both, but Dignitas is just too good. Oh, I think Leaf, you back? Are you okay?
It's
You okay?
less of a
Let's just-
quit, and I just didn't want to listen to you, Gibbs.
Yeah.
Scream into me.
You know, all this Mouse hype, man, coming in. This is still Dignitas, the regional champions. They showed it throughout the series. Achieves. What a performance here from Panda with the pass, and I felt like when they were given space for Dignitas, they used it so well.
And even in many instances when they didn't have a lot of space, still able to make some really tight and controlled passes with not a lot of room to work with, and it turned into a good win for them. Very impressed overall with the Dignitas performance here versus Mouse. Tough showing, though, compared to yesterday for Mouse Sports League.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, the big conversation to me, Leaf, I'm going to cut you off here, is about
That's
Arch,
fine.
where day one, it felt like it was the speed show, and like everyone's just waiting until when will they need Arju, and will he step up? And I did feel like in this matchup, he was needed, but he didn't perform all that well. That big miss at the end of game 4 to lose them this series. And I think that's going to be the question going forward. Will Arju be on this roster for RLCS season 10?
Yeah, I still feel like it's a tough question to answer. It's not just as cut and dry as like,
oh, absolutely.
Okay, you know, one series where we needed him, he wasn't there. It's like, you know, if he's still been performing in the offseason and, you know, even at the beginning of this, I mean, day number 1, it looked great for them. So, you know, it's such a hard decision to make for the team too. So the good thing I'm taking away from this, again, and you've mentioned it multiple times now, Gibbs, is that Speed is looking great right now. Speed, it looks like he's elevated to new levels. And I feel the fact that now you have the Genius Cooks, you have Speed going even faster than he usually does, and Arju, one bad day, I'm still excited to see him. I want to see the roster, but, you know, I'm excited either way for where they go in the future. But, of course, they are out of the tournament. Dignitas knocked them down. And to talk about their victory, why don't we bring in an expert about that matchup? Of course, it's someone from that series. It's Violent Panda. How's it going, man? Thanks for joining us. And I'm just kind of curious right off the bat, what you guys did to shut down, you know, was it maybe Arju, or did you guys do something actively to kind of put him out of his element?
No, it was more so that we just played our game. Mouse is a very solid team, and they're also really good against ball chasing teams. So I think when we slow it down, you know, take our time, play our normal game, like we don't even have to focus on what Mouse is doing. We just, you know, do our own thing.
So that leads to my question about tournament prep versus maybe like a league play prep, where you know you're one matchup there, but for a tournament you have to beat everyone. Do you prep for Mouse Sports going into day 2, or do you just prep your own style?
We don't really prep for anyone except for Vitality, because I feel like Vitality
That's fair enough.
is the best team, yeah, you know, besides us, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, Mouse is, like I said, just a solid team, but they're not too hard to play against.
Well, I had a question, but if you say they're not too hard to play against, I have to change it. Why do you not think that Mouse is hard to play against?
Because they're just a solid team, but I think we play well against those type of teams. It's the ball chasing teams that, you know, catches off guard sometimes, like yesterday, Kenyans. But yeah, Mouse is just a solid team. Yeah, we play well against those teams.
Well, that also leads into, you're perfect at this. That leads into my question as well. I got to talk about that rematch. You guys, obviously, the biggest story yesterday was you guys lost to Canyons 3-1. That put you guys in the lower bracket and put you in this position. And now you're back against them. Your next matchup is going to be against Canyons. What's going to be different for you guys? How are you going to make sure that that ball chasing doesn't take advantage of you?
Leaf, we still have to play. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying.
Bro.
Sorry, they paid me. I haven't tried it. I'm just, you know, you feel more confident at least?
Yeah, no, yesterday we didn't play as well. So I hope we will play better this time.
I would hope so too. I mean, that's always the hope as you go further in the bracket and the tournament. So Panda, good luck. Hopefully everything you worked on works for you guys against Canyons. That'll be in just a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you guys.
And there's the VIP himself from Dignitas. You know, it looks like they're probably pretty confident. I think it's fair to say that you wouldn't expect Dig to lose to them twice, Gibbs. I feel that would be, again, just an unfair expectation.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. I think most people will probably pick Dignitas in that matchup, but really quick on Mouse Sports, they got a bad side of the bracket as well. They played Vitality and Dignitas, the two top teams in Europe. They lost to those two. Sure, maybe Arju didn't have a great series here, but they did play the top two teams in Europe. It just happened they finished in 5th. So we'll see going forward for them, but not a terrible tournament for them. But that's what happens when there's upsets like Endpoint.
Actually, on that point, Chiefs, before we go to the next matchup, Panda mentioned that he feels like Vitality is only the really other good team or team worth mentioning. Do you agree with that? Do you think it's literally just those two in Europe right now?
So I think there's a reasonable argument to be made that they're definitely like 1 and 2, right?
Of course,
you can always debate about who's there else otherwise. But I mean, Mouse Sports with Arju playing well, Endpoint with this have one guy be an absolute nightmare. There's a lot of things up in the air, and it's going to be very curious to see how the rest of this bracket plays out for sure.
Well, let's talk about that Endpoint then, because that's going to be be our next series. We're moving into a best of 7. Our first best of 7 for Europe right now. It's going to be Endpoint versus Renault Vitality. This is, as you heard from Violent Panda himself, not going to be easy for Endpoint, but this is a brand new Endpoint achieves. We have not seen an Endpoint ever look like this, and that's mostly because of their new strategy with those demos. They've also brought Metanaris on in place of Nachito, and we've seen Virtuoso leading the literal charge for the team.
Yes. And watching Endpoint play yesterday was one of the great joys of this bracket so far. Every single match I've seen Endpoint play has been just an absolute treat, just watching Virtuoso be an absolute madman up front. But you have to give an immeasurable amount of credit to how well Metanoris and Relating Wave are playing in the midfield behind him. They cover a lot of gaps and make a lot of critical stops. And so I think if Vitality wants to be successful here, they need to figure out a way to break through Relating Wave and Metanoris. I think Virtuoso comes second, believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they're even going to be able to get onto that offense though. I mean, Gibbs, we know Vitality can just be overwhelming on their offense. Do you think Endpoint's even going to get onto the other half?
So walk with me real quick, Leaf, on this analogy.
Okay.
I feel like Endpoint is like, they're trying to unveil their brand new truck, and they're like, we got these unbreakable windows. No one can touch this new play style. Well, guess what? The brick is Vitality, and they're going to smash right through that window. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to stop this offensive Vitality. They scored 13 goals in 3 games versus Mouse Sports to complete the reverse sweep. Vitality with Alpha leading the charge right now is on fire. And let's not forget that K-Dop on day 1, it was not a good K-Dop, but it's Championship Sunday. And who always shows up on Championship Sunday? That is K-Dop. So he goes to every grand final since season 3 of the RLCS. Vitality is going to walk all over Endpoint here.
Not according to chat, apparently, but we know how that's gone the past few times. So I think based off of their prediction right now, Gibbs, you're absolutely right. Vitality should just walk all over them. Endpoint, you can still make some fans. Even given the analogy you just gave, you can still make some fans out of this, and definitely be a beautiful spectator. I can't word right now. Let's just get into this series. Make sure Renault Vitality, Endpoint, your winners of finals, best of 7. Will Renault walk over Endpoint? Let's find out right now.
Well, it's certainly going to be hard to walk over them when you've got a bulldozer in Virtuoso, James. It's certainly going to be a good one here between Vitality and Endpoint.
It is, and I really just wanted to know what Leafex was going to say. I was sitting on the edge of my seat, and he wouldn't spit out the word. I'll have to ask. I have a hunch it might have been spectating. I don't know.
Yeah, you just never know what he's going to say.
I'm excited for this one, Jorby, mainly because, that is the question is, will this play style that's been so effective for Endpoint, which has been that demo heavy, let Virtuoso go demo, let Meta and Relating Wave sit back, play defense, wait for their chances. Will that work against a team with of the caliber of Vitality? That's the question.
And we will get our answer at the end of this best of 7. For Endpoint, a real true test. Best of 7s are marathons, and Vitality, they are no stranger to this point in any tournament. And already it's K-Dop putting up a demo against Relating Wave. Alpha takes a shot, but Metanaris able to dive back for the save. So already very fast for Vitality, breaking out of their own half. Metanaris will pitch it back down the field again. He's had kind of a reawakening this weekend with his addition to Endpoint.
Certainly, Meta's a player that's been around for such a long time. I even remember getting to spend time with him during Gold Rush 2. He came out to California. We hung out. He's just a really good guy. Even, you look at his Twitter and you see just the transformation that he's had in his own life with his health has been really impressive. Metanaris, his ability to stay on top of the game is up there with the likes of Garrett, the likes of Kronovi, the likes of Cookster. It's amazing to see him still in it at this level performing. And he's a guy that you really do want to cheer for. And it's fun to see Endpoint doing so well with him being on the team.
And they're having to play some defense, another clear. And Metanaris there for the follow-up, and it's going to be a goal. Relating Wave picking up Meta's pass.
Meta off the ceiling, getting that down. Good communication. Virtuoso also diving on that ball a bit, but they caught Vitality out, and that is so important to be able to be that first player to the ball. If Metza doesn't have a player beneath him, doesn't have a teammate beneath him, a lot of times you're giving up a goal in those situations. So that is not necessarily a play you want to rely on taking place. So Endpoint, they get away with one there. It could have been much worse. And we'll see if they can keep holding off this Vitality offense, which is already starting to pepper in shots.
Yeah, you see that threat, the pass from K-Dop into Fairy Peak, who has been really good at finding the back of the net in recent times. And those passes, they're really good at masking them. As you see K-Dop approaching it, you're not exactly sure where exactly he's going to pass it. Next thing you know, it almost feels like a no-look, but here come Endpoint, pended the other way, Relating Wave ran out of boost.
And Virtuoso was right on K-Dop's tail. He was chasing him down. So they're not trying to change up the plan at all. They are still sticking with that demo gameplay. Virtuoso bullying Fairy Peak on the goal line.
And that has to be almost jarring for Fairy Peak because Virtuoso is kind of rotating out, but then he just whips back around, does a 180, and just starts chipping away at him. Pass to Virtuoso, but it's too wide. And Fairy Peak and Alpha will work to try to carry this out, but Virtuoso taking the ball away. Back to Relating Wave, another touch, double tap into the net, and it's a 2-point lead for Endpoint.
This point-blank double tap was filthy. Relating Wave getting it by K-Dop, that slight boost adjustment. You even saw Fairy Peak cheating up. He thought that that Relating Wave was not going to get a shot on target. He thought he was going to double tap that back into the wall and try to pass it to a teammate. But what placement in a tough spot. Gorgeous shot.
Endpoint, just under half the game to go, and they're winning tough touches in Vitality territory. Metzanar is just getting back to that touch in midfield. Fairy Peak does find K-Dop, but it'll be difficult for Fairy Peak to follow anything with no boosts. Alpha will win a challenge, and we'll just have to let the ball fly where it may off the backboard. And right now, Endpoint doing a stellar job on defense with his clears.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Relating Wave was so calm on the backboard. He was able to handle the ball, prevent the bounce, and then beat another defender. And then he was picking up help from his teammates to get the clear. The defense from Endpoint has been something else, and that is an enjoyable thing to see. It makes you think back to Mock It back in the old days, their defensive style of play, where they would let people in and then look for the counterattacks and just save shots and save opportunities that you didn't think were even savable. And that's what Endpoint's doing, but finally beaten out by Alpha. If there was one to do it, one to beat the defense, it would be Alpha.
Talk about unsavable, James. That shot 129 kilometers per hour into the top corner. Accuracy and power. And another beautiful pass from K-Dop. He's been dishing them out today. You know, they talked about it on the desk a little bit. You know, K-Dop had a weekday one for the spring series, but that's not the first pass that he's easily dished to his teammates, but they actually find net this time. They still need one more with under a minute left.
And even with a weekday one, K-Dop's still hitting overtime winners. So you just expect more from K-Dop, seeing how much he can do. But I think Vitality is always threatening, even K-Dop on his off days. One of the best players in the world. But that shot, Jorby, 80 miles an hour. What was it in kilometers you said?
129.
129. I don't even know how you get that much power on the ball without it being a pinch. That was quite the strike.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, we're seeing it more consistently now. I feel like it's almost once per day, maybe sometimes twice, that we see a shot hit the 130 kilometer mark. And players are just getting so good at putting their nose right on the ball for perfect power. Time running out. Endpoint close it down. Can Vitality have one more shot? Well, Virtuoso cuts in. He'll take the ball away, and Endpoint, a very, very strong start here to game one. Vitality had a lot of threatening opportunities, and Endpoint, they held on. They win game one.
They did. This is going to be a long best of 7, Jorby. I can already tell this game, this was a defensive showcase from Endpoint. They had to keep, multiple chances at bay. They were able to do it. But my question is, will this offense hold up for Endpoint? Both the goals they scored, you think back, one of them, it was the ceiling pass down for Metzenaris where they scored all the way from their own half. I don't really think that's very repeatable for Endpoint. And then the other play was just a sensational point blank double tap from Relating Wave. So I wonder, the longer we go on the series in this series, will Endpoint's offense be able to generate against Vitality, and can their defense continue to hold up like it did in this game?
And we won't see it on the highlight reel, but even further to your point, James, Vitality's defense, there was a play where Fairy Peak was caught against Virtuoso. It was a 2-on-1, and he had to catch the ball on his back wall, try to screen against his own net, keep it away from two different defenders, and he did such a great job managing it and getting the ball out. He even got the clear the whole way down the pitch. It's just that's the level of skill that you're dealing with in a player like Fairy Peak and a team like Vitality. I absolutely agree that their offense, after that first half, had some great solo efforts by Relating Wave and Metsunaris off that clear. It's going to be tough for sure, but game number 2 will get underway. Vitality trying to tie the series up. Can Endpoint possibly take a 2-game lead? We'll find out right now.
Virtuoso did make an impact on that game. He didn't land many demos, but he was still forcing people out of position, slowing down counterattacks by going for the demos. And he's not changing up the game plan, and it's working as we see a demo come out on the back player, Fairy Peak.
Oh, K-Dop tried to hop, or Alpha tried to hop in front. He'll get another clear out. Endpoint now on point for Virtuoso. Fairy Peak on the challenge will give way for K-Dop, so Vitality stop push downfield. They're going to push themselves. Fairy Peak squaring up against one. Ooh, and Alpha, the ball just a little too powerful for him. He's forced back, having to rely on K-Dop now. Could have been a chance for Vitality to really start to lock the midfield down. Now Endpoint are back in the orange half. Virtuoso, another carry. It'll just be him as the rest of Endpoint waiting for that rebound touch. Relating Wave will pick that up. And the light touch from K-Dop will just be Metsunaris's. That'll be a long clear. It's going to be taken away. And we're playing a little bit of boomer ball with some touches in midfield, but other than that, no one really able to find a real opportunity in front of the box just yet. Here's one that's high above the crossbar. Mets puts it off the crossbar. No good for Endpoint.
But that was a fantastic chance for Endpoint, and even the defense, where they choose to clear it, when they choose to go for it has been impressive. Even on that last play, Metsunaris goes up very early with low boost, but he knew that Relating Wave was in the corner on the wall, and that allowed them to get a quick counterattack because Virtuoso was then waiting for Relating Wave's hit, but K-Dop beats out a Metsunaris who was low on boost. And K-Dop, that is the striking you expect.
Yeah, he had Mets beat the whole time. You said it, James. Really just had to put it on target, kept the ball close. Always that first touch off the wall. That's most important, and he nails it again. So Vitality. It was Endpoint to score. Really, they scored twice before Vitality were able to get on the board in game 1. But now Vitality have taken control. Endpoint won it right back as they work downfield, but they'll have to retreat now after a Bosch play in the corner. High ball for Fairy Peak. K-Dop looking for the shot. He missed it by a pixel. Endpoint headed back to Vitality territory. Looking for a read. Metsunaris will go for a bump as he screens across, but Alpha's got control. Now battling midfield again. Vitality trying to keep Endpoint out of their own half. Ooh, K-Dop going for the bump on the Virtuoso. Finding the pass to Metsunaris on the rebound. Fairy Peak will carry it out. Just when you think Endpoint have something going, Vitality, they punch it right back the other way, and they're in Endpoint territory.
But if you're Endpoint, you're happy with the chances you're getting. You're getting some good looks on net. They can't find the shot, and their Relating Wave hits it away from Virtuoso. But we've seen 2 very good scoring chances from Endpoint that they haven't been able to score, so they're not being outclassed. Vitality and Endpoint are very well matched at the moment.
Alpha on the carry. He's got a little bit more boost, and the touch just could not get past Virtuoso. And Metsunaris, crucial follow-up on defense for the save. K-Dop forcing the challenge out towards Alpha, who can only slow down Metzenaris on his approach towards the net. Shot on, and it's good! Metzenaris carries it himself, and we got a tie game.
And he just stayed with the ball the whole time. The pre-flip. Fairy Peak couldn't get back in time. Vitality had to watch it roll in. Metza keeping the ball close to his car, not giving up possession. He is so smart with how he uses his boost. And he made some magic happen there. There was not much of a window for him to use.
Not at all. With a tie game this late, the tension gets just a little bit higher. In game 2, Relating Wave. Looking to the corner for Mets. Ooh, and Relating Wave was playing the block in front. K-Dot pops the route in front of the box. It's gotta be, it's saved. Metzenaris again, Relating Wave the follow-up. Alpha trying to buy time. He might turn it into an attack, but Metzenaris got in front again, and Virtuoso will carry it downfield. Back and forth. Mets, another high ball. They'll actually miss that corner boost on the side too as Vitality pushed down the field. Alpha looking for a shot. He'll pop it up around. He actually finds K-Dot, but there's Relating Wave barely for the save. Endpoint hanging on by a thread on defense. But they do so well. 25 seconds remaining. Up high again, Alpha. Chop straight down. So many shots, you're almost thinking it's gonna come for Vitality. K-Dop sends one in front, but the rest of Vitality have to wait for this boomer. Alpha. Stop in front of his own ramp. Virtuoso picks up the demo. Metzenaris will have to wait for the rebound. He doesn't have it. It will be cleared downfield. Game 2's in overtime.
And this is an important game here. At Endpoint, if they can get out to this 2-0 lead, that is going to be something else. I don't think anyone really expected it. Even the desk, Gibbs was talking about how Vitality would be the end of Endpoint, but it's proven to be otherwise at the moment. And this win here, this could be the momentum that really could push them over the top.
Now Virtuoso trying to get the clear. Another shot, and is saved right down the middle of the field. K-Dop picks it back up. K-Dop on the carry. Another defend by Metzenaris. And he'll jump in front of that in midfield, but on top of it, Alpha, can he get back to it for a pass? No. Relating Wave kicks it up high in front of the box on the challenge. Endpoint desperately looking for a clear. They got space finally. Virtuoso in the corner, sends it in front of the box. Speed is across. Vitality trying to now hold off Endpoint on this attack. Alpha attempted clear, denied by Virtuoso in midfield. It is an absolute brawl right now in midfield for possession. Now one player gone. It's Relating Wave. Fairy Peak with a little bit of space, just couldn't get his nose on it. Alpha punches it in reverse, and Endpoint got to head back to Vitality territory. Relating Wave wants a pass to nobody, and we're just back and forth with these opportunities. Here's Fairy Peak looking up, and it's just pitched off. It'll be a free goal for Alpha 54. Vitality take game 2.
Fairy Peak getting up there. Metza had to get the touch, and he failed to do so. Easy goal for Alpha. Fairy Peak picking up the assist in a big game for Vitality. They prevent Endpoint from getting that leap ahead.
And so Vitality able to take that game. It was real close. And James, I won't lie to you, I'm a little Mr. Roboto right now, so I have to be careful. But I really like how Endpoint looked at the end there. They put together some good pushes, just did not pan out. And then all it takes is that one miss on the backboard and Vitality punish.
You know, I was impressed with what Endpoint was able to do for the most part. They had some really good looks. They just didn't have that finishing ability. We're even seeing it on the offensive end. They're stepping on each other's toes a little bit, whereas Vitality is keeping the rotations tight. They're playing very well on offense, and they're not playing spectacularly. They're not playing to what we've seen them play at, and I think a lot of that is due to the physical game of Endpoint and how Endpoint plays. But Endpoint, they just came up a little bit short, and this was what I was worried about for Endpoint is the offensive production. The one goal they got this game was from a Metsonaris solo play. So I still have my questions on if this strategy can really work for Endpoint against a team like Vitality. Right now, it's neck and neck, and it's seeming like the games are just coming down to those very few big moments, whether it be a mistake or whether it be an 80-mile-an-hour, 129-kilometer-an-hour shot. And that's just what that's just what it looks like it's coming down to, Jorby. So this is a long best of 7. We're in for a treat still.
We will see how Endpoint respond for sure. And to your earlier point, James, when it comes to Virtuoso, I believe he only has one registered demo in this series so far. And he's, like you said, he's been going for him too, but he's having a lot of trouble finding Vitality players to take out of the pitch. Will he find some more luck, or not luck, but find some more cars to blow up, give his team some more space? Only time will tell as Vitality take control here in game number 3. Vitality are that team. It's like once they figure it out against you, they're really hard to really crack after they've gotten you figured out. You heard Violent Panda say it during his post-game interview as the shot comes in saved by K-Dop, that they have to prepare for Vitality. It's the only team who feels like they really have to prepare for it just because of how tough they are. And that shot never comes as K-Dop just picks it up right off the touch from Metsonaris. Alpha 54, so speedy off the rebound, and it'll be a goal for Vitality.
And this was perfect placement, a long shot. You could see Relating Wave coming in, and Alpha puts it near post, and almost getting there was Relating Wave, but he just wasn't fast enough. Vitality, they strike first, so the question now becomes, can Endpoint battle back from behind? And like you alluded to, Jorby, Vitality is one of those teams that the more they see you play, the more they sense your style, the harder it becomes. But Virtuoso gets a key dunk, and he'll tie it up for Endpoint.
Beautiful here. It was too committing on the backboard for Vitality, and Virtuoso has the perfect read against K-Dop, who just went, he had to be so desperate for that clear, could not get it. Virtuoso hopped the route. Well done taking advantage of the chaos on the backboard.
And it's
fortunate
for Endpoint as well, because that was a shooting opportunity that didn't really come to fruition. I don't think he was expecting, or Relating Wave was expecting the ball to bounce out to him like that. Kind of surprised him, but Virtuoso lined up that dunk on K-Dop, and it looked like K-Dop might have even ran into Fairy Peak potentially. But regardless, Endpoint, they get the goal, and now we've got another tie game. These games have been so close.
Really have, and it's been Vitality having to put on a consistently solid defensive performance against this Endpoint squad. That's a great pass, but blocked by Mets. Fairy Peak having to veer off wide right, and the clear will be Endpoints as Alpha tries to carry it out. Back over to K-Dop. Bouncer will be saved by Virtuoso. Virtuoso, another carry. He'll take it himself. He had Metsonaris next to him, but works well enough for a challenge to give yourself possession in the orange half. You had to square up against one, but Alpha wins another challenge, flicks it up, and that's all it takes. That's 2 for Alpha.
Alpha did this yesterday as well. He's just one of those players that can do work. Every ounce of boost used for the cause. Alpha beating Relating Wave yet again. Now 2 up for Vitality, or 2-1 rather. 2 goals, both coming from Alpha. And that is the kind of offensive production that you can only dream of from Alpha.
It's just winning these massive challenges in midfield and putting himself in really solid one-on-one situations, which is not where you want to be if you're a defender against Alpha 54. They'll have the ball again here. Gave himself the option on the flip reset. He's an absolute sledgehammer for Vitality.
The flip reset ground pinch. Look at that. Oh, man. Metsonaris, he was expecting it, and he still wasn't able to save it.
The danger of the flip reset is shown right there. You don't have to use it, but when a player to the caliber of Alpha has it in his back pocket, you have to respect it. And that's exactly where he punishes you, and K-Dop makes a great save off the shot for Virtuoso. A Fairy Peak looking for a clear. He's not going to get it. K-Dop will just send it straight down. Not the best touch. Demo will open it up clean for Virtuoso, and Endpoint are still in it.
And Metzanaris must have been watching the film, taking a page out of Virtuoso's book, realizes that Alpha is the only player that could stop this shot. So Metza just locks in, takes him out, and we're back to a 1-goal game.
Pinch out midfield. One mistake might be all it needs for Endpoint, but the pass taken away by K-Dop. K-Dop hopped on front, or excuse me, Alpha hopping in front of that challenge. Endpoint looking for a way in for a tie game. Virtuoso on the back end will have the clear. Relatinger will take Alpha out. Will actually just put him right back where he needs to be. And K-Dop will find the challenge in midfield. Endpoint now in danger. Fairy Peak off the backboard, and K-Dop, or excuse me, Alpha, picking the ball back up. K-Dop next up, and he won't get there. It's cleared away by Metzanaris. Vitality looking for get back that insurance. Can they find it? Endpoint are running out of time here with 45 seconds left. Virtuoso demoed by Alpha 54 on his way back in the rotation. Look for Fairy Peak, and it's through! Flex your guns for Fairy! 4 goals for Vitality.
Virtuoso getting a taste of his own medicine. K-Dop gets that out to the middle, and that wasn't an open net for Fairy Peak. He side flips into that and throws a change up at net. That made the defenders flip right by, and Fairy Peak able to thread the needle on that one past the defenders who were looking to make that save. That was not a gimme.
Now Endpoint are just trying to throw the ball downfield, hoping for a favorable contest, but they're not going to get it. Fairy Peak, easy double taps. He's dancing all over him.
The game started with a hint of Alpha and ends with a nice touch of Fairy Peak. Back-to-back goals, a crisp little double tap, and Vitality, their engines are roaring.
No need to stop at the gas station for Vitality. A clean game 3. Only real well, 2 mistakes, I guess. So not exactly the cleanest, but when you score 5 goals, does it really matter for Vitality? Not at all. One more shot, it will be in for Virtuoso, but we're essentially in garbage time here in game 3.
And this is going to be tough. We have seen this before. 2 goals in 6 seconds, I think, is the fastest we've really seen a comeback happen. So we'll have to see some kickoff magic. What kind of set pieces does Endpoint have in these situations?
No, Virtuoso will take it, but time will run out before he can get there. Does he get one for the road? No, Alpha, he's there to take the ball away. And all 3 players of Vitality get that touch to kill the ball, and just like that, they're on top in the series 2-1.
And what an impressive post-game celebration from Alpha. Did you see that, Derby?
I ended up missing it, James. I looked at my other monitor for 1 second.
Shame. Hopefully the stream didn't miss that too. I don't know.
It definitely did.
He was able to like flip cancel into a handstand or bumper stand, whatever you want to call it. And then he gave us a little tire wiggle. And that is the type of car control that Alpha uses on offense. The same ones he's using in the post game, he's using in the real game. And he was making an impact early. A hat trick from Alpha, pinpoint accurate shots. Not much you can do if you're Endpoint.
So you're saying he's got the S-tier tire wiggles?
I think his car control is almost unbeatable.
Fair enough. I mean, he absolutely showcased it in that game. And I mean, a couple of the opportunities he was given just came from really solid challenges in midfield and quick one-on-one opportunities in front of the net where, you know, he's, like you said, his car control just gives him the ability to have his way with defenders that way. Rarely does Alpha lose 1v1s on the ground if he's given the opportunity. And I really liked how he looked overall in that series. And Endpoint, I feel like they're starting to get into this situation that we see some teams get into when it feels like they're starting to lose control of the series, James, where they start kicking the ball away, and not really looking for the control.
It's going to happen to anyone. You saw Fairy Peak at the end of the game, Alpha at the start of the game. That sensational flip reset ground pinch goal. it's tough to defend against that no matter who you are. If you're Endpoint, when you've got Fairy and Alpha both popping off, it's going to be a tough thing to stop.
Well, Endpoint do start on offense, and Metzenaris will punch this in. Endpoint will start with an early lead.
And Alpha, he decided to go off the backboard. Perhaps it might have been better to whip around. It's tough to tell. Alpha making that split-second decision, going off the backboard. He didn't really have the space.
Nice touch. And I think I am back now. And we're back here. Another goal for Endpoint. And they're up 2 goals, James.
And I think I'm back now as well, Jarby. Oh my goodness.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, and I think Endpoint is being heard by Vitality as well. In the first minute, 2 goals. Metzenaris already getting a couple, which has been the biggest struggle for Endpoint, is finding that offensive ability, finding those offensive chances, and they're converting them early on. So we'll see if they change anything up, because I think that formula of going for the aggression, going for the bumps and demos is not really working as well against Vitality as it has against the previous opponents in this spring series.
And I mean, to his credit, for on Endpoint's side for Relating Wave, the owner of both assists. Oh, hang on a second. Virtuoso attempted pass. Metzenaris did pick it up, but he was screening the same side as Virtuoso.
And Virtuoso's still in net. Even though he's not getting the demos, he's getting the bumps. He's slowing players down. And so they're not really trying to, it looks like they're sticking with it, at least as much as they can, still looking for those chances.
It is still effectively early in the series, although I would definitely make the argument that Endpoint are at the point of no return. They lose this game, it's going to be real hard to climb back. That'll be a hard pitch over to K-Dop. It'll be cleared back the other way. It was Alpha, sorry, from Fairy Peak. But some long clears. Vitality are struggling to find offense, and they're taking shots to the net. There's another one. K-Dop will pick up the save. Fairy Peak, though, can't find the clear. Nobody on Vitality can find boost. Now look at Virtuoso hunting for that bump onto Alpha, but a one-on-one opportunity. Relating Wave just trying to keep the ball away. Vitality, a quick swing, pass, shot, blocked this time by Metzenaris. Off the ceiling again. Alpha in the corner. Can't find the second touch, but Fairy's there. Up against the ceiling. K-Dop blocked again. Vitality looking for a goal. They're not going to get it. Here come Endpoint back to Vitality territory.
Defensive stand from Endpoint. Doing well to minimize the chances. Relating Wave, especially that double tap in the corner, but the zero angle shot. I can't believe Alpha beats out Metzenaris on this play.
Wins the challenge and then hits the impossible angles. That's Alpha 54.
Metza,
tough angle to get.
He knew that was the only angle that Alpha had, but again, Alpha is just so quick, no hesitation, and then precision shooting.
Oh, Fairy almost did it himself off the backboard. Alpha tried to keep possession, and he'll accomplish his goal as Fairy Peak and K-Dop move towards the box. Alpha, shot towards K-Dop. Does he have it? Oh! Off the top, Alpha picks up the goal. Vitality tie the game.
Disaster for Virtuoso. He's bumping off so many players. He tried to drive up the backboard, and he fell off. He actually hits off the crossbar and didn't have enough boost left in the tank. And that ball ends up going in. It looked like he had it. And then the go-ahead goal-off kickoff for Alpha. Vitality is coming back.
2 back, James. Alpha 54 again. Says that's okay. Virtuoso couldn't make that save, but now you can't even touch the ball. 127 kilometers per hour. He is putting in fastball after fastball in this series. And he's given his team a lead late here in game 4. Flip around once from Metzenaris, and it's a goal again off the challenge. The wheels have fallen off the wagon for Endpoint.
And you know who took them off? Alpha. Alpha, he's sitting over there with all the wheels, sitting on them, and just admiring his work as he dismantles, like you said, Jorby. He is dismantling this Endpoint team. 4 goals. He had a hat trick last game. How do you stop him?
There was a point in time when Alpha first joined this roster where there might have been still questions about, his replacement as Scrub Killer, but now he's just completely taking over games for Vitality, and he does it again! Massive save for Alpha off the shot from Endpoint. It feels like at this point they can do no wrong, but here's Virtuoso off the post. Mercenaris, no! Alpha 54 is a literal god!
As he gets demoed. I guess he still is mortal. But Alpha has been...
Cast a curse there.
Alpha has just been unimaginably good. He is everything that you could have hoped for as in a Rocket League player. If you're a Vitality fan, you're thanking goodness you were able to lure him off a TSM. And yes, he had a slow start in the RLCS, but he is quickly rising to being arguably the best player. He is so good. But Metza puts Endpoint within 1. It is not over yet. Mercenaris getting a hat trick of his own.
We have been talking a lot about Alpha 54, but during that whole progression, they were on defense. Give credit to Endpoint. They were able to lock down midfield, eventually crack through, and now they've given themselves a decent chance here with 30 seconds remaining. Can they tie this back up in game 4? Or are Vitality gonna pick up insurance heading into the 5th game of this set? K-Dop finds Alpha again. Mercenaris has been solid for Endpoint. Relating Wave having to chase this down against Fairy. And there, Alpha looking for a shot, but it's blocked this time. Fairy Peak next up. Shot gonna be hard, but saved by Relating Wave. Vitality kill all this time off the clock. Endpoint have no clearing lane out, but they might actually get a chance here. Can anybody get there in time? No. Killing their dreams on the touch. Vitality are up 3-1 in the series.
And Alpha has been unstoppable, Jorby. 4 goals, scoring every single goal for Vitality. He's just having his way with Endpoint. It looks like he's playing a different level of Rocket League right now compared to anybody else out there on the field. Even the save that he got, predicting that shot location from, I believe it was Mercenaris, he kept Vitality in this one. So if you're Vitality though, this isn't necessarily something you can just wipe your hands off. Yeah, it's not over yet. And Alpha has been having to do so much work. So if Endpoint can find a way to minimize Alpha, if Virtuoso can get Alpha in his crosshairs and start bumping him, start getting him out of rotation, trying to demo him in some important moments, perhaps that could be enough for Endpoint to claw back in the series. But unless they come up with an answer to Alpha, it seems like Vitality is going to sail to a victory in this series.
Virtuoso might have his crosshairs zoned in on Alpha for this game, just a feeling with how he's played. But I do feel like Endpoint, it hasn't, this game plan that they had yesterday, it's not working right now against Vitality. While Virtuoso is slowing down some of the attack on Vitality, it's also putting him out of position on crucial counterattacks the other way. And then you have to play this acrobatic, panicky defense as you're racing back to try to keep the ball out of your net. So, for me, for Endpoint, I want to see some mix-ups. We saw a little bit of it on their attempted comeback. But Fairy Peak has a goal. No, he doesn't. I thought for sure he was going to have it. But Mercenaris closes the gap. He's had himself quite a series. Despite the struggles for Endpoint, K-Dop will keep the struggles alive with another goal for Vitality.
And that is not the start you want. If you're Endpoint 10 seconds in, already conceding a goal for Vitality. Vitality starting to swarm. They smell blood in the water, and they are not holding back.
K-Dop getting under this ball. Just a pass to Alpha. You won't be able to find this touch. A chance for Endpoint to move downfield. How do they do it? Mercenaris squishes it against the ceiling, and now another counterattack. Drop to Alpha, and he just misses the shot, but he has the demo. Clearance for Fairy Peak. 2-goal lead.
The Alpha airstrike, he doesn't hit the shot, but he does get the demo. Deleting Relating Wave off the field. Fairy Peak has an open lane. Vitality. That was brutal, Jordy.
Alpha 54, I said it once and I'll say it again. He is Vitality's sledgehammer. Today, a force that is unstoppable. K-Dop in midfield here, giving way for Fairy Peak. And make no mistake about it, you know, K-Dop and Fairy Peak are absolutely pulling their weight in this series. They're just feeding Alpha the ball. Alpha again, K-Dop to Alpha, and it's another goal, another day at the office for Alpha 54.
We're not even a minute in. Already everyone from Vitality has scored. Metza almost gets a touch on it. He was out of boost. Knew Alpha was coming in for the shot, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. And now the question is, do you think Endpoint can battle back with how good Vitality is playing? And honestly, Jorby, I don't think so at this moment.
At 3 goals down, we rarely see it at this level. But they've got plenty of time to do it. Virtuoso fakes out one. Forces Fairy Peak out. And Relating Wave also stole that boost. Again, the ideas are good here for Endpoint, but they just keep falling apart on these counterattacks. That is just what is killing them every single time. Like they just expect that the ball's going to be coming back to them on the orange half, but then it's a massive clear. I mean, these boomers are so deadly from Vitality. And Endpoint are just forced back every time.
What we're seeing is a good counter to this Virtuoso demo play. You see, even on that play, Virtuoso was hunting for that third man back, but what he wasn't expecting was the Alpha solo play. Alpha's just taking it downfield. He's air dribbling, forcing the defense in an awkward spot, and making it where when you have those two retreating defenders, it makes it tough to stop a rebound. And when Virtuoso's out of position, he can't stop the rebound. He's already committed going for those bumps and those demos. So Alpha is the counter to Virtuoso and that aggressive style of play. It's just not working against Vitality.
Virtuoso looking for a pass to Relating Wave, and he'll get demoed by Alpha. And half the game left. Endpoint are going to try again. Virtuoso on the carry. Got under it, but we'll have to let it go to K-Dop. Only 2 shots on net for Endpoint through 2 minutes and 35 seconds. But they're starting to win some of these challenges, keeping the ball in Vitality territory. But the pressure gets relieved, and Alpha's got a little bit of space, a little bit of boost. You won't get it there. It's K-Dop trying to come back in for Fairy Peak. Shot on net. Alpha 54, no boost save. Relating Wave will miss the rebound. Metanaris just trying to buy time as Fairy Peak hops all over him. Is there a 4th goal coming for Vitality? Alpha 54 thinks so. No! Relating Wave denies him the chance. Endpoint get the clear the other way, but it's just so much time off the clock for Endpoint. Still down 3.
And even in that situation, Alpha dodging a bump attempt, gets the save. His air dribbles have been too much. He's so good in the air, not only with the air dribbles, but on that double tap. That was a close range backward pass from Fairy Peak, and Alpha still almost double tapped it in. It is, I do not envy Endpoint in this series having to try to stop shot after shot from Alpha 54.
Popped up again. Fairy Peak will take it. Vitality in peak form right now. Or at least Alpha 54 is, and Fairy Peak and K-Dop content to play, you know, second fiddle to this tune in this series. Because, you know, in the next series, it'll be Fairy Peak or K-Dop who pops off. That's the danger of this Vitality team, is at any moment, any one of these players can completely take over a game, and Endpoint will pick up a goal, but so much time has been chewed off this clock. You're talking miracle territory.
It's going to be very difficult, especially with how well Vitality's been holding up for most of this game. But this is hope. This is a chance. Off kickoff, maybe they can get something going, but it'll have to happen fast.
They'll have to do it from their own half. Alpha on top of one challenge. Virtuoso trying to find that clear out. Relating Wave, he won't even have a chance at the ball. Alpha with the demo, turns around, makes the challenge. Oh, Fairy Peak faking on the challenge to take control of the ball. And that's the respect you're afforded when you've dominated Game 5 the way you have.
This is a chance.
Oh, the shot on, and it's no! Alpha 54! Another save!
Oh, that's heartbreak for Endpoint. Heartbreak relating wave needed to get that goal, but Metsanaris keeps the hope alive for Endpoint. 5 seconds left on the clock, putting this one crossbar down. Jorby, we still have a game.
There could be hope for Endpoint. It all comes down to this kickoff. We are underway. Relating wave, back to Virtuoso, shot on. Alpha 54 has the save. Alpha just got to put the ball on the ground, trying to kill it, and they do. Vitality, they hang on at the end, and they win against Endpoint.
And they are going to be moving on to the final. Vitality, the desk, especially Gibbs, was very vocal about how he felt this matchup was going to go. And in game one, it didn't look like necessarily it was going to be so one-sided. Endpoint was playing very closely with Vitality. Even in this one, it seemed like it was out of reach for a while, but still Endpoint managed to battle back. But it is true. Alpha is a player that is tough to match up against. He's tough to demo, tough to hunt down. And he was the difference maker in this series for Vitality. He had some spectacular plays, and honestly, a career day for Alpha to get his team into the final.
Now, Endpoint head down to the losers bracket, which is where we're headed after the break. Go get up, get some snacks, take a break. We'll be back soon.
Rated E for everyone.
to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Renault Vitality took a second to warm up, but after that, it was all cannons as they take down Endpoint 4-1 to put themselves in to the grand finals of the European Rocket League Spring Series. Welcome back. I'm your host, Leafex, alongside me, Gibbs and Achieves, joining us on the desk right now. Yeah, that was, the beginning, I'm like, maybe Endpoint, maybe, but no, after that, it wasn't even a question.
That game 2 overtime maybe, got me one sweat bead coming down my face, but once that happened and Vitality won, you felt like it was starting to turn the tide for Vitality. And, Alpha, for the beginning of 2020, I was like, here's a chance for him to cement himself as one of the best players in the world, teaming up with Fairy Peak and K-Dop. And I think this is that first showing where he's putting his name in that list of, either the best or at least a top 3 player. But Alpha, 10 goals in 5 games here, absolutely decimating this Endpoint defense.
Oh, absolutely. I kind of write down some notes in between each game about my general thought process. And for most of these, it literally just says Alpha was a beast. Next question.
Yeah. I mean,
there was 2 things here, really. It was either like Alpha doing something mechanically great, or when Endpoint was trying to get a little bit too aggressive, Vitality would go for that counterattack. There were so many goals where the third man was just a little bit too late to rotate back, and it was a wide open net for Vitality. And Vitality, they're the number 1 offense. You don't want to be giving up those wide open nets. So that was a problem that Endpoint has to figure out now going through the lower bracket of how to be aggressive but not give up those freebies.
Well, let's find out how he was feeling on the field there, because we have Alpha 54 on the line. Achieves called him the Beast. I wonder, Alpha, welcome first to the show. How you're feeling, and were those Virtuoso demos hard to deal with at the beginning?
Yeah, of course. We have to adapt. Like, we played against him in scrims. It was really hard to adapt at the first time, but then we realized that he always goes for demos in defense. So when we are in defense, we are kind of stuck. We try to just boom the ball away and watch out for the demos in the corners and stuff, basically.
So I'm going to ask you the same question I gave to Von Panda about tournament prep compared to league play. He said he only prepares for you guys, and then everyone else, they just play their game and they worry about that. Do you guys prepare for any team in particular, or just worry about yourself?
No, we just scrim everyone during the week, and before this game, we were just playing ranked with K-Dop, Fairy, we were just having fun, just chilling before the game, warming up.
And, Alpha, since you put up this, godlike performance, you gotta tell everyone what's the average game day plan for Alpha 54 so they can do the exact same thing.
I woke up at noon maybe. Then I ate at 1, and I just was chilling on my PC, I guess, just playing Rocket League 1 hour before the game.
Okay.
But
sleeping, eat breakfast.
We need to know what you ate. What did you eat?
Yeah, because I do all those things.
I can't even remember. I can't remember.
Hiding the secrets.
I was gonna say I do all those things, and it's not helping. I sleep really late. I don't warm up. I need something else clearly. But to bring it back down into seriousness here, I just want to know, looking at the rest of the bracket, there's only a few teams left. Curious who you think's going to be joining you in Grands, and why is it Dignitas?
Well, of course, I'm thinking about Dignitas. That's going to be the toughest matchup, I think, if they make it to the finals. But I don't know who is left. Canyons, Endpoint, and Dig, right?
Yep. Yeah. Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I think Dignitas.
Yeah, I feel like that's the closest answer. Do you, if it's Dignitas or if it's someone else, what do you think it would be easy if it wasn't Dignitas? Do you have all the other teams' numbers?
I mean, it's a final. I don't think it's gonna be easy anyways, but it's of course gonna be harder if it's Dig because they have the experience, especially in these kind of situations.
There it is. I mean, I guess that's a fair way to go. You got to respect all the opponents that make it this far. Yeah. I just want to say thank you, Alpha, for joining us so much, and congratulations in being in the grand finals, and good luck with that series.
Thank you.
Alpha 54 from Renault Vitality. I think that's the fairest thing he could have said. It's everyone that's gotten to this point in this bracket is deserves to be here. All these teams have performed and given themselves this spot. You don't just get here by luck, you get here by winning. But it is in that lower bracket looking like it's going to be probably the hardest challenge for Canyons and Endpoint to stop Dignitas. There are 2 chances for those teams to work together to prevent Dig from getting to grand finals, but it's definitely not going to be the easiest task, Gibbs, to shut down the Dig.
And the hardest part, though, is even if you do make it that far, you play Vitality in a best of 7 where they have a 1-game advantage. Yeah. Vitality, so far through this tournament, a very slow start through games 1 and 2. Happened versus Mouse. It just happened versus Endpoint. Now they get the free game 1. This is going to be scary. Anyone taking on Vitality, it's an uphill battle.
Well, let's talk about the next series as we have 3 left to go until the spring series is over for Europe and over in total. So let's talk about Dignitas versus Canyons. You know, we have Dignitas coming into this one as the very clear favorite. We only saw them falter a little bit yesterday, and that hasn't ever been a story again for these guys. They've just been powering through their lower bracket, a 3-0, a 3-1, and against Barca and Mousesports, none other. It's not like they had just easy teams to get through. So Dignitas is looking good, but Canyons, again, impressing a lot of people during this series, Chiefs.
Yeah.
The question is, you know, can they impress again against a Dignitas that's at full speed?
So can they impress again against a Dignitas that has really kind of shaken off that game 1? I think yes. I thought Stake played excellent in day 1 in their win over them. I think Stake is playing well again today. However, you need to see a little bit more of that game 3 potential that you saw out of Canyons in Dig yesterday. That was the only time they scored more than 1 goal. So if they want to be Dignitas, they're going to need a bit more offensive firepower, I think, to do it again.
And that is my big problem here is when Canyons did beat them, they scored 4 goals in 1 game. They only scored 2 goals in the other 3 games. I think Dignitas kind of gave away the series just a bit. Sure, Canyons, they definitely deserve it taking them down, but Dignitas, they did look a little bit off. They don't look that way now. Dignitas is going to be scary. The one issue, you know, Violent Panda said, we only prepare for Vitality. Maybe that's why they lost to Canyons on day 1. So hopefully they prepared a little bit today for them, but it's still Dignitas, and even the best teams in the world, they have some off series here or there, but it's now 2 in a row for Dignitas where they absolutely dominated teams in the RLCS. So for Canyons, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I don't want to keep having to go to chat because I feel like we shouldn't be relying on them for analysis. But at this point, they don't have a really good track record. And the fact that they have Dignitas slightly in the lead kind of worries me for Dignitas's run right now. I'm kind of worried.
See, I'm more worried about you saying Dignitas. It's been like 5 or 6 times now where you're like, I don't know how to say it anymore. So hopefully for you, Canyons take this win and you don't have to say Dignitas anymore.
Yeah. Just, you know, take words away. Don't let me word anymore is basically what it comes down to. You guys do all the words on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. We always want to hear your thoughts. The question right now, can Canyons take down Dignitas yet again? We're going to find out right now.
We will find out. Dignitas trying to fight their way through this lower bracket, and their next stop here is against Canyons, James. I don't know how exactly I feel about this matchup. I've liked what I've seen from Canyons so far overall, but I'm excited to see what they got.
Me too, and I think this is a great series for Canyons. They're coming in against a Dignitas team. So many people are favoring Dignitas here, the regional champions for Europe. So this is a chance for Canyons to really make a name for themselves. They got nothing to lose.
You know, Violent Panda will find his way over to Yukio. For Dignitas, it was a slow start yesterday, but they had recovered well in their last series to end day 1. And now the road continues for a team that many hope make it to go see Vitality in the grand finals. Astral picking up the pass from Yukio. Violent Panda next up, but the ball shut it out a little too fast for him. And now Astral having to fight off by himself. He actually wins against 2 attackers, forcing Canyons back to their own territory. Dignitas, bit of a slow start after that 1 passing play. Now Violent Panda trying to get the clear out. And a demo on the second man, so Astral had plenty of space off that Yukio demo. Recovers off the bump, tried to get back on the challenge, but now back the other way. Tox takes another pot shot towards the net. Up again, playing it slow down, and no touch comes through for Stake. Someone who I felt has been really consistent throughout this tournament. That's a big whiff.
And that was a good pass from Zamway, getting that opportunity into the middle. We've seen good ball movement here from Canyons early on. They're not backing down this challenge from Dignitas whatsoever.
Ooh, Violent Panda also wins on the backboard. Now Dignitas are really starting to kind of put the vice grip down, but Zamway able to find the clear. The Dignitas had to retreat. Canyons opting for something towards the box here, but nothing really materializing, and they weren't really positioned for it. They know the Dignitas are going to be a tough nut to crack here on defense. Astral double tap. That is a save from Zamway. There's Violent Panda back to Yukio. Saved by Stake. They need another clear. Violent Panda takes Zamway out of the play as Tox was looking for a pass downfield. So a couple of counterattack opportunities for Canyons. They get back down into Dignitas territory. Tox actually cutting on the rotation back to Zamway, receiving that pass, and it's good enough here in midfield so far for Canyons, but now they're only slowing down Dignitas. Pot shot from Yukio. Tox with the save. One man back for Dignitas. Stake puts one up, but Yukio on the rotation will have the save again.
Smart mistake, Jorby. That play there, using that first touch, it was an unexpected touch for the defender. It allowed him to get that shot towards net, potentially get a rebound opportunity. And Canyons, they're staying with Dignitas toe-to-toe.
Tox last man back here, and he will get it downfield. Stake pass to midfield. Zamway's there. Shot saved by Astral, but they pick up some boost on the rotation out. Can they keep Dignitas locked down? They will. Zamway could not get that second touch against Astral, but it's still Canyon ball. Shot up, off the crossbar, bounced out for Violent Panda. Tox puts it in the side, and that's a goal for Canyons.
And Stake didn't have really any boost to work with. That was a low boost shot. Yukio couldn't get the save. It bounced off a defender in net. And fortunately for Canyons, Tox was ready to clean that up. It was a close call already from that crossbar bounce. And Canyons, they strike first, taking this lead.
Just completely dominated the pitch in the boost game. They've consistently been stealing Dignitas's corner boosts, and midfield has been theirs for the last minute of gameplay. Dignitas, they're getting one or two counterattacks, but it's been Canyons. Violent Panda moved down the pitch. Here's a chance for them. Just kicked off the backboard and quick up with Zamway, but he didn't get a solid touch. Violent Panda keeping it close, and Tox attempted clear, denied by Astral. Back to Yukio, playing it to the corner. Astral, one man to beat on the defender. He wants the pass to VP, but he was a little too close and the ball a little too high. But for a team renowned for their ability to pass the ball and find each other in space, you know, where many think they're the best passing team in the RLCS, passing's just a bit off in game one against Canyons right now.
It's tough because the speed of Canyons, so quick to the ball. They're getting some unpredictable touches that's throwing off the defense for Dignitas. Dignitas has been struggling to get boost. You see Yukio diving in the corner with nothing in the tank, but it's still a one-goal game. Canyons is going to have to play this one all the way out.
And this will be a high clear again as time is running out for Dignitas. To commit there for Canyons. A long clear could give Violent Panda a chance, but he's out of boost. Stake trying to play it out to the corner. Astral missing the read. Yukio getting there quickly. Back to Violent Panda. He found the catch. Does he have a chance? Back to Astral. Dignitas. Stake with the save. In front of the box. Another shot. Stake was there for another save. Violent Panda trying to keep it in there. Another shot. Yukio denied by Tox. Canyons trying to kill the ball, but Astral has it. Astral back to VP. Stake. Zamway. Tox. All three of these players, can they kill it? Finally, Canyons get away in game one.
And that is a reason why Rocket League is the most exciting esport to watch. That 0-second gameplay, Dignitas, they were doing their darndest to keep that alive and keep that game one in play. But ultimately, that pre-flip was enough to get the ball into a tough spot. You couldn't really handle it, and time ran out. But we're seeing the effect of what that aggressive play style can get you. Canyon so quick to the ball, not giving any space, just making sure that their rotations are tight. And it's working against Dignitas, who hasn't been able to find the space to go for those passes.
Yeah, it's been really difficult. It's almost G2-esque the way Canyons are handling their aggressive play style. and not trying to get too overzealous where they can get easily killed on the counterattack. You know, you said it best, James. I like how Canyons looked in that first game, but Dignitas, they were really starting to swing the pendulum their way, starting to find a little more opportunities. Granted, you know, the heroics always come out when the clock hits 0 seconds. So, you know, Violet Panda had that nice catch, and all it takes for Dignitas is one counterattack to put themselves in it. It was only one goal that Canyons were able to score.
And yeah, that was still enough. Canyons coming out swinging. They're making a statement in game 1, showing that they can hang with Dignitas' speed, prevent those passing opportunities from coming in. And we saw some shots from Astral that just didn't hit them. But the question is, you know, can Astral do what we just Alpha do? We've seen a lot of talk, or heard a lot of talk rather, about how Astral is one of those types of players that can really help their team have, you know, or turn opportunities or turn situations where they might lose into a win just based on their gameplay alone. So we might need to see that from Astral, as Dignitas as a whole was coming up flat, shut out in game 1.
And we are having a quick pause here before we start game 2 to resolve a player issue. So we will get underway as soon as everyone is ready to go. But Canyons, they're trying to also fight for, you know, what is this is tough. You're going against the best in the RLCS, but James, I had said it yesterday. I feel like there's so much talent in Europe that just haven't really gotten a crack at RLCS that I feel like is just on the cusp. And Spring Series has obviously showcased that a lot of that talent, they're ready. You know, they're ready to take that next step into RLCS territory. And some of these teams come next season, they might completely flip around. We've seen it happen in North America. Europe, it's been a slower guard that has changed. But you like what you see from Canyon so far. How about Dignitas on the pass? It bounces off the crossbar for Yukio. And Astral can't find the second touch. Again, to start game 2, Dignitas missed opportunity. Astral take the ball himself. And the next man was going to be Yukio, and they'll give just a little bit of space to Zamway. Now Dignitas are forced to try to careen forward or dive forward into a couple of these challenges. A couple bumps and demos have really made it awkward on offense, but to their credit, Canyons have been unable to clear the ball.
And also Astral wasn't able to connect on that shot. He was coming across net. It was a tough shot to hit, but those are shots that we've seen Astral hit before, and he didn't even get a piece of the ball. And Dignitas will need to dig deep, find some ways to get those offensive chances on net. And Astral's such a key part of that. So I'm going to keep my eye on him, see how he does when he gets chances like we just saw, see if he can start putting those away. Or Canyons can keep putting that pedal to the metal and locking down Dignitas.
Snake's going to have to handle this, but Yukio makes the challenge. Pass from VP to Astral, and he'll swing back around. Tox made the touch. That delays Dignitas' push. Astral trying to control now Yukio off the ceiling. Violet Panda quick on the challenge. Astral's up for it immediately, but Yukio out of boost, wide open net, and that will be Zamway's goal and a Canyon lead.
And Astral, he was trying to maybe perhaps pass to a team. Yukio, instead of going back towards net, had turned for boost. I don't know what that was. Perhaps a miscommunication on Dignitas on the comms, but Astral's pass going right down to Canyons, and Zamway has an easy goal. No one from Dignitas anywhere close to the net.
And they're going to have to work hard again. They did have that shot opportunity at the beginning of the game where Yukio hit the corner of the crossbar. Astral's got a little bit of space. They'll send it across the box. Violet Panda was there, but he side flipped. Trying to find the read. Now Tox will take it back the other way for Canyons. Violet Panda. He will not get a carry down towards Canyon territory. Yukio just trying to keep it away from Canyons, which is just becoming more and more difficult. The Dignitas are just trying to get a handle on their own half. Astral will pop it over one. Will he pop it over two? Tox. He has been really difficult to get past in game 2.
There's been a couple situations, Jarvie, where Tox has shut down Astral's attempts at a solo play in the midfield. Astral trying to go for an air dribble there. That got shut down. There was another play where he had to pass it to himself and go for a seal shot that Tox shut down. So we're seeing Canyons limit the space that Dignitas has to work with, even for the solo plays. They're so close to the ball, so ready to challenge, and they're timing their challenges nicely.
Managing time as well with... There's a dump down to Yukio, but Tox jumped right on top of it. Stake, a little chip from Yukio, but he'll grab this off the corner. Astral taking it slow around the corner. Tox's challenge straight up and so fast up to the ball was Zamway. Yukio will catch this again, but every time they try to carry it, they're met with a challenge. Astral in a favorable position to be in, and he can't execute.
And that was a 1v1 chance. Astral couldn't make the most of it. The first touch didn't look that bad either. It's just he didn't connect on a flick. There was no follow-up, and it was immediately pounced on. So good defense from Canyons, but you could have seen more from Astral.
The Yukio, all he can do is tee it up for Astral. But again, midfield, there's always a Canyon car. That just jet off the ceiling from Zamway. Oh, Violent Panda. Lost control there for a second to find a touch. Astral just trying to make the challenge now to buy time for Dignitas back on defense. Ooh, kicked up for Stake off the pass, and shot is blocked by Astral. Canyons continually finding gaps. They haven't found a lot of shots on net, only 4, and it's even in that department. But they are so fast moving down the pitch. Tox again off the ceiling. He wants a demo. He'll get Yukio, but Astral had the ball. Stake forced back to make this touch. This could be a chance. Astral to Violent Panda. It's going to be off the wall for Astral to Yukio. The bump clears lane, and Yukio will tie the game for Dignitas.
There's the passing play we wanted to see. Panda getting it back to Astral. Astral 0 boost. Still gets the perfect backboard pass to Yukio. That was such a hard pass to make for Astral. He doesn't have any time, any space to really make an adjustment. He had to be perfect on that backboard pass, and he was. Dignitas seemed like they were down and out, but that goal giving them new life.
And hit up high here, Yukio giving a chance to Violent Panda. Hitting it over to Astral. Astral double tap. Does he have it? No. Zamway picks up the save. Violent Panda, another pass. It's blocked again by Stake. Violent Panda still keeping this ball in the air, and it will drop. We got overtime. So overtime looks like we will continue. As Tox was kind of sitting idle for a little bit, but play continues on. Canyons in this overtime, they'd love to get up a 2-goal or a 2-game lead, but Astral's in the way here in front of the box. Straight down will be taken away by Stake. That's a high ball for Violent Panda and taken away again. Overtime, Dignitas really they're finding the pressure right now, something that they've lacked against Canyons so far in the first 2 games of this set. Here's Tox again, trying to find the touch, but Violent Panda will clear it out again. Chance for Canyons to stay in the orange half. Long clear to Violent Panda. Will send it back to the backboard. Not the best clear. No, punish comes as Stake picked up the save.
That was a scary moment for Canyons. That ball coming off the top of the seal like that. Dropped down in front of net. That easily could have been the end of overtime, but Dignitas couldn't do it.
Oh, Yukio on the carry. Does he have it? It's off the post. Astral, he wasn't ready for it. Violent Panda can't score. Dignitas somehow come away empty off that opportunity.
And how many lives does Canyons have? That ball was out in front of net on the goal line for what seemed like an eternity.
Oh, they're still trying to fight off Dignitas. Tox got chipped. Astral will take control again. Starting to look more and more like this chokehold Dignitas offense we're so used to seeing. Canyons, they're a threat every time they break out of midfield. Tox looks for a hard clear. Astral gets back to his own touch. All it does is delay. And here comes Zamway, or Stake, excuse me, taking control with some space. Again, long clear for Dignitas. They will not let Canyons generate that pressure. Astral up high off the back wall. Last man was Violent Panda, has to wait in midfield. VP looking, shot is blocked. Up high, VP, he's got no boost. Committing as well as Astral, and now Yukio, last man back, has to buy a little bit of time. Oh, they pulled the goalie, Dignitas did. They're trying to find that goal. Zamway trying to double fake. It may give Tox a chance at this challenge. He squares it up for Zamway. Chaos in front of the box here. Stake can't get there in time. Astral has to clear for Dig. Now Yukio will play it out to the corner. Dignitas have done an excellent job maintaining their stoicism on defense, the hard clears, trying to take advantage of this aggressive play style of Canyons, but we're 3 minutes into overtime. Zamway shot, is it good? No, barely saved by Violent Panda. Astral having the continuing clear, but Tox has midfield. Who comes away with this? Looks like it will be Astral with some space, but Violent Panda trying to take the ball out. Now Dignitas forced to play some defense. They're trying to pick up some boost heading back to Canyon territory.
And that was a marvelous stop from Panda on the goal line. I thought the game was over there. Zamway had a lot of the net to shoot on. He hit a hard shot, but still, Panda was able to deny it. And this is a big game for Dignitas. They'll have to reverse sweep if they lose here. And they managed to score in the final second of this game. This could be the turning point for Dignitas. They're going to need to dig deep, as this has been tough for them at times, trying to find a way to beat this incredibly quick Canyons team.
A good save by Canyons. You saw that nice pass from Astral to Violent Panda, but VP, he tried to split the defenders, and now he'll try to take a carry. Yukio next on the rotation for Dig. Cannot get by Stake. Oh man, you talk about ace combat in the air, James. Both of these teams cutting off passing lanes. Comes down to these tough challenges in midfield. There's a little bit of space here for Tox, but he has to just fall down to earth against Astral. And just no one's really able to find long space, create opportunities. That was dangerous potentially, but Yukio did a nice job handling it out.
He did. He was full control, hitting it up off the ceiling, but he knew he'd have time to recover. And now the pass. This could be it. Astral, at the 4-minute, 51-second mark of overtime, punches in an easy goal, all thanks to that pass from Yukio.
And off the back wall, you saw the miss. And unfortunate with how well Canyons were playing defense, James, you asked them how many lives they had, and they ran out at the end there. Dignitas finally cracking through this wall. That was Canyons, where it felt like you could never score on them. And huge for Dignitas, because it feels like if Canyons would have went up 2-0 in that set, I wouldn't have necessarily thought that Canyons weren't going to sweep them.
You're exactly right, Jorby. Canyons, that would have been such a boost. To be up 2-0, only have to get one more game and force Dignitas to win 3 straight when you're playing as well as you are. That was a huge game. And now that Dignitas is right back in it, I think we'll see more of this tug of war. The offense hasn't been as great as we'd expect from Dignitas, but they still managed to find a way to win. And that last that play to tie it up in the last moment of regulation, that was something else from Dignitas. I think it was 13 seconds left on the clock, and Astral hits Panda on the pass back to Astral. Astral then a 0 boost backward pass to Yukio. Dignitas not giving up. That was a fun game to see.
I totally agree. I really like what I'm seeing from Canyons, but Dignitas, they always make it a show, James, and I don't doubt the rest of the series will be that way. We are getting the players set and everything, and once the players are solid and ready to go, we'll get back into Game 3, but before that, we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rated E for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Spring Series, the European edition. We're currently in the middle of a series between Canyons and Dignitas in our lower semifinal. Both teams trying to get this win and head on to face Endpoint in the lower finals. Right now, it's tied up 1-1 in the series in this best of 5. And, we appreciate your guys' patience as we get the players sorted and get the game back underway. But James, you ready for more of this? That was a fun game too. I hope the rest of them are like that.
Yeah, that was Dignitas narrowly escaping defeat. Canyons had them most of that game. They just let up in those final seconds. Dignitas was able to claw back in, get this win. So this will be an interesting game to see if Dignitas starts to pick it up like we saw Vitality do in the previous series, or if Canyons can stick with them and continue to make this series as close as we saw the previous ones.
Now, all of our players have taken the pitch, and Canyons versus Dignitas is getting back underway here. Game 3. Series advantage always means everything in these best of 5s, but you just feel the stakes are just that much higher. You have the upstart Canyon team trying to take down a Titan in Dignitas. Can they take their second game as we are underway?
The stakes will always be higher if stakes got a lot of boost as well, Jordy.
It's true. He will be high, flying, and then he'll stab you in the heart. A Yukio on the attempted carry. Be flown right back out. Astral trying to fight there against Tox, and something that I felt worked so well for Dignitas, James, in game 2 is these bumps, these demos. It was actually blocked by Astral, that last shot from Stake. Hang on a second, as Canyons are putting on some pressure on the Dignitas here. That comes across. It's a look for Stake, but Astral, he won the bout in midfield. The Tox, he still continues to be the toughest defender to get by for Dignitas. They just can't seem to do it unless it comes off of a whiff or a missed touch, but you rarely see it from Tox in this series.
Tox, like we said earlier, he's so good at getting out there, challenging those balls, preventing Astral from really making any solo plays happen. But it's the team play that is doing damage to Canyons late. So we'll see if Dignitas can start, edging out area on the field to go for those passing plays. They've been struggling to find that space because of how quick this Canyon team has been. But as series go on, Jorby, you start to learn your opponent more, start to see what openings they're giving you. And Yukio thought he was going to hit that double tap, but he wasn't able to connect on that second effort.
He's really been struggling to find the back of the net in this series. There's another shot that time is just blocked by Stake. Tox getting harassed in net. Violent Panda taking his way towards the box, but Tox makes the touch. But Dignitas have the ball. Astral. Oh, Zamway fell from the sky for the save.
And that was an important hit because Panda and Astral were about to connect on a 1-2 banger of a shot. But Zamway had another idea.
And again, Canyon's hanging on, but now Violent Panda heading the other way. 2-on-1. Yukio tried to find the bump. Astral up against Zamway. Dignitas finding a lot of pressure now against Canyons. Where's the touch? There it is. Astral punches it in front of the box. And it's Dignitas on the board.
And it seemed like it was a mat time, and Yukio did so well to get that ball to Panda. Panda out to the middle, and Astral, he bumped Zamway to take that player out of the equation, because if he doesn't bump Zamway there, Zamway's going to be able to get up and contest the shot. So it was a very smart early bump from Astral, and that allowed him to have the space to take that shot and get that goal.
Tox just trying to buy some time here. In the corner, Stake will be the next man for Canyon. Well, Canyons has the carry for Stake, but Astral can't keep it up for too long, and it's cleared away by Dignitas. Ooh, Zamway did a great job taking that ball away, but then he was forced to pitch the ball out towards midfield. But still, it doesn't matter. Violent Panda just could not get a handle on the ball, being harassed by an attacker in midfield. Stake's chance at the net was wide off the post. Time ticking away here for Canyons. Well, now Canyons again, and they locked Dignitas down. They worked for Dignitas in game 2 to create a little bit of space. was their ability to get those bump and demo plays to finally open up some gaps. They haven't been there, and we see Tox is idle on the field. And we'll see how exactly we approach, but for now, the players play on. Stake and Zamway both trying to get the clear out. And Zamway will move back down the field, keeping Dignitas back in their own half. The end of the far side. Canyon still trying to keep this ball cleared out. Zamway and Stake doing everything they can to keep Dignitas out. It looks like Tox is
coming back to life a bit. You know, his ping is back down into green, but there's been moments in this series where it has spiked up. It's clear that he's having some sort of connection issue, but he's battling through it and almost gets the goal. That passing play almost hitting the mark.
And it would have been fitting for Tox to come back at that moment to be able to pick up a goal. It was good with the demo, but again, more time chewed off the clock. Interesting touch from Zamway. It just bounced off the ceiling. Now Tox again up high here against Astral. Stake will miss this, but Zamway's there. The shot's looking good, and that's a tie game with 20 seconds remaining.
And Zamway, this shot getting so much power right off the bounce, perfectly timed. It almost looked like a pinch, but no, just a strong shot from Zamway. And that gets Canyons back into it. And like we saw from Dignitas last game, scoring in those final moments, we see the same thing here from Canyons.
Oh, but Yukio just destroys the net, absolutely obliterated.
And again, at the 13-second mark, there's that infield pass, the passing plays from Dignitas. It always seemed to elevate their ability or elevate their chances of winning when they can hit those passing plays. That was absolutely wonderful.
It was one of the few times they actually had the space to hit it. And now it's pouring down, raining, and Canyons are getting soaked.
They certainly are. And Astral is just making it rain here with these ones. Another kickoff goal. Unfortunate there for Canyons.
Just to work so hard with how much time you had on the clock. You were doing a great job managing midfield, managing the risks on the challenges you were taking. You were picking up good demos, had good shots on net. You finally tied it up with 20 seconds remaining, but then Dignitas, the behemoth, they just stomp right back in and they make it their field.
And that was a fun game to watch all the way to the. It seemed like Canyons might have been able to bring a less than ideal situation. It's clear that Tox is battling some sort of connection issue. So we'll hopefully see that get resolved on his end. Dignitas, even when Tox came back, his ping was in the green, and that's when all the action happened. We saw Zamway get that goal that tied it up, and then that big goal from Yukio to get the lead right back at the 13-second mark. That was a huge play. So Yukio, despite not being able to hit that double tap early, that was a massive goal from him to get Dignitas right back. And then Astral put the game out of reach with that final goal. So Canyons now find themselves behind a Dignitas team that many are expecting to make that run back to the final. And so this will be an interesting game for Jorby.
I totally agree, James. Earlier, we saw Endpoint really put up a decent performance against Vitality. And Canyons, they're doing the same here against their counterparts in Dignitas. We'll see if they can take it to Game 5. I think it's gonna be tough. At Dignitas, they've started to find space more and more. Even beyond that passing play from VP to Yukio, they were still finding space in midfield. On plays where Canyons were completely shutting them out before. So are Dignitas figuring Canyons out a little bit? Now we'll find out, and we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Tox as well. This connection, we'll see if it holds for Canyons for the rest of this set. Violet Panda back over to Astral, boom downfield. Dignitas. Road ain't easy here in the lower bracket. Canyons looking for a clear, or keeping the ball now past midfield. Now Astral will have the catch out. Tox hops right on top of him, and Astral makes a crucial touch against Stake It does only delay Zamway's approach. Tox hopping right on top of him so fast, finding those reads. Just off the challenge, Zamway low on boost, but he makes do. Tox another challenge, quick up to the ball is Steak, but the ball a little faster. And now Dignitas are struggling to get the ball back to the blue half, but they do have some space here as it slows down, and Violent Panda will pick up the goal for Dignitas.
You know, I wasn't expecting this flip reset to work so well. He didn't really need to make contact with it until it didn't even like he made a second one do it. So I'm not really sure what happened there. I would love another look at it. I was watching from Panda's perspective. It just looked like a botched read on that soft hit from Panda.
Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly the defender was looking in net. I believe it was Tox. He had started boosting out. Maybe he was expecting the touch to go a little out to the side. But either way, it's a Dignitas goal for Violent Panda, and he'll pick up 2. Dignitas, now they roll it.
And they're starting to pull away. Yukio forcing Steak to make a save, and then it gets a great bounce for Panda, bouncing out past the defender. The defender can't even jump up to stop that and prevent it from coming across the goal line. Sometimes you see that happen where it just bounces straight down, and that a lot of times is easier for the defender to handle than down and out bounces. Panda had it read the whole way, and now he's gonna hope for another good bounce here.
Oh, he almost had it, but that gave space for Yukio. Blocked by Zamway. Violent Panda, he'll pick it up. He wanted another flip reset. He's feeling it now after hitting one. Like, I'm just gonna go for him now. Every time, but this time, Steak will take the ball away from him, and, you know, make no mistake about it, with how Steak have played, or with how Canyons have played, you cannot count them out at any point. If Dignitas get a third goal, you might start thinking that they have it. But the 2-goal lead is the most dangerous lead in Rocket League, and there's the pass in midfield. Hopping the route was Yukio. Hard pass to Zamway. It's off the crossbar. Another shot. It's good for Steak. Just like that, Canyons cut the lead.
And a great pass, Steak to Zamway. Zamway, a hard hit, and that's honestly a great location as well. If it's on target, then Panda's getting that save. The fact it bounces back into the middle for Steak to finish off was just what the doctor ordered here for Canyons, and now they're back in this game within 1 as we approach this halfway point of the game, rather.
Are we in for another dance in the skies at the halfway point? Tox looking for a bump. Astral will avoid it. Astral back over to Yukio. Dignitas need a clear out. Tox up in front. Keep it locked in Dignitas' corner. Zamway jumping on the ball as well. But you're looking for the threats for Canyons, and they haven't been able to find it. They haven't been able to shovel that ball out of the corner away from Dignitas. Zamway back over to Steak. Zamway picking it up again. He reels by 1. Pops it over the back wall, but Tox is trying to cover the gap as Astral takes control. He made 1 miss. Oh, we kind of wave dash flicked it. A little wonky watching on his camera. Zamway turning it back the other way. Tried to fake out Violent Panda. No good. That's just going to bounce right up back to Tox. You know, Canyons, there's still time left. You definitely don't want to panic here on defense. They don't want to get too antsy, but right in front, they shot up and it's blocked, but they need to get it again. Zamway will play it out to the side. Yukio gives them the respect in the corner. Astral, next up, gets the touch out, but nobody from Dignitas wants to commit. Violent Panda back again. Dignitas, they know they can hang on to this lead. They did so in the last game. It was only in the final seconds that Canyons were finally able to score. Time's running out for Canyons in the final minute.
And this is that critical point in the series. 1 more goal from Dignitas. That will clinch it. That will be the insurance they need. Does Yukio get it here? No.
Oh.
Canyons.
The patience.
They have time still, Jorby, and we've seen the passing plays come out from them. See if they can pull it together in these final moments.
That'll be Zamway trying to fight off Yukio for the ball. Next up is Steak. He's got space. He's got a little bit of time. And he's got an air dribble headed the other way, and Astral used everything he had to get to that ball. Canyons fighting tooth and nail, every single punch, going for the head against Dignitas. But we're about the 10-second mark. Here's another touch. First stake out to the side. Zamway next up. They can't even win this in the corner. Violet Panda, a massive clear for Dignitas. Tox, hard touch out midfield to Stake. Back to Tox. He misses the ball, and Dignitas move to the loser final.
Tox had a good look, but he didn't have the boost. It was just out of his reach. Dignitas, they take this one off a pair of goals from Panda, but Canyons kept it close all the way to the end.
I am excited to see these three players a lot more. This is definitely not the last we have seen of Canyons. I am very impressed with the way that they played this game against Dignitas. I thought their philosophy to try to beat them, it was a good one. And even at the very end there, they had a play, they had a look with Tox. It just came down to a mechanical error. And they ended up losing the series, James. But Dignitas, that's the mark of experience for a team like Dig.
It certainly is, and I wouldn't even say it was a mechanical error, Jarby. He just didn't have the boost. It was just out of his reach.
Fair.
He just had to watch it fall to the ground. So he was in position, but just didn't have the boost required to make the play. And Canyons, they kept this game close. They kept the series close. I think they'll be proud of this run. And if you're going to go down to a team, you might as well go down to the European regional champs. So I think they're going to take this. Yeah, they're going to take this to the bank, and they're going to be happy with their performance in the spring series.
Dignitas move on to play Endpoint in the loser final. We got that and more after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, light it up.
Dignitas was able to climb out of the canyon into the lower bracket finals to face off against Endpoint. Welcome back to the European Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me are Gibbs and Jorby, now joining us for the desk. And Jorby, this went as predicted. We all have figured we'd see Dignitas in the grand finals even, and this was just kind of the first step on the way there. But even despite their issues that they had, Canyons still definitely put up a relatively good fight.
I thought Canyons looked really good. I really thought that they brought it to Dignitas for the majority of that series. They really had trouble finding space. Dignitas couldn't pass the ball. They were hopping routes, but they weren't being overly aggressive. They weren't taking risky challenges where they didn't need to. I really felt like, Tox was doing a lot of work, especially on the defensive end. I hope that, he can get his internet issues worked out for the future because Tox is absolutely a stellar player. And it was I wanted to see a full series with him and Canyons against Dignitas. So we'll see how the rest of that goes. But Dig, they answered the call against this Canyons team for sure.
But Canyons, again, you have to praise their defense. This is now 2 very low-scoring series versus Dignitas. They held them in check. But again, it was not only their own doing. I feel like Dignitas, the shot quality was very poor throughout the series until late. Finally, we saw with Yukio put in a great shot on a pre-flip pass from Panda. But besides that, it just felt a little bit rough again for Dignitas. These inconsistencies are popping up here or there, but you have to credit Canyons. The 2 times Dignitas hasn't looked that great, it's versus Canyons. Maybe once you can fool me, Canyons, and I'll blame Dignitas. But this time, Canyons, they're locking them down and forcing them to play pretty uncomfortable. So we'll see what happens now because Dignitas now has to play back-to-back.
Yeah, well, that at this point, we hit our top 3. We're down to our final 3 teams. So let's just take a look back at the bracket and the teams that they've knocked out along the way. We started, Jorby, with 8 teams coming into this tournament. We're ended down to 3. And of course, we end the day with just 1. 4 teams from the RLCS, 4 teams through those qualifiers.
And Europe continues to be so fun to watch in terms of, the mix-ups beyond Dignitas and Vitality, who seem to continually find themselves now at the end of these tournaments. But the rest of the region is starting to become more tumultuous, but not in a bad way. There's a lot of up-and-coming talent in Europe, and I've talked about it a couple of times. At the start of this weekend, I'm like, there's a lot more Arjus out there in Europe. And I think that both for Endpoint, for Canyons, I think they're proving it. And I really liked the showing that we've seen here in Spring Series.
And just a reminder now, as we get near the end of the bracket, it's best of 7s from here on out. And in that grand finals, Vitality sitting there with a 1-0 lead already in that best of 7 as they've won through the winner side there. And the lower bracket team, whoever it's going to be between Endpoint and Dignitas, will have to a little bit of a harder fight to win that best of 7. But let's talk about that series right now. We have Endpoint versus Dignitas. Endpoint, one of the biggest surprises. Actually, I could say Dignitas was a surprise as well with, how off and on they've been playing. But Endpoint's play style has been wowing everybody. No matter the teams they're going up against, the play style's been fun. Gibbs, I think, is kind of the TLDR that everyone's given them, is they've been fun to watch.
Yeah, but let's not forget the Season 8 World Championship. We were talking about these new fun play styles, the new meta. We kept talking about the Pittsburgh Knights or the Space Station Gamins. But at the end of the day, it came down to, the old meta, Vitality, Dignitas, Energy being dominant through there. We'll see if that continues here, but this really comes down to that demo game of Endpoint versus the number 1 defense right now for this tournament with Dignitas. Sure, at times their offense has looked a little bit rough, but their defense has been top-notch throughout this tournament. And one way to break that down is demo. So we'll see if that becomes an issue again, because this isn't the same offense that they played versus Vitality for Endpoint. Dignitas been a little bit shaky. Maybe they can get a little bit more risky and go for those demo plays.
I think that is absolutely a possibility, Gibbs, especially in my opinion, that Vitality Endpoint game, Alpha 54 was a wrecking ball and nobody was stopping him. When he's playing like that, no team is going to beat Vitality. And I felt like Endpoint had so many good looks against Vitality despite that I am a little worried for Dignitas with how they looked against Canyons. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting situation, knowing that Dignitas, again, by the end of day 1, was looking a bit stronger again. They came into day 2 with a good swing ahead of them, but, they've kind of faltered a little bit in the last little bit here, whereas Endpoint at this point has nothing to lose. I feel like this has been a great placing for them. You heard it from Metz himself when we talked to him yesterday. Metz is like, there's not much else to say besides we're ecstatic, we're excited. This is great for us. I mean, you make top 3 in all of Europe when there's all these other competitive teams here. You know, a lot of up and coming names, as Jorg was mentioning, and some other RLCS teams as well. So making it to this point is a big deal for these guys. The question is, will Endpoint be able to continue further, or is Dignitas going to be in full form to get themselves into that expected grand final against Renault Vitality? It's only a question we can answer by watching the games, or maybe you guys can answer it too by getting online on Twitter at #RL Spring Series. But let's find out who is going to the grand finals.
Let's find out indeed. Leaf, thank you so much. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Achieves. We are going into our lower finals. The winner of this faces against Vitality. And, you know, Achieves, I feel like everybody is going to say, hey, you know what we want? We want that Dignitas versus Vitality rematch. But there are 3 people at least in the world who do not feel that way. And I honestly would enjoy seeing Endpoint in a grand finals. It's something we've never seen before.
Yeah, I would actually be okay with it as well. I think Endpoint have coming up here and definitely rocked the boat a little bit, and I dare say they would have earned their way to the grand finals, especially against a team like Dignitas. But I feel much like that Renault Vitality series, this one's a marathon, and that best of 7 is going to play a little bit more favors for Dignitas, as they'll have more time to get accustomed to that demo-heavy approach. And we have to even see if Endpoint continue to do that, since it got shut down so hard versus Renault Vitality.
Oh, this is the 3-man effort. Not enough. No, Virtuoso gets in the way. A wonderful fake to get past one, a pop over the second, and then Virtuoso up against all 3 Dignitas players, manages to find the save /clear, and then Virtuoso finds a bump. Does he find 2? No, Violent Panda comes out, gets the block, and will stay scoreless, but both teams' play styles coming out strong here in the first minute of game 1.
And it would definitely appear that Virtuoso not cowed by Alpha 54, picking them apart in the previous series. Had some time to get their wits about them and prepare for this matchup. And Dignitas hopefully able to really be locked in after a bit of a slow start in the previous series. And so far, definitely having to play a lot of defense, and I think that's normal. When you see this Endpoint team for the first time, Astral trying to get creative, but at first touch, just a little too hard. Yukio comes through and Relating Wave, able to hop up and make the save.
Oh, that was so good. A wonderful stop on the goal line, and then some fakes. You see the defenders bite. Yukio comes in just to send the easy shot, and the defender still gets up in the way. Relating Wave strong on the defense. Again, while the score is 0-0, it has not been for lack of excitement here. Both teams with opportunities. Yukio another pass over to Astral. Upper 90, blocked by Relating Wave again. This player already here has 2 saves to his name. Barely a minute and a half in. Relating Wave now looking for the first goal, just too high. Astral will send it away. Metanaris has to retreat onto defense with Astral breathing down his neck here in the corner. He'll get it over the top of him and then look to see if he can get the setup here for Violent Panda. Looking at it, everybody just flopping around the ball. Yukio's got a half flip in midfield just to block as Relating Wave finds the clear and looks for the counterattack.
And there are so many people in this game who would have just given a lot of respect to Astral as he pumps one down to the other end of the field. But that little short hop right in front of the goal there to see if he can get the defense to make a mistake. Oh man, Relating Wave, he was one of my favorite players on this Endpoint roster throughout all of RLCS this past season. And the fact that he's not even a little bit worried about what Astral can do with ball control that close to the net and still make a great stop is fascinating.
Wow. Wins the 50-50 challenge against him there and then pops the ball over Astral. Relating Wave doing a lot of work here for Endpoint on the defensive side of things. We've crossed halftime. The pace has slowed down just a little bit. The ball is maintained a little bit more midfield presence here, but the infield pass to Yukio will draw first blood, and that's Dignitas on the board.
And that goes back to Violent Panda. Right before he got that touch, he stole away that corner boost. That meant that the person right next to the play didn't have the ability to catch back up to it as it rolls up the wall. He gets it out into the middle. There's space to work with because Endpoint is playing behind that first man that lost the boost to Violent Panda. They execute the pass and nail the shot.
2:05 left to go. Endpoint now trailing by 1. Relating Wave to the edge, and Astral choose the boost over the pass. Yukio now into the corner. Off the woodwork and then back away. Astral to his own corner. Soft touch Relating Wave with the read, and with a little bit of boost here, you can try to find Metanares. Here's the pass down. Mets comes in for it, but Yukio gets in there first. It's the block. Now Yukio out, and Violent Panda wants to fall back. Didn't like the idea of cherry picking or going for bumps. Now through 2. Astral keeping this on his hood. A little bit low on boost, though. The pitch will go straight to Violent Panda, and he's got half a tank. Yukio now rotating back. Astral trying to move up, but Yukio actually cuts him off. Now Astral caught in a weird spot. The half rotation maybe screws him here, and Relating Wave ties the game.
That's now been a couple times. This time it's Yukio who's trying to figure out how to get the mind game going, but that goes back to Astral trying to get a little creative with the dribble, and again, Endpoint just come in, take the ball off his hood, and unfortunately Yukio wasn't able to regain ball control. And Relating Wave, having a 500-point game, by the way, with a minute remaining, is able to win the race back the other way.
It kind of puts Astral in this super awkward situation where I'm not actually sure that ball was in without Astral's touch there. Possibly a forced own goal situation, and it ties the game against Dignitas. Now here comes Metanares to look to take the lead just a bit wide. Virtuoso putting some pressure on Violent Panda. Panda has to play it across his net, but Metanares already with the read. Oh, it was wide again. Virtuoso gets one demolition. Here comes Relating Wave to the far side. 2 defenders, and it doesn't matter. That's the lead for Endpoint.
And Relating Wave, he is happy to take the cleanup opportunity. There's that demo from Virtuoso, makes the defense panic, and the change up to the back post. All at Dignitas, they saw that demo come through, and they all go, oh boy, here we go. And they try and make the defensive stop. And Relating Wave, presence of mind to go behind him. A late lead, but not so. Yukio off the kickoff is able to squeeze one by the defender.
They win the kickoff here, and kind of almost no, it's just the single cheat up from Yukio. He reads that well, understanding that the player who went on kickoff was going to get a second touch, positions for the pass, and gets the quick equalizer. Now here comes Astral with 45 seconds remaining. What's been a very even game. Again, a best of 7 here as we are into finals territory. The winner of this match plays in the grand finals against Vitality to become the European Spring Series champion. Astral drops it to Yukio. To the far side, Violent Panda now. There's a demolition. Yukio to the edge. Astral takes it off of his hood, and Metanares gets onto the backboard in time. Yukio wasn't really in position to make the shot either way, but with the play away now, Yukio onto the back again. Relating Wave to toss it to a teammate. Metanares and Virtuoso will work all 3 players just to get it to the front of their back third. Metanares down to the edge with 3 seconds left. Time is up. They got to keep it in the air. Yukio will get 1 touch on it, but Virtuoso now to the far side. Violent Panda is not going to be able to keep it up, but we'll have overtime in game number 1 between Dignitas and Endpoint.
And what a massive equalizer off that kickoff from Yukio, but first chance to Endpoint.
Relating Wave with the demolition opens up the 2v3 for a moment. Relating Wave with the shot off the pass from Virtuoso, and that's a 9-second overtime to give Endpoint game number 1.
That demo in the midfield creates the opportunity for Metza to get that first touch, but more importantly, that critical second block to put Dignitas in a terrible spot. And it goes right over their heads off the backboard because they're off grabbing boost, and that's the danger of the kickoff. If it goes just a few degrees off of where you're expecting while you're off grabbing boost, it can turn into a disaster. Mets doesn't get credit for the assist, but he makes the critical block, and Virtuoso and Relating Wave, who ended with 300 extra score in a minute and 20 seconds, had himself a game.
He's almost to he's 150 away from 1,000, which is substantial, especially since they made the change a few seasons back. They kind of cut all the numbers in half there, but 3 goals, 4 saves, 5 shots, substantial shots there from Relating Wave. And not only does he get the winning goal, he also got the demolition that paved the way to get them there. So Relating Wave doing all the work here. 2 of the 3 goals he scored, we saw defenders kind of going up in the X formation, back flipping to try and get in. He's just shooting it straight through the middle on them. It was amazing to watch that man play and to bamboozle a team that has been so strong on defense for so long.
Yeah, and the big thing is that Relating Wave was able to pick up a lot of slack in this game. I think Metsanouris had a couple of big opportunities to put balls away into the back of the goal. And unfortunately, they didn't get there, but Relating Wave was able to come up big, put in those big shots, and come out with a nice Game 1 win here in Dignitas, and what is a very important tone setter, because they got absolutely steamrolled in games 2 through 5 of that Vitality series. So to come out here and have Relating Wave pop off in a big way and start off the series on the right foot is a very good thing for Endpoint, and I want to see him keep it up.
Well, we did hear from Violent Panda earlier in his interview that the teams they feel like they struggle against are the teams that are more ball chasing, more like they don't follow the standard normal conventions of Rocket League was kind of the message I took from that interview. And Endpoint is a team that is trying
certainly
to
not
change
doing that.
They are definitely changing this. So this is going to be a more difficult matchup for Dignitas, and how they learn to adjust to the Virtuoso Destruction Derby. It's going to be fun to watch here.
Oh, they got
the game was even. They get that goal, I think, came about as far away as possible.
It definitely is kind of just poked up the field from Relating Wave, and that demo as Virtuoso is rotating back on that third man who's about to size up the challenge. He catches Astral. He's kind of waiting off on the opposite end of the net, expecting that challenge from that teammate that got demoed to go out to the opposite side, and he's expecting to be able to block perhaps a weak clear attempt and keep possession, but that demo opens up an open goal.
Endpoint is playing so wonderfully right now. That kickoff, super clean, gave themselves a really nice dunk opportunity. They nearly got the dunk on the aerial clear as well. No goal for it just yet, but they do have the lead here in game number 1. Some bumps in net from Violent Panda. Relating Wave's able to detach from that and get up and find a clear. And now on the other end, Virtuoso looking for the counterattack. Gets onto the back wall. Metzanar is demolished, though, means there won't be a follow-up shot. Relating Wave now having to play defense in the midfield. Virtuoso trying to cause some chaos on his rotation back in. And that'll actually leave Metzanar a little bit isolated. Virtuoso does get back there in time, but the rotation's not super clean. They managed to get away. Metzanar is now onto the backboard, and Violent Panda will play to the corner to Yukio. Up against Virtuoso, it'll pinch into the midfield. Violent Panda, nice long touch to the enemy corner. Now in front of the goal, Relating Wave will get there before Yukio can make contact. Astral coming in into the corner, saying, can he find Violent Panda onto the backboard, into the box? Violent Panda not willing to crash it. There will be no goal just yet for Dignitas.
And you can feel Dignitas trying to up the pace, and there's the passing 1-2. Yukio gets it back down to Violent Panda after he digs this one out of the corner. And Relating Wave and Virtuoso, they're definitely respecting the shot, but having that camera pan back over your shoulder, you've got no idea where Violent Panda is putting that ball, and the captain nailed it.
I think there must have been a lack of boost on the side of Endpoint there, as the ball kind of pinched off the goal out in front, just hung in the air in front of their net, neither defender wanting to challenge it. Endpoint leave the passing lanes open. Dignitas takes advantage of it. Tie game, game 2. Relating Wave now in the midfield. Astral to the sky. He's got one player to work with in the mid. Here he comes for the shot. Relating Wave will get the block that was wide anyways. Now Metzanaris on the counterattack, muscles it through one, looks for a second block on Violent Panda, and Relating Wave will come in to help him out.
That misdirection between Yukio and Astral as they went for that ball in the midfield, I think that's a very powerful tool against a team like Endpoint, where they constantly have those isolated defenders constantly playing 1v1s, 2-on-1s, but thankfully that ball for Dignitas pinged off the crossbar of their goal. And if they keep going for those little mix-up approaches, as Violent Panda hit that ball, what?
And Astral now with the carry to the far end. Virtuoso will get in the way. Violent Panda now, more pressure. Relating Wave in his own corner. Tries to get it out. Metzanaris looking for it. Pops straight up in the midfield. Astral and Virtuoso both challenging. Astral's there first, and Violent Panda now to pick it up and look for the dribble. Relating Wave's touch puts it in front of his own box. Virtuoso to the far side for Metz and Yukio to try to challenge it off of his hood. Astral back down. Looked like he was trying to give it to Yukio, but Yukio already retreating, won't be there. Now caught in the midfield once more. Violent Panda trying to do this by himself. Astral on the far side, but he's already positioned for the air dribble instead of the pass. He'll get a boost steal on his way out, but the ball now in his own third. Here comes a shot, nearly the pinch off the post, sends it onto the ceiling and then back to midfielding. Here comes Relating Wave away. What a turnaround.
And that is exactly why you hustle back to net in every scenario. As Astral, he was turning and burning all the way back the other way because he knew that his teammates were going to be in trouble. And when you get a little bit lazy in the midfield because you have a little too much faith and things go wrong, you don't make it back, and you're down 2-1 with about a minute left. Huge hustle play from Astral.
49 seconds on the clock. In the final minute, tied up at 1 apiece. In a very even series, Relating Wave tries. Violent Panda gets himself a savior medal to keep the game even. A follow-up shot from Virtuoso blocked by Astral, and now Violent Panda to put it onto his hood. Try and get the dribble. Relating Wave will take it away. Now, can he work with Metanaris? Metanaris, 75 boost in the tank. Now back into the midfield. Played to the wall. The Dignitas defense holds. Astral nearly connects. Yukio's shot is wide. Violent Panda a bump onto a goalie, but Metanaris versus Yukio in the corner. There's the pass. Astral's up for it, nearly finds it, but Relating Wave, a counter savior medal here. Ooh, 8 seconds left. Dignitas, a few last moments of opportunity. Small pass, no one there. Virtuoso lofts it. Relating Wave will try to challenge, but it'll go to the ground. Hits the corner instead, and has still not touched the floor. There will finally go down. Overtime's 2 games in a row.
And hopefully this kickoff goes a little bit better for Dignitas than last time, and indeed it will. Free ball for Yukio.
Pass down. Astral to the corner. Violent Panda challenging. Onto the backboard. Virtuoso now back in front of the box. Astral there, shoots. Blocked. Relating Wave gets in the way.
Oh, no.
Violent Panda to Yukio. Relating Wave again with the stop. That's Naris. Lofted. Virtuoso, what a dunk. The read from a mile away, but the ball still in the endpoint corner.
Oh, that one slipped through. That's not good.
No, it does not make contact. That'll leave a little bit of an opening here. Relating Wave, the pass outward. Might be enough. Astral just puts the brakes on him. Virtuoso, Relating Wave, get back in time. He needed to shoot, and he didn't. Now Relating Wave's counter touch all the way down the field. The only goal in this game, Relating Wave from his own corner. Nearly puts in a second one to win it.
The icy stare of those 2 defenders as Astral hits the brakes and says, I'm gonna flick it far post. Are you gonna dive? And they're just like, no, you won't. And they just got crushed. Astral is doing everything right on that approach. Virtuoso with a shot denied by Violent Panda. Metza with a follow through off the crossbar. Relating Wave will muscle it home. The defense gets it done early, and then the offense capitalizes.
Relating Wave has scored every goal for Endpoint this series. 5 in a row, 2 overtime winners. How many saves did he get in game 1? 3?
Wow.
He's at 7 so far?
I wish I could tell you off the top of my head. He's having a day, though.
This is an all-star performance from Relating Wave. And they nearly got a second pinch goal in overtime to win it there from their other corner. Endpoint, this series of their life so far, 2 games up now, but unfortunately, they've been playing a lot of best of 5s. This now, the best of 7, the marathon. They've got to win 2 more. They're not on match point just yet.
And that's the tough thing. That's why I think it's going to favor Dignitas. You know, these are 2 incredibly close games, and to be honest, Dignitas could have easily won both. Astral, I do not foresee Endpoint being able to continue to just stonewall stare at Astral and just call his bluff every time, because Astral is one of those players that will just relentlessly, and he makes you think about what you're going to do on defense. And the fact that Endpoint has just looked him in the eye and said, you don't have anything, so many times in this series in the first 2 games is dangerous. Astral will start putting the ball away.
I don't know, but he didn't have anything either time. Like it's the only thing.
He did. He had that flick on that last opportunity, because if he shoots it, they're dead. But that's exactly what he's preying on, because he knows they can save the flick. And the fact that they know that he knows that they know is the beautiful mind game that is defense.
He just starts going for it. And it could genuinely start turning the other way around. I'm waiting for the Dignitas players to open up. We've seen the pass play. We've seen a little bit of solo effort, but mostly it has been, he just holds them down. Violent Panda comes across, and we'll get the stop. And now, the transition onto offense. Here's Astral to the air. The struggle to get control after hitting the ceiling. Relating Wave, back down. Opts for ball control over the boost, gets the flick. Yukio has to stretch to the crossbar. He'll get the save in the clear, and now the transition back to midfield. Here comes Relating Wave. They'll double taps it off the backboard and in. Relating Wave having the day of his life.
Oh my goodness. Put another one in the score column for him. Metza into the middle. Virtuoso with the bump. Violent Panda, good luck. No chance. Top corner. What a beautiful play from Endpoint, and they start off game 3 with a bang.
This might be the end point of Dignitas' Spring Series career if they can't find a way to shut down Relating Wave. My goodness. Double demolition in the midfield, momentary 2v2. Mets tries to get it back to Relating Wave. He was a little bit loose on the wall. There's Virtuoso over the top of one. Metanaris on the far side nearly had that interception on what would have been a completely open net. Relating Wave with a stop on one. The turnaround onto the wall. Clean ball control pass two. Just leaving Violent Panda alone. Tries to find the dunk on him. Now here comes Virtuoso for a shot. Yukio can't quite get in the way, but the ball was wide of the net. Now Astral. Violent Panda on the flank. Will pinch it off of his bumper. Send it to the side. Now on this edge. Here's Virtuoso again. Through two in front of the box. Astral up, lofted. Violent Panda not going to make contact. Here comes Yukio. Relating Wave on the goal line. Another save.
And they're having to work real hard on that endpoint side to stop Dignitas from having extended stays on offense. A lot of pressure being put on as they continue to try and increase the pace over on the Dignitas half. You noticed it back in game 2. They really started to try and get real aggressive and match that same speed that Virtuoso and Relating Wave are having in the midfield.
Virtuoso out of his net. Relating Wave to the sky. Violent Panda try to drop it back to Yukio. There's Astral in front of the box looking for the pass. Yukio loses control though. Relating Wave will have to play it over that midfield line. Astral just dribbles it all the way back up onto the ceiling. Sets up Violent Panda. The ball will cross the net. Relating Wave just adds some pace to it. Yukio going to be a little bit caught out of position. Virtuoso holding some people down in the midfield. Will give some space. Endpoint now advancing on offense again. A nice challenge from Virtuoso. Astral will look for Violent Panda on the far wall. Relating Wave and Metanaris in their back third. Astral now back down. Here's Metanaris. Looking for the dribble. Yukio gets it past him. Yukio now out of boost. Virtuoso goes for the slow play. Violent Panda manages to make just enough contact to get it off of his hood before being out of rotation and having to circle back. Here comes Relating Wave now into the corner. Astral, a touch out. Here's Metanaris. Yukio wins the challenge. Virtuoso, lots of time on the back line. Comes in, scoops it up, clears it out. 1:44 left to go. And Endpoint holding on to that 1-goal lead.
You can see the Dignitas are having struggles to really set up their own type of game plan as well, as there's that demo on the back line again, because they're having to increase that pace of play so much just to take all of these challenges at the midfield line and up high in the air that they don't ever really have the space to get any of those passes going. And it's making it real tough. It's relying purely on the mechanics of Astral, Yukio, and Violent Panda to get the ball through the defenders.
Yukio with a nice long touch near the ceiling, full clear. Astral demolished on the far side will relieve some of the pressure that Yukio was trying to build with that clear.
Well, Astral,
an attempt. Here's Astral with the shot to the far side, and again, just giving Dignitas any space in front of this box is disaster for Endpoint.
Oh, big ups to Violent Panda as well. I mean, that ball was scorched towards that side wall. And the fact he made the read the quickest, and to follow it up, made a perfect pass off the backboard. Nobody on Endpoint is expecting that good of a touch from Violent Panda to come out through a ball that is hit that hard off the side wall. And Astral, another tough read that he struck well.
Well, they had to score if we were to get to our third overtime. So Endpoint here, you know, this is the drill for them. Up on top, Yukio, hold on to this. I believe we have yet to have more than a 1-goal lead at any point in this series. We spent most of it at a tie scoreline.
Yeah.
These even teams. Metanaris breathing so much life into this Endpoint roster. Astral. Pick it up. Violent Panda with the extension. Astral looking to be of help. Yukio now with a golden opportunity. Virtuoso gets up and gets the block. Astral with the follow-up though, and it's in. 10 seconds left, and Dignitas has the lead.
And here's where you get put in a tough spot. Mets, that, to say the least, it's a suboptimal approach to a ball when you're forced to pop it off your own backboard or own goal. And unfortunately, the pressure came through on Dignitas. They smell blood. And again, Astral nails the perfect shot. Force and accuracy, make it another one, and that will put it out of reach.
And there is the room for error on Endpoint. It's so slim. Virtuoso on the extreme cheat there. And Metzenaris going for the corner boost, leaves the goal wide open. An easy security blanket for Dignitas here. 7 seconds left in the game, down by 2. We've seen this comeback already once today.
True.
But it still was
slim,
highly unlikely even in that moment, and now it is impossible in this game. Dignitas come back in game 3 and get a win, and they're on the board.
And a much-needed win for Dignitas indeed. You do have a little bit of extra room to come back with in the best of 7, as usual. But going down 3-0 is definitely asking for the real gauntlet there. And Relating Wave continuing to top the scoreboard here, but significantly reduced effectiveness compared to games 1 and 2. For once, only able to find the back of the goal one time, believe it or not. And unfortunately for them, Astral was on fire with his shooting in this game. But Violent Panda, both of those assists were massive plays. So well done to Violent Panda for putting the ball in some great positions for one of their best strikers.
Yeah, the Violent Panda's passes, so reliable, so consistent in Astral shooting here with the hat trick for Dignitas, get them their first win. And I mean, this is what you spoke to earlier, though. You feel like the series being a best of 7 does favor Dignitas. They're a team that is used to having, or it has been through in this situation more often, and the veteran nature of those players, they're used to being down in these situations, figuring out, okay, like, how do we not get tilted? How do we keep our mental game strong and find a way to get back into this series? Drop 2 games early, winning game 3, super strong. I feel like any advantage that Endpoint was really building with those first 2 wins, they still have the lead in the series, but there's no extra mental edge or momentum at this point. Dignitas easily wipes that out. Dignitas a hard team to build momentum against.
Yeah, exactly. You really, if you want to feel good, if you're Endpoint, you kind of need to give yourself a lot of room to work with. Give yourself 3 games. You got to come out with a win here. 2-2. The series is up in the air. Anything could happen. And Dignitas, it's that experience combined with the time to adapt to an incredibly aggressive play style. They can get there, no doubt, but for sure, Endpoint are making them work every step of the way. It is taking perfection from Dignitas to crack this Endpoint defense.
Dignitas here will look to try and even the series on Urban Central. Shot from Yukio on the far wall. Metzenaris will stretch for it. Difficult shot to make, but not that difficult of a shot to block. Astral now will try to slow this down. Metzenaris muscles it through 1. Yukio scoops it up on the ground and punts it to midfield. Now onto the backboard. Relating Wave doesn't really make contact. Astral will just take the shot straight downtown, and Metzenaris is able to throw his car in the way. Now with the dribble. Over the top of 2 to the goal all the way. Metzenaris just gets the monster flick for goal number 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see this one work its way through the 3 defenders. They're all kind of at the same part of the field, actually. All relatively close to that midfield line. I think Mets just kind of figured, well, hey, if I get the power on it, odds are it beats the people right in front of me. Maybe there's nobody back, and he was right.
Violent Panda has the way cleared for him here on kickoff. Relating Wave will find the block before being demolished. Now onto the backboard. Nobody really home. Virtuoso gets up in time to block Astral. An excellent stop. And now Metzenaris looking for the counterattack. No boost for the follow-up here. And Yukio will clear it away anyways. Virtuoso now on the far edge. Seeing if he can find this pass down to Relating Wave. Actually gets a decent setup, but Relating Wave had already backed off. So the ball now on the other end of the field. Relating Wave on his backboard will look for a clear.
Oh,
and it
no.
might be in. Okay. Violent Panda gets back. That one sails from his goal and gets past the front line defense. Violent Panda in the midfield neutralized. Metzenaris now looking against Yukio. Yukio low on boost maybe. Takes his time reaching for that ball.
Violent Panda wishes he could have that touch back. That was a great opportunity. There was actually a little bit of a gap to work with there for Dignitas when it came to passing. And here they double commit in the corner, and now it's damage control.
Oh, the respawn came in directly underneath the pile as well. Relating Wave gets into goal and gets it away, but Astral continues to put pressure on. Yukio tries to hold down the defenders. Relating Wave will cover it up. Now Virtuoso in net. Just did not believe, man, you talked about this earlier, kind of a lack of respect for Astral. I feel like that's just continued here from Endpoint, and it's not, I don't think that's what hurt them though in game 3. Astral just scored well. Especially on some brilliant passes.
Yeah, Astral 100% just put in some perfect shots in game 3, but whenever it's Astral on the dribble, where he's got the opportunity to make defenders miss instead of just shoot the ball with precision, that's really where Endpoint has excelled in terms of stopping him.
Metzenaris back down. front of the box.
Oh,
Dangerous
dear.
plays, relating wave.
Oh, you're
Virtuoso gets
kidding.
back off the crossbar. Metanaris up and makes the block. Savior medal for Metanaris in game 4. Astral now to try and get one more setup with Violent Panda in front of the box. Now Yukio wraps around. Final attempt. Shots on target, but Metanaris has the clear. Relating wave, the extension. This one looks almost good, and Violent Panda will reach for it and push it to his corner.
What can Endpoint not do on defense? Virtuoso had the quickest inside-out save, made the first one, drove up the back, stopped the second one. Metanoris cleared the third one. They get this one off the pinch. They're making some great clears off of the balls in difficult situations on the backboards and in the corners. Endpoint, it's just... I'm amazed that they've been able to just lock down Dignitas and stop all forms of scoring here in this game.
Lightning Wave nearly puts in, I believe, his 6th goal. As Metanaris scored goal number 1 in this game, which is the first non-Relating Wave goal for Endpoint. Astral back down, Relating Wave now looking for another one. That was 2 players out. Metanaris has to be careful, finds a nice clear up. Pushes it away, Relating Wave now. Onto the backboard once more. Yukio will find a clear, Virtuoso will pick it up.
A little bit of space to work with here again in the midfield. It is a race. The Dignitas have put Relating Wave on his own in the backfield, and he makes 2 people miss. Oh my goodness. Talk about buying time.
46 seconds left. Endpoint trying to take that 3rd game, but here comes some pressure. Metanaris, what a clear to get it past 2. The follow from Astral to the far post. Oh no! It's off the post on the worst of bounces, and Relating Wave scores his 7th goal, but in the wrong net.
In the wrong net is right. Astral, to be fair, that shot placement was indeed required. That was the only lane to the back post in the low corner of the goal, and he missed it. But how can you know that is the Endpoint defense diving across to try and save the shot? And you are right, the perfect storm of disaster.
It is the unreadable bounce. It's so difficult to predict that bounce is going to come out at that angle. The straight 180 directly back out at you. There's 17 seconds left. Overtime again. Number 3. How about it? We're almost there. Endpoint going to try and finish this in regulation. Virtuoso in the enemy net. His favorite place where he is most comfortable. 3 seconds now. Astral and Yukio on the far side. Virtuoso bounces it off the ground. This one should hit, and we'll go to overtime in game number 4. Endpoint looking for match point.
And here's where you really got to show your mettle and your mental toughness if you're Endpoint. That ball, you almost feel betrayed at the end of regulation with a goal that you concede like that. But here's the time to rally back and come up with a huge win here and put the torch to Dignitas. Another crazy bounce, and this one goes straight to Violent Panda, and it's 2-2.
Oh my goodness, what a series. To be fair, this bounce, it's a crazy bounce, but I feel that it should have been in the first place. Yes. Violent Panda says thank you, Rocket League. We'll take that one. And Dignitas, two outlier goals here give them the lead in this game, and we'll be tied up in the series.
Oh, tough break there for Endpoint. What can you do? You felt like you should have had it. It slips away in the final moments, and to make matters worse, Astral actually beats the defense finally. He misses a shot, but it's okay. He's got teammates behind him to clean up, and Dignitas have battled all the way back here despite losing 2 tight games early on in the series. So well done to Dignitas. I'm curious to see if they continue to have to work to come from behind, because Endpoint were playing some fantastic defense in this game 4. It absolutely would have been the MVP and the reason they won. Unfortunately, though, what can you do? The fluke to concede and then a beautiful play beats you in overtime. You just got to shake it off and move on to game 5.
Yeah, no, and that if that's what it takes for Dignitas to beat Endpoint, I'm not confident in this Dignitas roster. I feel like Endpoint will find 2 more wins in this series, because there won't be that post bounce can't keep happening here for Dignitas. And I want to talk about, like Relating Wave was the player of the series up until this match. How about Metanaris there? 1 goal, 5 saves, really putting the team on his back here. And if every player is having the ability to stand up and have a clutch solo performance like that, I mean, Endpoint is going to be extremely strong, and I'm almost looking forward to the rematch against Vitality. So we'll see what happens here as we get into game number 5. And this game will give one of these teams match point.
And it allows you to talk a little bit about what you feel Metanoris has brought to this team. And a large part of that is just the consistency. When you have a player that was so good in the midfield when he was back with TSM, and allows a team to be more adventurous is the phrase I will use in how they approach the offense, because you know that you've got a lockdown rock there behind you somewhere in the midfield filling in all the gaps like Metsonoris. He's a wonderful glue player. Says, you guys do whatever you want. I can be anything you want me to be. And he does a great job of that on this endpoint roster.
Metsonoris here with the changed his paint job up, but Violent Panda finds the first goal of the game. Right here, just blazes it in 78 kilometers per hour.
Oh yeah, that one just slips through two people in the midfield, and it fortunately bounces right on his nose. And Violent Panda took it and ran with it, and that is a scorcher. Off the bar, down and in. Tough save for anybody.
Yukio out of the corner. Dignitas has been playing from behind for most of this series. Now with an early lead, how does that change how they play? Astral off the ceiling. Still with the flip to work with, doesn't choose to use it, places it to the ground, and Relating Wave will take it to the air. Virtuoso hounding the goalie out of net. He's still chasing them both down, and it still goes in! Virtuoso just causes absolute chaos, and Relating Wave ties it.
And Relating Wave, this was a delicate flip reset. Oh man, just caressing that ball down with the wheels, let it fall a little bit further, then hits it with the torque. Right towards the middle, right side of that goal, with the chaos behind them with Virtuoso being caused. The combination of chaos and finesse.
I love it. Virtuoso's like a sheepdog, just herding them away. Just nope, you're over here now, nipping at their heels, not letting them think about where that ball's going. And then followed up with a great shot there, a tie game here for Endpoint. Relating Wave to drop it down. Metsonoris wants to come on in. Soft touch. Astral tries to reach for it, actually misses. This lead Violent Panda alone with the ball in his own corner. He'll take it to the air over the top of one player. Now Violent Panda leaving it for Yukio. Virtuoso chose to pull far back. Violent Panda with the shot, and then a save from Metsonoris. Again, the follow-up thing. Oh no! Astral, what a shot! They take the lead back.
Yukio has a chance for the double tap. Violent Panda puts it on target. Astral catches the rebound, and that is pixels from being in before the save even happens. Relating Wave gets the piece, but not enough. Astral finally is starting to get some balls to cross the goal line.
They've got the lead right back here with 3 minutes left to go. Yukio rotate back. Virtuoso to the sky. Relating Wave chills out a bit, lofted high.
Oh dear.
Violent Panda just sends the rocket. And the shield materializes for Endpoint here. 2:47 on the clock. Virtuoso with control. Metsonoris in tow. They'll play it to the corner. And now around just the full wrap. Ball will stay above the goal. No player to crash on in. Virtuoso looks for some bumps. Yukio not able to reach it there. Decently strong positioning here from Endpoint. Here comes Relating Wave onto the backboard again. No one home. Here comes Virtuoso, and he tucks it into the corner. There's a tie game.
This was just where Dignitas needed Yukio to come up with that first touch right as that replay started in the corner. They all have low boost. They can't go up the wall because they don't have the boost to cover the distance in time to defend the shot high in the net. They just have to hope that they have time to readjust in front of the goal line. And unfortunately for them, Virtuoso was not having any of it.
Right here at halftime. Tied on up. There's been such an even series. Metsonoris out of his corner. Virtuoso. Through two. Now to the edge. Virtuoso looking for more bumps for Yukio. Takes to the air. I can see Dignitas moving to just more and more of an aerial game to stay away from the aggressive bumper of Virtuoso. Yukio finds a demolition though. No one's home. He's just able just to pop it in himself. That's the lead right back.
Yeah, give them a taste of their own medicine here. Yukio just goes for a challenge, says, oh, I'll go steal the, never mind, I'm gonna kill the guy in the goal. He takes him out. Astral wins the challenge, pops right back in front of Yukio, and Dignitas again with the lead.
1:55 now. Time continuing to expire, and as Endpoint seems to come back into things, Dignitas just takes the lead right back. Metsonoris now with the trap, sends it towards the goal. Both defenders bite. Relating Wave gets it past both of them, and it's just in. Doesn't even need Virtuoso's help. 3-all.
had to get all the way around this one. Metza just trying to win a couple challenges, but a double commit. Violent Panda comes out of the goal, and Yu-Gi-Oh goes at the same time. Violent Panda thinking that his touch is going to be a much more beneficial touch for the defense, and probably it would. But that's the unfortunate thing about how fast-paced Rocket League is. You don't have the time to really communicate that plan. The player in the back just goes for it. They get in each other's way, and Relating Wave capitalizes on the mistake.
Astral pass one. Virtuoso now. To the midfield. Metzenar's going to try. Endpoint have been arguably the stronger team this series overall, but they have yet to have the lead here in game 4 as Dignitas continues to play well. Yu-Gi-Oh with a stop. What a side flip ballet move to keep that one out. Now back in. Yu-Gi-Oh to the edge. Relating Wave. Long ways down. Into the final minute, tied up in our highest scoring game of the series.
And it slowed down a little bit here in the final minute. Everybody kind of backing off and making sure that they don't concede, and very likely to see another overtime. Why not? Let's go 4 out of 5.
We're up Violent Panda over the top of one. Virtuoso back to midfield. Violent Panda. Now Yu-Gi-Oh beaten though. This one dangerous. And this crossbar down. 28 seconds left, and Endpoint's got the lead.
One challenge. Violent Panda trying to go for the cheeky little tip into the midfield. Unfortunately, it's a little too close to the defense. Yu-Gi-Oh trying to cover the gap because he knows if he backs off, he's going to get scorched on the 2-on-1. Tries to close it, can't get there, and Relating Wave gets the crossbar down and in.
Oh, but they're not done yet. Yu-Gi-Oh bounces it off the crossbar, bounces it off the goal line, and a Relating Wave finds the clear. 15 seconds left. The ball's still dangerous. Violent Panda's pass. Yu-Gi-Oh's shot going in. 4-all with 11 to go.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! This time he's able to get there. Violent Panda says, no fear. This one's on the money, away from the defense. And Yu-Gi-Oh with a bullet into the lower right-hand side. You can't make it up.
This has been a crazy game. Metzenaris versus Yu-Gi-Oh on the kickoff. Virtuoso now advancing here. Violent Panda lofts it high, but it could still go in. Anything could happen at this point. Relating Wave into the middle. Metzenaris up to the backboard for the win.
Oh, no,
Can he do
missed.
it? No. Overtime in game 5.
Oh, he had a chance. That top left corner was calling. Unfortunately, Metzenaris can't squeeze it in under the bar and inside the post, and we've got 4th overtime here in the series.
There's been any doubt that these are the 2 of the top 3 teams in this tournament. This series has completely quenched it. Metzenaris gets one block, finds a second one as well. They aren't in position to move down the field, and the ball will stay in the blue. But after the second touch from midfield, from Dignitas, there was an opportunity. Now Astral over the top of 2. It's open. Can Yu-Gi-Oh get there? No, Relating Wave coming back on defense. The retreating save. And now Violent Panda with the attempt taken away. Virtuoso gets in his way, and now Relating Wave can try and challenge Astral. Gets the read on him, gets the bump on him too, but Astral maintains control. Relating Wave will just add a little bit of pace to it. Yu-Gi-Oh tries to drop it down, and there goes Relating Wave back away. And Virtuoso with the attempt as well. In the first minute of overtime, absolute lightning on both sides.
Yu-Gi-Oh just couldn't quite square that one up. And Metzenaris was definitely put in a real bad spot. There's a pinch that favors Dignitas. Relating Wave will dive across and clear it off the backboard. Metza will lend a helping hand. And this overtime, you're right, lightning. Virtuoso denied.
Virtuoso somehow was exactly where he needed to be, high on the ceiling wall. Now Astral on the backboard. Metzenaris demolished in the midfield. Just means Virtuoso can go for free. Metzenaris lofted. Astral, the challenge from his corner, finds a second touch, put it on the backboard. Relating Wave with the long clear. Virtuoso tries to reach for it, but Yu-Gi-Oh gets there. Relating Wave can't dismount the wall. Now Metzenaris gonna be up to him in the midfield. He'll look for Virtuoso on the far side, into the corner. Metzenaris still Relating Wave. No, Astral gets in the way. Relating Wave now back to Metzenaris in front of the box. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Pushed out. Here comes the Virtuoso. Grounded. He couldn't read it though.
Fortunate.
Relating Wave. The attempts. Here's Metzenaris. Looking for the win. The double tap. Does he have enough? No, he's under the ball. Here comes Relating Wave with the fake. Virtuoso took the shot. Astral will find the stop. And Dignitas will look for a semblance of ball control in enemy territory here. Yu-Gi-Oh onto the post. Virtuoso gets it away as Astral's too far back. That overtime safety.
and Endpoint have been caught in a couple of situations in this overtime in the past minute or so, where if they had boost, they had him dead. But Yukio has a chance on the breakaway, goes for the slow shot, and beats the last man. Metza was scrambling back. He was thinking that Yukio was just going to try and get this in there as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he let it bounce and come to him just a little bit longer, and Mets couldn't adjust. Dignitas with the lead.
My goodness. You know what's crazy? What's crazy, Achieve, about that final goal is Virtuoso flies out of his half because Yukio is the last player back. And he misses him on the demo by a pixel. And if he had gotten it, Endpoint would have scored. But because he missed the demo, Yukio runs down the field and scores on the other side. Like, are you kidding me? Like, the demo was that important in that moment? Like, it literally would have changed the game?
Well, you talked about it. Endpoint plays a style that runs on a razor-thin edge between disaster and success. And unfortunately here, the disaster got him into trouble in overtime, and even worse, they're now on match point in the series because Yukio just stole that one away.
And even worse, Dignitas has momentum right now. And if this was a best of 5, Endpoint just got reverse swept, and Dignitas is feeling hot. Yukio puts up 3 goals this time. We've seen hat tricks and carries, MVPs from multiple players now as they've won 3 in a row. So we go into game 6. I'm shaking in my boots if I'm Endpoint. You can't change it. You got to keep living on that razor's edge, and man, that's a terrifying thought.
That is the unfortunate reality of a game like Rocket League. It is a game that demands perfection, and whether you execute or not, you have to live with what is ever the outcome is. And here in game 6, Endpoint sure are hoping it's them, but it starts off horribly. Metza gets bumped by Violent Panda and a forced own goal.
3 seconds in. There's a goal. Endpoint already having to play from behind. Well, I'm not worried at all that they're not going to be able to tie this up. It's a matter of can they hold on to the lead. I don't think Endpoint is at any point led by more than 1 goal in this series. The only 2-goal lead I believe we've had at any point was at the end of game 3 from Dignitas. So a very close series. Endpoint, even if they tie this up, even if they get the lead, there is no room for comfort, especially knowing you've got to get it to game 7 right now.
Yes.
Violent Panda now looking for a second goal. Virtuoso with a stop. Relating Wave comes on in. Now Metzenaris will look for his teammate. He's got enough boost to reach for the shot, but what a read. Astral's right there. Understanding where that pass was going, he'll block it.
Ooh, and Virtuoso, this is a delicate balancing act required here on the goal line. They're all kind of rotating back at the same time, and this means Dignitas gets a lot of field position here, and some subpar touches are allowing the pressure to build.
Virtuoso's clear is not the best. Metzenaris will go to help it, but Astral has a read onto the backboard. This one just a little bit too much power. It'll reach past Violent Panda. Now Relating Wave to the upper 90 with the attempt. Not going to be there. Violent Panda.
Oh dear.
He's got it through the back line. Can they get back in time? Wasn't able to find a shot. Had to go for the pass, which means the defense does have time to get back and in the way.
Oh, Astral.
Now Relating Wave. Small miss from Astral means the ball goes into Dignitas' half.
I'm amazed he even went for that.
He's up for another one here. Dignitas, you know, they've got that momentum. They've got that energy. Ooh. Go for the crazy plays. Nice infield pass, and it goes down. I believe Virtuoso stole this on the goal line.
It's possible, but either way, Dignitas, they get a taste of their own medicine. That is 100% what it looks like when Dignitas is passing against you with space, and they just had to deal with it, and perfect execution. Metzenaris slung one towards the top of the goal, crossbar down, and Virtuoso will take the extra points.
Yeah, he was happy to have that one. That's the tie game that we knew was inevitable. Now what happens next? Metzenaris in. Through one, Yukio retreating. Slow play to his corner, pick up his own boost. Couldn't get it past 2 though. Relating Wave with the attempt now. Astral get out of his goal. Metzenaris up, stops the advance. Astral tries to adjust, but actually takes too long getting control of that ball. Lucky for him, the rest of his team able to work together as a tandem.
Oh, that worked.
Now Virtuoso back in front. Yukio's up for it, blocked just enough by Relating Wave. we approach halftime. Virtuoso will try to trap it on the wall, and these midfield challenges. What in the
Astral,
world?
you're kidding.
So good. He goes for it again. It takes the save to keep him away.
And Astral is just making reads at lightning fast speed and putting a ton of pressure on that in-point defense that has just been so effective. But Yukio gets him with the fake and tears him apart.
You're kidding me. What? The fake is so clean, but he still has to hit this razor-thin shot to sneak it around that post. Metzenaris would be right there to push it away, and that's the lead back for Dignitas. Wow.
Brutal for endpoint. You're playing so well, but Yukio, Violent Panda, Astral, they're all throwing so many things out of the bag of tricks at you that they just can't quite handle it. And again, they're playing from behind with 2 minutes left.
I have no doubt they can tie this.
Oh my gosh, if that's a goal.
Oh, Violent Panda drops it from Astral's pass, and
Look
that's
at
a
that.
2-goal lead.
Astral wave dashed on the wall to gain speed to beat the defender in the midfield and get that ball around into the middle. Combined with the misclear, Violent Panda nails it.
Astral is having an insane day. And Violent Panda's here to happily clean things up. And now a 2-goal lead, which might not sound like much, but in this series, it's everything.
It is. That's gold.
Can they hold on to it? Can we see last-minute heroics from Endpoint? They weren't able to bring it back in Game 3. Minute and 30 left to go. Plenty of time and plenty of skills and power. But is the consistency of Dignitas just too much here? Relating wave. Keeping it high, holding on to it himself, trying to give it to Virtuoso, or rather Metzenaris. We're back. Relating wave, Yukio puts it in front of the box. Metzenaris will get it away. Now relating wave back at the midfield line, and Astral will stall it out. More scary looks for Dignitas.
And I feel like you can start seeing the cracks in that endpoint mentality. They know that that 2-goal lead is massive considering goals and leads coming at a premium in this series, and now they're really going to start to try and push things into high gear, and now you're going to start seeing all the mind games from Dignitas to work it by defenders.
And everything in this game, as intense as it is only building to the climax that comes after this. The grand finals versus Vitality. Dignitas versus Vitality has become the classic match in Europe and one of the classic matches in all of Rocket League. 20 seconds away from seeing it played again. Virtuoso to Metzenaris, back to Virtuoso, looks for the shot just wide. Violent Panda will hold on to it, and you can see Dignitas has switched into time-killing mode. 10 seconds left, Relating Wave tries, and Yukio gets it over the top of him. That dunk should do it. 5 seconds left. They have no semblance of ball control. Dignitas had to rally 4 games straight all the way back, but they will get the rematch against Vitality to become Spring Series champions. We'll see that match here in just a moment.
What a series this one was. Endpoint, unfortunately, I think they were perhaps the most exciting team in all of Europe throughout this entire spring series, and they played phenomenally. Really big departure from what we would call standard Rocket League. Virtuoso takes what Gibbs' position was, and instead of sitting on the goal line, plays in the other team's net. And it worked wonders for them, but unfortunately, perhaps it needs a bit more time to gel and improve a few more notches, but they absolutely gave every team they played against a run for their money. But the top 2 in Europe, Dignitas and Vitality, continue to reign supreme, and they earn a spot in the grand finals.
They do. So what you're telling me is the perfect team is a doubles team of Virtuoso and Gibbs.
Yes, exactly. Unstoppable.
Yeah, that's perfect balance right there. Oh, man, folks, that one was exciting. But if you enjoyed that match, I cannot wait for you guys to watch the match that is coming up next. The grand finals of the European Spring Series are going to be right after this break. Dignitas taking on Vitality yet again. I can't wait to watch. Stick around.
Rated E for everyone.
told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm
And then there were after 2 days of the European Rocket League Spring Series, we have our final two contestants. Welcome back to the Spring Series. I'm your host, Leafex, alongside Gibbs, and Corelli is joining us for this last series. But before we get to that, we do have to talk about what we just saw there. And I think we saw something very impressive out of Endpoint, Corelli. Like, you know, Endpoint, I think, wowed everybody today, and I think they maybe even wowed themselves. I think this is a performance they can walk away with their heads held high on.
I think there's a lot of great things coming out from Endpoint. I love the play style. I think it's exciting. I think it's fun to watch Virtuoso just bully other teams. And I really like seeing Metzenaris doing well. Relating Wave really came into his own here in this particular series. Yeah. And I think for Endpoint, there's a lot of good to take away from this spring series. My concern is moving forward, can they replicate some of the performance that they're showing now, or is this just a one tournament thing?
And that's always the big question. We'll see that going forward for Endpoint. But I think everyone is going to want to see them play a lot more often here because it was a blast to watch. But this series in general, so close. 6 games, 4 of them go to overtime. And I think the main difference for me, or the game changer, was I believe it was game 5 where Yukio, he hits the crossbar to tie the game incredibly late. He doesn't get the shot, but right back, like Dignitas, they control possession, and then he hits a bottom corner shot to get him going, and then they win that overtime on just a random 50-50. And I think that's what Endpoint's going to have to clean up. That third man, when they have to take 50-50s, it's so risky because they move up so much. And occasionally, like, it felt like maybe a little bit of luck for Dignitas on those wide open nets, but that's all because of how Endpoint has to play with those demos. So great challenges out from Dignitas. And then Yukio with the fake aerial to the ground touch in game 6. He really came alive late in the series. And Dignitas, they might not be looking as perfect as you would want, but that was the exact same thing for the regional championship. When they played Mousesports, it went to 7 games, but they always wake up when they play Vitality. Violent Panda said it earlier. We prep for Vitality and no one else, and he got his wish.
I think it's just crazy. You say, hey, maybe it's not the Dignitas in full form that we expect, but they're still in the grand finals right now.
Yeah.
They're still there. That base level for them is still something that's so difficult for other teams to overcome. And speaking of other teams, I know we just did it, but let's take another look at the bracket here just to remind everyone how these two teams got here as we head into our grand finals. It's been a double elimination the whole way through, Corelli. We had 4 teams come from the RLCS qualifying through regionals, and we had 4 teams coming through online qualifiers. And then a couple surprises. I don't know if you're, for yourself, Corelli, looking back, if there's anything that besides Endpoint that really kind of stands out to you.
Yeah, I really like the way the Clappers played. I think that is one positive thing that stood out to me. One negative thing that stood out to me was how poor Barca was in both of their games, not even getting a single game against Endpoint or Dignitas. And of course, both these teams have proven to be very good in this tournament, but it still stands. I think Barca is a much better team than what they showed.
And now we're going into like this final here where, sure, everyone expected it to be Vitality and Dig, but not in this fashion where Dignitas, they lose in round 1, have to make that lower bracket run. It's been a crazy lower bracket for them, but they've been relatively dominant throughout. They had a couple hiccups, but again, it doesn't matter for Dignitas. They're still here. Now they get to finally play Vitality. We thought we'd see this match twice, but we're only going to see it once, and Vitality has that 1-game advantage. It's going to be very difficult for Dignitas.
Well, let's talk about that grand finals. All these two teams have been working their way through. Dignitas had an extremely long run, again, coming up through that lower bracket after being 3-1 by Canyons in their first round yesterday. And now they're here. They've made it to the end. It's the age-old matchup of Renault Vitality versus Dignitas. Renault Vitality coming in from the winner side. So, Corelli, they are up 1-0 in the series. There's no bracket reset. They just have a game advantage in this best of 7. Dignitas is going to have to win 4, whereas Renault Vitality need 3. Looking at these two teams, though, I feel like it is favorable to say that Renault Vitality is the better looking team today.
I think so, but maybe by a slim margin. And I think to what Violent Panda was saying and what Gibbs just said too, is like they always prep for Vitality. They know how to get ready for this team. And I think that Dignitas has been operating at like 90%, and they're going to kick it into that last gear, knowing that they have to go against a very strong offense and defense and a very comfortable setting as well. I mean, Endpoint was a very chaotic team to play against. I think Dignitas has comfort knowing that they're coming into a Vitality that they know how to play against.
Gibbs, I just want to get a final thought on here. You know, you mentioned Dignitas has been a little bit weak. What is that key factor that needs to change from the previous series that we've seen today going into this matchup against Renault Vitality to make sure that they stand a chance?
I think their shot quality just has to get a little bit better. Even Astral hit a few posts. They were great shots, but they were just barely misses. They did score on a lot of those chances, but I just want the whole team to shoot a tiny bit better because you're playing Alpha 54, who's having the tournament of his life right now. He's looking unstoppable. And I think if you can keep Kate up kind of uncomfortable, like he hasn't been playing the best, you might have a shot. But it's so funny because we talked about all this new meta again here, and it's the same thing. It's the old meta that wins out. Dignitas and Vitality. Yeah. Violent Panda versus K-Dop. Once again, it's going to be a blast to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time now. 4 weeks of Spring Series. European has been 2 days, and we're down to the final match. This is the last one of the overall Spring Series. Let us know how hyped you are on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But now it is time for the age-old matchup of Renault Vitality versus Dignitas.
So sometimes a predictable bracket can be a bad thing, but Johnny, when we get the treat of Vitality against Dignitas yet again, there is no such thing as a predictable bracket being a bad thing.
Oh yeah, you can't complain about this one. It's the matchup that a lot of us expected for the grand final, and although the route to the grand final wasn't what we expected for Dignitas, this is their chance to really, do what they've been planning all along, and that is to put all their preparation into practice and show everybody that they can beat Vitality consistently. We saw G2 do it in North America, and now Dignitas are going to try and replicate in Europe.
So the last time these two teams played was in the regional finals. Dignitas were able to take down Renault Vitality 4-2 back then. And with the 1 game advantage that Vitality have coming into this, they are going to have to do that, or they're going to have to improve upon that result. As we're going to see, Violent Panda forces his way through, and Dignitas start us off in a big way.
Wow, that's a pretty good start for Dignitas. It looks like Vitality were expecting some kind of aerial attack. K-Dot was ready on the back wall to get up high for some kind of defensive play there, but Violent Panda just cut it straight in field towards the goal. Really good awareness to notice the weak point, and they're already ready to tie up this series if they can keep it going the way it is. That seems necessary for me. They need to, come out absolutely flying in this series because Vitality have been on the ball and they've got that 1 game advantage, like you said.
Well, throughout the Spring Series, we've already seen 3 grand finals. So far, the winner's bracket has taken 2 wins. The loser's bracket has managed to come back from that 1 game disadvantage and win once. That was last week over at the OCE Grand Finals. Right, Vitality, though, they've got to try and figure out Dignitas, who are looking to put together their 2nd straight major win against the roster. And we'll take a somewhat tame shot towards Fairy Peak. But this is great pressure currently being put on by Dignitas. Yukio bounces the ball to the corner. Not quite the bounce he wanted, though. He wanted to roll up. Continue to follow off the wall. And it's now Vitality's turn to put something together off the backboard. And it's still pressure. Violent Panda accidentally helps pinch it into his own net.
And that's going to be pretty hard to stop from that range. K-Dot just completely ducks on Panda in that play. There's really no time to react for the goalkeeper. 1-1. And you need to just get a bit more goal sight on that ball, it would seem. It was a really tough one to recover from, though. Panda couldn't do too much. And this is not what you want if you're a Dignitas fan. They haven't looked themselves this tournament. You want them to be popping off. You want them to be passing the ball brilliantly. And you want this guy, Astral, to get involved a lot more than he has been. Vitality overall have looked like the better team this tournament.
There's arguments to be made as well that as much as Dignitas need to improve upon earlier performances, they need Alpha to not hit the form he was in earlier, because he was destructive in the winners finals. Endpoint simply did not have an answer to him. Skate will pass it to the far side.
Yeah, it's a bit careless there by K-Dot. He was somewhere between a shot and a pass, and it ended up being good for neither. Dignitas with some time to control the ball in their own half, and there's nobody trying to demo them while they do it this game. That's going to be quite comfortable for them. And, like the desk were saying, this is a team that they're much more used to playing against, and a style that they're a lot more used to playing against. This was the losers final. We would have had a Virtuoso right there, trying to demo probably all 3 players. I think it's just looking a bit more calm now in defense, and rightfully so.
Still at 1 goal apiece. Alpha just harassing Panda. They go for the short pass. It was right next to each other as they tried to get it off. Might have even been attempting a pinch. Good job from Panda. Baits out 1 player. He's got another 1 pass. Wins the challenge against Alpha as well. This is a good place for Dignitas to play the ball, but they also need to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Yukio's trying to buy a bit of time. An extra touch over the top, and he's held that middle roll very well.
Yeah, it's nice play there by Yukio. All of Dignitas, honestly, are doing a great job keeping the ball in the Vitality end. Vitality are struggling to get rid of it. And, recently we've not seen too much of this from Vitality. They've been brilliant at passing the ball into defense, but maybe Dignitas can try and capitalize on that, because really, for Vitality, it's been all too easy this tournament. If Dignitas can come out and show them something they haven't had to face all tournament long, who knows, maybe Vitality will be the ones caught off guard.
Dignitas still pushing the pressure on the other side of the field. Very Peak wants to try and cut out this passing play, but Astral just pushes the ball along. And Panda was quite far forward. He's almost got his team caught. Yukio scrambles back. Have to be very aware against Vitality. They can turn it on you at a single moment.
You know, infield passes for both teams are looking quite risky, honestly, as everybody's stationed themselves in position to intercept them before they come across. The backboards are looking pretty wide open at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the avenue of attack that these teams decide to go for as this game progresses.
Alpha decides to push on. Yukio can't figure it out. And that's a bit of a tame one for Dignitas to give up.
Yeah, that's very careless by Dignitas. It just bounces in, you know, free for Alpha to play. You know, Yukio looks a bit silly trying to make that save, but it's the fact that he's driven forward in the first place that made life difficult for him. If he just stayed back, he would have had an easier shot to, or an easier job saving that one. You know, that's just a confusion. The ball's again gone past him. And after looking pretty solid all game, Dignitas have just fallen apart at the end here.
And it's very difficult to understate or overstate just how important these goals are for Vitality. They get this, they double up their lead, and they force Dignitas to only have one life left.
I think Dignitas are in a lot of trouble here, Shogun. If they do lose this, then they've got to win 4 out of the next 6 games. And that's going to be pretty hard against the Vitality lineup, you know, who did take a couple off them the last time that they played. It's just not a position you want to be in. Vitality are good enough to just fight back against pretty much any team that they go up against. It's really difficult to put 3-4 games in a row past them. The mentality is just never really seeming to be broken for them. And it's something we come used to seeing from the French teams in Rocket League.
Yeah, very much a case of you need to be on form because they're never going to be off theirs. And Renner Vitality, they haven't really needed to be too on form for their goals. They were very much gifted them by Dignitas, who will definitely be displeased with how they ended up throwing away their lead. There's a lead that they got earlier on from Violent Panda, but it will not matter now. This game is now going to be beyond them. And Renner Vitality up by 2.
That is the perfect start for Vitality. They didn't have to do too much in this game. It was disappointing in the end for Dignitas because they did look solid for most of the game. And then there were 2 defensive blunders. Yukio really running into no man's land instead of staying back on the second goal. And then the third goal, quickly off a kickoff, ball just bounces in an awkward position. Nobody there to deal with it. Wide open net for K-Dop. If, you know, Dignitas don't make these misplays, maybe they can steal this game, but you can't really think about that if you're a Dignitas fan right now. The only important thing is they need to win 4 games out of 5. I correct myself when I said earlier it's 4 out of 6. They need to win 4 out of 5. And when you say it like that, it does sound like a lot more difficult of a task, especially when you're against this Vitality lineup who are just, I think, likely to put a game at least past a Dignitas team, regardless of how well they're playing. They're going to sneak in wins here and there.
Well, the scary thing for Vitality taking them on is that they've got a base level that is already terrifying, but unlike a lot of teams that we see where we point towards, you know, 1 or 2 star players and expect them to pop off, any one of these 3 have been able to show to do it. Alpha was the only one coming into this tournament that I'd seen it less from, but it seems like he's comfortable now on this roster, and from what we've seen from him today alone, even he could step up and snatch a victory away from Dignitas, even with them playing well.
Oh, absolutely. Alpha 54 is definitely a player whose potential has not been reached on this lineup. He's played well enough on Vitality for them to look like, you know, potentially the best team in the world at times, and, you know, going all the way to the regional finals of the last RLCS season against Dignitas. So he's definitely done a good job on this team, but I think he can be even better, and that's something we've seen this tournament. He's been really outstanding, and, you know, I think he can even get better still, if you ask me. He's mechanically brilliant, and he's very smart about the game, and the fact that he's got 2 experienced players like K-Dop and Fairy Peak to learn from, just how good can this guy get?
Here we go. We've got Alpha on the ball exactly now. Astral has that one red. It's a good thing about taking a mechanical player when you've got another very mechanical player on your side. Tend to know all the tricks in the book. Yukio lays off to Panda. Panda to Astral. Oh, shot on net. It wasn't that much angle. It didn't need it.
You know, initially it looked like Yukio had given away a nice opportunity here, but the pass was even better. That's great vision really selfless play by Yukio to bring Violent Panda back into the game there. And that's what's been missing from Dignitas' play all weekend, these successful passing plays in the final third. Can they keep that up? Because if they do, you know, that's going to make more space for them to work with, as Vitality have to be off the ball, reading the passing plays as they come in.
Dignitas, when they're playing at their best, it looks like a pinball machine. And it's going to be very much down to them to get that going against a Vitality squad that just will force challenges, break you down, and grab the goal. Sometimes the Vitality wins are not overly pretty, but my goodness, are they effective. We've already seen Dignitas in this position once before. Taking the early goal up. Now they need to try and defend it much better than they did last time around. Yukio tries to take the corner. He's lost his boost. Means he's going to have to really play this one well. K-Up with a great challenge. Panda will last long. Yukio still sticking around. Not too sure if this is the best idea, because he's going to be low boost on his way back. As long as Dignitas can continue to challenge the midfield, it's going to give him plenty of time to reset.
Looks like Vitality are playing this one quite aggressively, really far up the field. We're seeing 50-50s being accepted in the Dignitas corner. Now, this is risky by Vitality, because if they don't get a good challenge, it could be disastrous. Oh, K-Dop's just missed from point-blank range there. You'd usually put the house on him scoring from that position. Dignitas have to be careful. You can't give K-Dop that much space, that much time on the ball from that range.
It's going to be an infield pass. Fairy Peak, he doesn't miss those. We've seen him score 7 in a single game, Johnny. And if you're going to give him a pass that quality, then you know exactly what the result is going to be.
Yeah, it's a brilliant recovery by Alpha. Perfect pass by him. Yukio underestimated how quickly Alpha would reach that ball after being taken out of the game on the previous challenge. You know, I'm being proven wrong so far. I was not really sold on Vitality's strategy to just dive into every single challenge head on with no fear, but it seems to be working. Their 50-50 game is very strong. All these players have a 1v1 background. And maybe that could be something they capitalize on against a Dignitas lineup who don't have that same pedigree in the head-on collisions. You know, Dignitas definitely have a lot more to bring to the table in terms of the aerial game. When your standard matchup between these two, they're struggling to get the ball through Vitality at the moment. You're looking a bit like a brick wall in defense.
And right now, Dignitas are having stages where they are hesitating on when they want to move for the ball, and for an offense that is as fluid as theirs, it can definitely throw a spanner in the works. Very Peak wants to get the ball past Astral, but Astral holding the midfield. He's got 2 players out, actually. K-Dop would be by himself, but Dignitas can't get the ball moving quick enough. Very Peak will now join him. There's an infield pass. Yukio comes in from a bad angle. Might not matter. Bounces off. And it's all down to Astral to make the decision. Does he want to move in? Instead, waits for Panda to start holding the midfield instead. Recognizing it is 1-1. Don't need to take any unnecessary risks just yet. Worst comes to worst, you just see yourself in overtime. Alpha to the ceiling. Has he got any options? Does he need any sometimes? Can very much just 1v3 an entire team, but Fairy Peak's won the challenge, and that is a crucial demo from Astral. Yukio slow plays. I don't know if he had much of a choice in it, to be honest. Seems like Dignitas are going to be fully reliant on Astral using this 100 boost to do something to get them out.
Yeah, Vitality are just manhandling Dignitas in 50-50s at the moment. Every single one of them goes in their favor as another one goes in at the near post. 2-1 to Vitality. Dignitas just can't stop them as they barrel forward.
Well, I was asking what Astral was going to do with his 100 boost. It was not to put it straight down in front of K-Dop. They needed something. It was definitely a desperate situation. But Dignitas will feel like the quality of goals that are going in against them are much lower than they really should be. Yukio hooking around the side. Violent Panda's there, but so is K-Dop. Keeps it out. Vitality chasing after that 3-game lead, which will require a reverse sweep from Dignitas. This series is quickly getting out of Dignitas' control. Violent Panda looks for the flick, ends up just putting it high. Astral will look to try and move in. Instead, takes his time across the face of goal. Yukio follows, almost got the double tap. He didn't know much about it, but it almost didn't matter.
You know, if it goes in, everybody's going to be calling lucky Dignitas. It doesn't. Now people are going to be thinking lucky Vitality, but really, it's just chaos, and Vitality are the ones thriving. They just seem so composed and so unfazed by this Dignitas lineup, who have become well known as one of the most difficult teams to read in terms of team play, solo plays, anything related to offense pretty much. Vitality are handling them quite well. Maybe one last chance. And that shut down also. K-Dot all over that infield pass. And then they just got to get the ball into the ground. Can't Dignitas keep it up? No, they can't. And that is a 3-game lead to Vitality, who, to be honest, haven't really struggled so far. They are just going through the motions, and they're collecting W's.
I think that might be the most terrifying part about this result, is that even if Dignitas can start getting something to come together, you do get the feeling that Vitality don't have another gear up. They've got another 2 gears beyond that they can start reaching into. As for Dignitas, I mean, what do you really think is going wrong here? Where are these mistakes coming from?
I do think their movement off the ball looks a little bit less fluid than it usually does. We're so used to seeing Dignitas arriving at the perfect time and at the perfect speed to receive passes. That's what makes their passing play look so good, is because the movement off the ball is usually world-class, the best in the world sometimes. But today in this tournament especially hasn't been the same quality of movement by Dignitas. We saw at the end of that game, Panda just arrived way too early in the box, and he tries to jump up for what could have maybe been an open net, but he didn't have enough momentum because he had to slow down after getting there too soon. And you know, that's something that they either have to just try to work on mid-series here, or just abandon entirely, just give up on these infield passes, which have to be so well timed. You know, maybe just trying to get the ball up in the air more often it's got to be a good idea. Just stay away from the 50-50 game against Vitality today. It's definitely going to help you out.
Well, when you get rivalries like these between Dignitas and Vitality, you look across all of the incredibly close series we've had. But it's games like this, it's series like this, where you have the opportunity to not only win, but win it comfortably. And those are the sort of wins that can last a very long time in people's minds. Vitality have the opportunity not only to take the Spring Series, but to inflict one of those losses upon their biggest regional rivals. And they might just be 5 minutes away from doing so. Great pass! K-Dot slots it in.
Alpha 54 really showing up this tournament. He's continuing an MVP performance. And just like the last game, he completely shocks the Dignitas defense with his recovery speed. He's right back into the play before they can react. And that pass couldn't have been any better.
Dignitas have got to find a response here. I almost get a feeling that we need to see them win a game comfortably. But before we even get to that point, they have got to survive this barrage from Vitality. Astral looking for Panda. Just too far away from him. Yukio instead looking to escape their own side of the field, but Vitality doing a great job holding onto that midfield line. They will not be easily broken from there. Dignitas gonna have to do something special just to even get their ball over to the orange side of the field, let alone get it into the orange goal. Yukio up. Can't win the challenge. That's over the top of Panda. That is going to be a huge amount of pressure lost.
Dignitas did find a way out. They just went for the 50-50 game, but you know, sometimes you have to. I said that's not a good idea against Vitality, but you've got no other option if Vitality take your boost and you've got nothing to get the ball clear with. That's good control by Fairy Peak. He's brought that one down in an awkward position. Vitality again looking quite comfortable handling the Dignitas roster as they come forward. There's just always men in reserve for Vitality. They're never leaving anyone alone in defense. They've always got support. They've always got players queuing up to challenge the ball. And unless Dignitas can start to fire the ball over the top of everybody at once, that's going to be a consistent problem for them.
Fairy. Got K-Dot in support. Will not need him. Instead, Alpha will probably be tasked with dealing with Violent Panda. Panda's touch is very loose and just ends up giving it straight back over to the Frenchman. Looking for the corner. K-Dot reads it well. Panda, he's got a few passing options downfield. Instead, looks to be taking it by himself. He's going to be unchallenged for the longest time. And Vitality, that was very risky to be giving Panda that sort of time. Now they're going to find themselves on the back line for a bit further. Fairy Peak needs to win the challenge. He's done exactly that. And there is the real quality of Fairy Peak. One challenge and a huge danger situation just evaporates before Vitality's eyes.
Yeah, he makes a 1v2 situation look favored in his direction. It was just so effortless the way he turns that defense into attack all by himself. And then you compare that to how uncomfortable Dignitas look in defense. It's night and day. Dignitas just can't get rid of the ball safely for large periods of time. They're just having to scramble for it. Vitality have got 3 players who are all very capable of just getting behind it and getting goal side, safe as you like, not really having any issues.
Fairy. Just trying to test Yukio a little bit. Ooh. Tries to hand the ball off to Astral, but he didn't seem to want too much of it. Now Astral, great first touch. Looks to keep himself going. Second one sort of left him down a little bit. Kept the ball away from his car so he couldn't force the challenge. Just under 2 minutes now left on the clock, and Dignitas again don't look comfortable. They can't escape. 2 goals down. Vitality are rolling their way to the Spring Series Championship.
And I think this series has just shown us that Vitality have got a better fundamental game and a fundamental game plan than Dignitas, who maybe have been over-reliant on Astral popping off in the past. They've been over-reliant on extremely elaborate team plays making goals for them. Vitality really haven't needed to do that. They're just smashing the ball into the corner and scoring goals before Dignitas can react to it. But that's Alpha as well. You know, continuing, for me, an MVP performance. He's involved in just about everything that Vitality do this weekend. Unless Dignitas can score 2 in 1 minute and 20 seconds, that is going to easily be, for me, the best player of the tournament. You know, Dignitas just don't have somebody ready to step up and carry them out of this hole, it would seem.
Yukio looking to try and do exactly that, but Panda ends up committing with him, and they get nothing for it. Astral dived in, Fairy Peak with the follow. Kate up to Alpha. Alpha's touch isn't good. Dignitas need to try and capitalize on this. Gonna take an immediate touch from Astral off the backboard. Follow up from Yukio. They've got to score this, and it goes off the crossbar. Alpha will force it away. Infield to Yukio, blocked by Kate up.
And again, the infield getting denied. Every time we see Dignitas play, that is a consistent threat, but I think maybe they've looked for it too much today. Backboard was wide open, but they keep going low with the passes. You have to feel sorry for them at this point. How many times have they come so close to scoring and had to watch the ball bounce off a crossbar, bounce off a post, get scrambled clear by Vitality at the last second. Vitality just in easy mode right now. Just got to hang on for 15 seconds, and they're actually the ones in the hunt for another goal.
Yep, Alpha just wants to try and add more to his tally. He'll get there. Panda doesn't win in the challenge, but it is too little, too late now. Message sent to the whole entirety of Europe. Vitality are the complete package, and Alpha is really fitting into this roster. That was dominant, Johnny.
Yeah, it's the best I've seen Alpha play. This tournament really great display for Alpha and for Vitality with Alpha on the roster, because they did look, you know, like a contender for the best team in the world. As soon as he hopped in, they instantly gelled together. But for him to really show up this weekend and play as well as he did just shows us that, man, these guys can be dominant. They can 4-0 Dignitas, although they did start off with a 1-game advantage. Remember, that's because they didn't lose earlier on in the tournament, so it's a deserved game in every sense. But wow, this Vitality looks so solid. Dignitas couldn't hang this weekend. They didn't look entirely themselves, but you know, even if they did play at their best, Vitality would have been so difficult to beat today. So hats off to them, the champions of Europe once again.
So, I mean, K-Dot was obviously a little bit of a further back figure in this one, but we've seen what he does when he doesn't win a world championship. Didn't get that opportunity back in Season 8. He didn't win regional championships in Season 9. That was the longest we've seen him without him winning a tournament. We were wondering what the response was going to be, Johnny. The response was pretty brutal.
Yeah, pretty one-sided. K-Dot back in business. You know, this guy knows how to win. He's the winningest player in all of Rocket League history when it comes to just titles and regional championships and anything related to Europe, European Rocket League. But, you know, that partnership with Fairy Peak looks just as good as it ever has. And is this the start of an era of French dominance in Europe? If Dignitas can't pull themselves together, then I don't know who else is going to challenge these guys.
No, you get the feeling this roster is just going to get better and better as well, because whilst we have seen throughout this tournament a couple of occasions where we've seen Alpha especially, you know, go incredible by himself, I feel like this one was probably the most well-rounded team performance from Vitality. This is the sort of performance that you could imagine them being able to do week in, week out during RLCS Season 10. And if they can, it's going to be hard to stop. It really is. I don't see a weakness right now that you can continuously exploit.
Yeah, mentally they look all there as well. You know, even when they do suffer big losses and when they do get clips on, they still bounce back almost immediately. So just hats off to Vitality in that regard. They really do seem to have There's no difficulty, regardless of how well their opponents are playing, stepping up to match them every single time, even in their losses. But also the fact that these guys have got the good vibes. I remember something Speed said in an interview earlier this tournament is great having Arju in the roster, not just for the play, but for the vibes as well. And I think that it's clear to see that Vitality are having a lot of fun, playing as a roster with these three guys who are such good friends. It's a team that I could see continuing for a long time and seeing a lot of success.
Well, it seems like Vitality had a lot of fun on the server. I hope you guys at home have had fun throughout this entire weekend and the last 4 weeks. But for now, we're sending you over to Leafex and the desk.
Wow, Shogun didn't even ask if we had fun during that, but I think the answer, if he did, would be yes. You always like to see a series go the distance, but how can you be mad by seeing the team just be so incredibly good and dominant? A 4-0 sweep for Renault Vitality. Of course, they were up 1 in the series, but I feel like it would have been that anyways, Gibbs.
Yeah, we don't have hand out MVPs here, but Alpha 54, I'm going to hand one out personally to you anyway. What a performance from him. Games 3 and 4, the last 2 games, he assists all 4 goals, and it was just, his speed was unmatched on the field. And Johnny Boy said it a lot, where Dignitas was just not ready for the speed of Alpha, where he would recover and then get a solid pass out to his teammates. And guess what? His teammates are K-Dop and Fairy Peak. They're going to hit those shots. And they absolutely did. Dig looked outclassed here. It's starting to look like maybe that regional championship final might have been a little bit of a fluke. We'll have to see when they rematch again, hopefully soon. But Vitality outclassed them here.
And Vitality really showed how to break down this Dignitas team, because Dignitas want to play so structured in a series. They want to get those passing plays going, especially from the midfield onto the final third. And when Vitality doesn't give them that option, there's nothing that Dignitas could do about it. They got backed up into their own side, and that's when you saw a lot of mistakes come from the Dignitas side of things. And Vitality, they're good enough to punish.
So for going forward, Gibbs, for Dignitas, given the fact that they were given a bit of trouble this weekend, is this a time that they say we need to readjust how we're approaching this game? Or do you think maybe it was just they can do it still, they just weren't connecting these last 2 days as best as we've seen them do it before?
I do feel like these last 2 days were a little bit off from them, but I do think they do rely on Astral to really pop off, to have a chance versus Vitality right now. But at the same point, even when they're not at 100%, they're still number 2 team in Europe. But we know Violent Panda, he wants to win, right? He wants to take down K-Dop. So I wonder what happens with them going forward. Will they change up play styles? Will they even make a roster move? Who knows? Because there are teams out there that they just need to win. And if you don't win, it is unacceptable. And I feel like Dignitas is one of those teams.
Violent Panta wants to take down K-Dop, but K-Dop wants to take down every single person in the world when he plays Rocket League, and talk about how he did exactly that. He's on the line right now to talk about his win. K-Dop, congratulations about the win. Biceps looking just as good as they always do.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just got a question for you. Losing regionals, I feel from the outside perspective, probably put an extra drive into you. Was there extra drive to win the spring series because of that loss?
I guess maybe I start to be how to say that, I lose every final, so finally to win one final is good. So I think I was more motivated, and everyone, because of this lose versus Dignitas in league play. So I think we are all happy with that.
Now, to be fair, K-Dop, you don't lose every final. You participate in every final, and you win a decent amount of them. So let's not get a little crazy. But my question is, were you surprised with Alpha's play this weekend? We know he's good, but did you expect him to be this great?
Yeah, it was awesome, to be honest. I don't know how many goals he scored, but it's crazy. He scored every action he does, so it's good to be in his team this weekend.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm sure. I'm sure it feels great to be Alpha's teammate today.
Yeah.
I wanna zoom out real quick, K-Dop, and a lot of people thought that Dignitas were going to be your biggest competition this tournament. You absolutely squashed them in this final. Across the board in the world, is there anyone that can beat Vitality right now? You guys look so dominant here. Is there anyone that K-Dop is afraid of right now?
I mean, G2, I guess, because they win the Spring Series too. So I think it will be our best opponent, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
I think I honestly was gonna think of that in my head too. I'm like, you know what? The two teams that absolutely dominated in sweeps their opponents were G2 and Vitality. So that's something that would be super fun to eventually see down the road, given these play styles. But now for you, looking forward, now that the spring series is done, you know, obviously more stuff coming up. But for you, do you take a break now after you get the victory? Do you take some time off, or you just go straight back to the grind?
I mean, we know nothing about the future, so I hope we will get news soon. And but of course we stay motivated, and maybe 2 or 3 day break, and we go start grinding again, I guess, like always.
Right back to it. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some streams from you, my man. Congratulations
thank you.
again on the win there.
Thank you.
There it is, K-Dop, always looking confident from Renault Vitality. Again, it really is, like, it shows in their play too, the confidence. Like, K-Dop wants to win, and it's one of those players that you know everyone wants to win, but he's one of those players that you're like, okay, Gibbs, like I look at him, I'm like, he's not going to lose again. You know, they lost regionals. I'm like, he's not going to let that happen again.
And let's not forget that the beginning of 2020, they kicked Scrub Killer from the team, a bold roster move after going to the grand finals of the World Championship in Season 8. They pick up Alpha, and everyone's like, all right, like, it's a risky play. He's a very good player. Is he Scrub? Well, guess what? I think he's scrubbing more at this point. Alpha really showed up here, and it really starts to look like that regional championship final might have been that one hiccup Vitality has, and they're smooth sailing from here, but who knows, in a month or 2 months or whenever we get to see this matchup again, maybe Dignitas has changed some things. Maybe Endpoint makes another run. It's going to be always exciting to see whoever battles Vitality next.
Well, I just want to take a look back again. I know we just looked at it, but it's finalized now, the bracket. Let's just take a look at what we saw this whole weekend. You know, some upsets, some crazy stuff. Dignitas a little bit off their game, dropping down right away. Corelli, we had Barcelona going 0-0. They got swept in both of their series. Of course, I'm sure they didn't expect to have to play Dignitas down there. But then we also saw some names or players make some names for themselves. You were looking at the Clappers. The Canyons, I think, also performed well.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well. I think there's a lot of teams, not necessarily new teams, but players that have really stuck out here in this tournament for Europe. And I think Jorby was the one who was talking about it quite a bit when he was on the broadcast earlier. There's a lot of great talent in Europe that we're just now seeing kind of bubble up to the top. And it's really fun to see these guys get put together. I know, you know, for the Clappers situation, you know, 2 of the players just turned 15. So this is the earliest we can see them. But regardless, a lot of great talent coming up to the top here in Europe. And I'm excited to see these young guys come out and challenge for the crown in Europe.
Yeah, and let's not forget about those veterans like Metza Norris. He joins Endpoint and they get a top 3 finish. They were in the promotion tournament. They were 8th place. So to see him bounce back, plus that entire team of Endpoint to get a 3rd place finish is wonderful.
And this is the section where we get to have Gibbs brag, because we're going to talk about everything that just happened over the past weekends. Europe is now done, which means all of the spring series is now done. So let's reminisce on the winners throughout all the different regions. It was South America, Oceania, North America, and of course, Europe that performed. And it was great and exciting across the boards, Gibbs. And I think you had basically all of this predicted.
Yeah, I'm just saying my day 2 track record was pretty good. Avidity is the only team I didn't predict on a day 1, but they came out and got the win, the number 2 seed. That they got revenge for the South America region. It's the same as Vitality, right? The number 2 to win out there. But G2 from the NA side, they dominated the regional championship and they didn't stop. They're the only regional winner to win both that and then the spring series. So hats off to them. And finally, the Renegades, they missed out on the playoffs for OCE, but they come back swinging here and they take down Crit Society, the only team to come out of the lower bracket and win that grand finals when they're down 1 game to start. So hats off to all the winners of the spring series.
And I'm not, totally shocked by the results that we see for each region. I think that if you had told me before going into each of them, these were going to be the winners, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, I could see that. But I think it's really awesome to be able to see other regions like South America and OCE get streamed here on twitch.rocket league. So it's really fun to see all these big names that are in these other regions get to show off their skill and get to show off their team in their region here. It's been a ton of fun to watch Spring Series.
Yeah, no, I think you nailed it. It's been really cool that, as you said, we got to highlight South America and Oceania on the main Rocket League channel for everyone to see. So there were huge opportunities for all these people and players to get their names out there, to really impress people. And I feel like a lot of these players have gotten new fans. And now just for you two, before we send it off, I just want to get some final thoughts. Gibbs, you can start, and Corelli follow up.
I'm just excited for whatever's next. And spoilers, there's gonna be something next, and we just don't know what that is yet. But Rocket League's not going away anytime soon. We're gonna be grinding away, and we just want to see more of these awesome matchups from these regions while we're at home. And for everyone at home, just stay safe, and hopefully we see you soon at a LAN.
Gibbs said it all. He took everything I wanted to say. I agree. I appreciate everyone coming out. It's been a ton of fun. Like I said, I love seeing these regions, especially South America and OCE play. And of course, Europe and NA, we get to see those guys on the weekends. So I'm excited to see what the future holds.
Yeah, I just have to say, overall, it's been amazing to bring the RL community together. Obviously, we all really wanted the LAN, but I think this was an incredible opportunity for players, for fans, and for all the production and us as well to be able to sit down with the Rocket League community and bring this amazing spring series to you guys. I feel blessed that I've been able to be a part of bringing that to you, and I just want to say thank you guys for hanging with us. But of course, as we mentioned and teased, this isn't all that we got. There is a lot more on the way, so make sure to stay tuned to all of our socials for what it is in the next few months. But for now, I'm Lifex signing off. Thanks for watching.